Chapter 710. The number of people in the old Hell King's base was slightly less than the people Lin Xiao brought with her, probably less than 2,000 people. There were also ability users among these people, but their levels were not high. At most 2 levels, there were not many of them. At this time, the few important people who made the decisions gathered together for a meeting. But it's so far from here to Hangzhou, we will always be in danger of being surrounded by zombies. By the time we get there, many people will have died. Some people were still worried about the dangers along the way, afraid that they would not be able to get effective protection, and may die in the hands of zombies or the claws of mutant beasts. What are you afraid of? We still have so many vehicles and weapons, relying on these can protect us safely. If you are afraid, then you can stay. A younger man looked at the man who just spoke with contempt. At that time, we did not seize the opportunity, others gave the opportunity in front of us, but we did not seize it, we can only blame ourselves. Now that there is no opportunity, we can only create it ourselves. At this time, the man who spoke was tough, he was not a timid person. At that time, he did not follow Lin Xiao because he did not trust strangers, after all, he would not casually hand over his future to a strange woman. He needed to observe. So after observing for so long, he finally confirmed that there was really a new base in Hangzhou. And the people who went there last time were also alive and well, nothing happened. That's right. Although our people haven't starved to death or frozen to death, many of them have died from illness. If we go to the new base, maybe they have medicine and healing type ability users there. Since we are going, then we will move sooner or later. Pass down the order, let everyone pack up the supplies and prepare the vehicles. We will move. On the other side, Lin Xiao still did not know that the people who stayed in the old Hell King's base wanted to come to the universal base. She took advantage of the fact that there were still 10 days before the new year. She slowed down along the way and began to search for some energy cores and hunt zombies. After returning to the base, she held a meeting with the person in charge of the base. Lu Zhuofeng, Mu Qingfeng, Fang Xiulin, the 3 leaders of the Hidden Cloud base, as well as all the deputy leaders and other level 4 and above ability users, are all dead. It can be considered as revenge for helping Earth Dragon attack the Hell King's base. What happens in the future will depend on their own luck. Lin Xiao stood in front of the conference table, her hands crossed in front of her chest as she looked at the people below. Everyone looked at each other. Their expressions were much calmer, but they still revealed some joy. This time, the strength of the Tsangyin base has been cut by us. They will definitely go and snatch the resources of the Tsangyin base. There was no reason not to eat this piece of fat meat that was right in front of him and wait for others to take it away. So when are we going to attack Skyfire base? Lin Feng asked Lin Xiao. I can't do anything for the time being. The combat power I brought this time are all secret weapons. They'd already attracted the attention of other bases, so it wasn't a good time to go after them. Let them live for a few more days, Lin Xiao said while stroking his chin. Yuan Tianqing nodded. That's right, especially the Huaxia base's attention. After knowing that among the zombies you brought, there were experimental zombies that escaped from their side, they kept their eyes on that side. The Black Dragon base and the Meng tribe are also very concerned. If they knew that these zombies came from our base, it would be very troublesome. Yes, so what we need to do next is to build walls, collect resources, and plant crops. We don't need to worry too much about weapons, if we need them we can trade with Wu Qingyue. Lin Xiao nodded. We do need to keep an eye on the Huaxia base, they won't be easy to deal with. Yuan Tianqing nodded. Ah, right, Yuan Tianqing. We also need to keep an eye on the Black Dragon base. If I'm not mistaken, there will be some changes in the near future. There's also Qingshan base, they're very interested in us. If we run into them, try to be friendly. Lin Xiao looked at Yuan Tianqing after a moment's thought. Yuan Tianqing nodded. Lin Xiao continued to ask, is the granary ready? She needed to take out the rations from the space, otherwise it wouldn't be good for her to run around with them. Yuan Tianqing nodded. The first one is ready, it's under the hotel. How much do you have there? About 2,000 tons. Lin Xiao said after a moment's thought. The warehouse under the hotel isn't very big, it can only hold 500 tons for now. Fill up this granary first, and let Wenwen store some of the rest. Store the rest for yourself, and take it out when the second granary is ready, Yuan Tianqing suggested. After all, only the Lin sisters had the space, no one else had the ability to do so. Okay, arrange for the whole base's allowance this year. Chen Yuding, continue to assist Yuan Tianqing, Lin Xiao said to Yuan Tianqing, then turned to Chen Yuding. No problem. Chen Yuding nodded. After the new year, I'll give everyone an ability upgrade. The target is a rank 5 ability user and above, Lin Feng. Give me a number. Lin Xiao turned to Lin Feng and gave him another instruction. It was the end of the year, she needed information for this year's summary and next year's forecast. Right, there's a piece of news I need to tell you. It's the remaining people from the old Hell King base, they might come here in 2 or 3 months. How are we going to receive them? Yuan Tianqing suddenly asked. Lin Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. If they want to come, then let them come. Record down the name list. Observe their character and mentality when arranging their work. If they're good, give them official positions. As for those who don't know how to improve, give them food and supplies according to the standard of the ordinary civilian district. Okay. Yuan Tianqing nodded. After the meeting, Lin Xiao returned to her office and called Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying over. Wenwen, is your space still dead? Lin Xiao asked as she sat in front of her desk and looked at the information. Yes, yes. What's wrong? Lin Wenwen replied blankly. How big is your space right now? You're only rank 4, right? Lin Xiao asked again. Big sister, are you going to help me upgrade? Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up. My space is about 30 square meters right now. It's not big. Lin Xiao nodded and put down the information in her hand. She looked up at the two of them and said, I called you two here to help you upgrade. Lin Wenwen looked at Long Qingying happily. She happened to look at him too, and Long Qingying's usually emotionless eyes also lit up. Really? That's great. Then I can help put more supplies in. Lin Wenwen looked back at Lin Xiao. Chapter 711. There were only a few days left before the new year. Lin Xiao took out the zombie cores and energy cores she had collected on the way back and helped Lin Wenwen break through to level 5 in her space ability, doubling the size of her space. Then, she filled the first warehouse with food and gave some to Lin Wenwen. Long Qingying's ability was also upgraded to level 6 by Lin Xiao. Her job was to protect Lin Wenwen's mobile warehouse. She was now officially in charge. The other people's abilities were scheduled to be upgraded after the new year. Of course, they were all voluntary. After all, they were all level 4 or 5 paranormals. With a certain amount of attack power, they could go out and hunt zombies for zombie cores. Then, they could absorb and refine the energy from the corpse cores they obtained themselves. Of course, the effect wouldn't be as good as Lin Xiao's. Yuan Tianqing would naturally tell them about these important relationships and let them make their own decisions. On New Year's Eve, at 1:00 in the morning, Lin Xiao started to kill roe deer. She killed more than half of the roe deer in her space. The meat was enough for more than 3,000 people in the base to eat for a day or two. A little tiger was gnawing on a large piece of bone with meat on it. Its small eyes were gurgling as it chewed on the bone with relish. On Wu Shan's side, Lin Xiao had released all the zombies from the space. This area was already the territory of Lin Xiao and the zombies. The tiger cub, Dahe, and Ah Wang were also released. The two big ones immediately rushed into the mountains. This was Dahe's old home. There were also many big rats in the mountains. They had not been caught for a few days, so there were a lot of them. Xiao Xiao, who was very timid, had almost gotten used to her new appearance. But she still liked to follow Lin Xiao in and out. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao caught Ah Wang, who was happily catching rats in the mountains. "Come here and squat down." Lin Xiao stood in the open space in front of the small wooden house and pointed at the ground in front of Ah Wang. Ah Wang walked over with a puzzled expression on his face. There were many open wounds on his shaved body as he walked. Roar! Ah Wang obediently sat in front of her and looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Lin Xiao walked around it twice and said, "Don't move." With a wave of her hand, a large bucket appeared beside her. The bucket was filled with 60% of the energy lake water, and the energy inside was strong. It immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. Each of them looked at the bucket in Lin Xiao's hand with longing eyes. But without Lin Xiao's order, they didn't dare to come over. "Go in." Lin Xiao pointed at the water bucket. Woof! Wang stood up excitedly and wagged his tail. Then, he happily jumped up and fell into the bucket with a splash. Lin Xiao stepped back in time to avoid being splashed by the water. After Ah Wang entered the bucket, the water was immediately pushed up by its body by a lot of places. But it still didn't cover its head. Ah Wang was so excited that he was rolling around in it. He couldn't be happier. "Sit down," Lin Xiao said to it. Ah Wang immediately sat obediently at the bottom of the bucket. He wagged his tail excitedly as he waited for Lin Xiao's next move. It could feel what Lin Xiao was going to do next. Sizzle. At this moment, Dahei came out of the mountain and circled around the wooden hut and Ah Wang's water bucket. The light in its snake eyes was so bright that it wanted to drag Ah Wang out and squeeze itself into the bucket. But the bucket was too small. It could only let Dahei soak for a while. Thinking of this, Dahei felt depressed. Why could this guy enjoy such treatment? It wanted it too. When Lin Xiao saw that Ah Wang had sat down and stopped rolling, she walked over and took out a towel from the water to give it a bath. Since Ah Wang had no fur, it was easy to take a bath. After bathing it, Lin Xiao suddenly took out an energy core. It was the energy core of a mutated beast, which was about level 6. She put the energy core into the zombie dog's mouth. Then, she put her hand into the water and controlled the energy in the water to pour into the zombie dog's wound. Ah Wang, who had been enjoying the feeling, immediately trembled and started to tremble. "Endure it," Lin Xiao said to it. "Oh." Ah Wang gritted its teeth, but it listened to Lin Xiao and endured it. It did not feel any pain, but the energy core that it had swallowed was too much, and it was rapidly swelling up its body. Feeling a large amount of energy invading its body, Wang instinctively felt that it was about to explode. Lin Xiao was doing this today because he wanted to level it up and heal its skin and flesh first. Although she didn't know if it could grow fur, she could at least close the wounds. She hurriedly pushed the energy in the water into the zombie dog's body. While she was controlling the energy in its body, she observed its condition. Very soon, the cracks on its head began to move. The flesh under the skin began to contract automatically. After a while, new flesh began to grow. It didn't take long for the wounds to close. Then, the skin closed automatically. Gurgle, gurgle, the water in the bucket began to bubble. Seeing that the energy in the lake was very effective for the zombie dog, Lin Xiao patiently controlled it. After an hour, the zombie dog absorbed all the energy in the lake. Then, it would be up to the zombie dog to digest the remaining energy in the energy core. The water in the bucket became ordinary water, but the quality was still much higher than ordinary pure water. This wait went on for several hours. After Lin Xiao withdrew her hand, she watched from the side without moving. She squinted her eyes and looked at the energy flow in the zombie dog's body, as well as the place where it finally converged. There was a zombie core there, which had already absorbed all the energy in the zombie dog's body. Then, Lin Xiao saw a strange crack on the surface of the zombie core. As the crack spread, a powerful aura rushed out of the zombie core and instantly shook off the crack on the surface. The surface of the zombie core that was shaken off turned into a wave of energy that surged out. Wang's upgrade was complete. At this moment, its body was emitting an aura that was several times stronger than before. The aura of a level 6 zombie beast was naturally much more dangerous than that of a level 6 human zombie. Lin Xiao took a few steps back and said to Wang, "Alright, come out." Puff! Wang immediately jumped out of the bucket, creating a wave of water. The zombie dog landed on the ground with its limbs spread out. Then, it began to shake its fur out of habit to shake off the water droplets on its body. Although it didn't have any fur on its body. Chapter 712. Keng Keng, come here. Get the water out and pour it on the fields. Lin Xiao waved her hand at a level 1 water beast king who was watching from a tree not far away. Hang Hang, who was on the tree, flashed and landed beside her. Then she waved her hand and the water in the bucket gushed out, rose into the air, and moved to the plantation beside. Keng Keng raised her hands and put them together, then pulled them apart. The water in the air was immediately pulled apart by her, like a transparent cover covering the top of the sweet potato field. Then Keng Keng shook her hands again, as if she was shaking water. The water in the air came crashing down and scattered all over the ground. Xiao Xiao, who was standing behind Lin Xiao, curiously looked at Keng Keng controlling the water, feeling that it was very refreshing. Lin Xiao poured water into the pail again, and then she cut her finger. A drop of blood dripped from her finger, then dripped into the water. When her blood dripped out, Xiao Xiao, Keng Keng, Dahe, and the zombie dog all turned around and ran. Wang. Come back, where are you going? Lin Xiao turned her head and shouted at Wang, who was about to rush into the mountain. Then she murmured, I'm obviously a good thing for you guys, but why do you react like you've seen a monster when you see a good thing? The zombie dog, which had regained its skin but was still bald and looked much better than before, stiffened. Even though it was a level 6 zombie beast, after 2 or 3 seconds, it obediently turned around with its tail between its legs and began to walk towards Lin Xiao dejectedly. Lin Xiao stirred the water with her hand and said, Come, it's already melted. The zombie dog cautiously walked over and stared at the water in the bucket with vigilance. When it came over, its expression slowly turned into one of curiosity, then it could not help but stretch its head into the bucket to take a look. Indeed, after Lin Xiao's blood fell into the bucket and was dissolved by the water, the dangerous aura of zombies had mostly disappeared. But fortunately, it was within the acceptable range of a level 5 zombie beast. At this time, a head popped out from the back of the hut. Xiao Xiao opened her big black eyes and looked over with curiosity and vigilance. Go in. Lin Xiao pointed at the bucket and said to the zombie dog. At the same time, he was ready to hold the zombie dog down. The zombie dog hesitantly raised its head to look at her, its face full of unwillingness. It was a beast, and its perception of danger was several times better than human zombies. It was already very resistant when Lin Xiao asked it to come closer. Now that it was asked to go in again, it didn't want to do it. The feeling of this bucket of water was not the one that attracted him just now. Instead, there was a domineering aura from Lin Xiao's body. It was very aggressive. Hurry up. Lin Xiao urged it. The zombie dog barked at her in resistance, pressing its tail down tightly. Don't worry. Go in, do you want to grow fur? Lin Xiao tempted it, even though she didn't know if her blood could really make this guy grow fur. However, they had never taken a bath before. Previously, they had been asked to drink it directly, No. The zombie dog straightforwardly refused. Go in. Do you want me to carry you in? Lin Xiao finally lost her patience. She stretched out her claws, showing off her sharp nails. Seeing Lin Xiao's nails, the zombie dog was immediately terrified. Woo! It lowered its head and barked sadly. Then, it turned around to look at the bucket of water. It took 2 steps back and lifted its front legs slightly, preparing to jump. However, it stopped. It didn't jump. Then, it continued to prepare to jump, but when it was about to jump, it stopped again. After repeating this several times, it finally gritted its teeth and jumped. Plop, the zombie dog fell into the bucket. Woo! However, it immediately opened its mouth and let out a scream. It turned around and wanted to rush out. In the end, he was pressed down by 2 hands and couldn't move at all. Woo! The zombie dog began to struggle violently and howl. Xiao Xiao, who was behind the small wooden house, was frightened by the zombie dog's mournful cry. She instantly shrank back and disappeared. Woo! The zombie dog struggled and rolled around in the bucket, but it was firmly pressed down by Lin Xiao and couldn't run out. It was unknown whether Lin Xiao had used up too much health, or if it was a bath, but the zombie dog howled and rolled around in the water for 2 hours before it floated in the tub like a dead dog. Lin Xiao didn't drag it out and just let it float in the bucket. At that moment, 2 figures flashed by. What? Are you trying to kill the dog? Elmar looked at the dead dog in the bucket with a strange expression. Just as she finished speaking, the dead dog in the bucket suddenly sprung up and flipped over. Then, it woke up. However, after waking up, Awang calmed down a lot. There was no longer any aura in the water that could threaten it, and its body wasn't in pain. It just floated in the water and used its 4 paws to dig around. Then, as if it had remembered something, it stretched out its 4 limbs and stood at the bottom of the bucket. Then, it sat down and looked up at Lin Xiao with its tongue hanging out. Okay, come out, Lin Xiao said to it. The zombie dog immediately jumped out of the bucket. Pit pit. Lin Xiao called out to his surroundings again. Then, he saw Pit Pit emerge from an unknown corner. She understood what Lin Xiao meant. This time, without Lin Xiao saying anything, she cleared the water in the bucket. However, she didn't get too close to Lin Xiao. Instead, she stood on a tree far away and controlled her ability. You leveled up. Qiu Lily looked at Ah Wang curiously. Then, she nodded. It feels very powerful. Lin Xiao squatted beside Ah Wang and reached out to touch its skin. It didn't feel dry and prickly. Instead, it felt soft and slippery. Oh, the wound has healed. This one doesn't look so ugly anymore. Elmar looked at the zombie dog curiously and asked, will it grow fur? Lin Xiao nodded. It should. Why don't you touch it? She turned to look at Elmarch. The dog's skin had become soft and firm. It felt good to touch. It felt furry, as if it had just grown some fur. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt that this guy should grow fur. Its skin had been revitalized by the energy. Although it wasn't like a living dog, it was no longer lifeless. Really? Elmar curiously moved closer and reached out to touch it. It felt soft and slippery. It was a very comfortable feeling. Hey, it feels so comfortable, she said happily. As soon as she said that, Qiu Lily immediately moved closer and reached out to touch it. Woo! The zombie dog on its back that was being petted had an expression of dissatisfaction. However, it didn't dare to make a scene in front of the 3 bosses. Chapter 713. After dealing with Ah Wang, Lin Xiao turned to look at De He, who was also hiding behind the small wooden house. However, it had climbed to the roof and stuck its head out to look at them. Thinking about its size, how should she give it a bath? It was so big, could she dig a pond for it? Then, she looked at her finger that had already healed. She wondered what effect her virus would have on these mutated animals. Logically speaking, these mutated plants would only mutate after being invaded by the virus. She did not know what effect it would have if she used it on these mutated plants. The virus in her body was different from the lake water in the space. It had a purifying effect. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao filled the bucket with water again. Then, she took out the virus that Ling Xiantong had cultivated for her and poured it into the water. Then, she grabbed a roe deer from the space and used the vine that little man left behind to strangle the deer's neck. Lily, you too pour the water in the bucket into the mutant roe deer's stomach. She grabbed the vine and said to Chiu Lily and Lin Meng who were standing at the side. These two ladies had nothing better to do anyway. Ah! Oh, Chiu Lily was stunned. Then, she turned around to find a water ladle and poured half a ladle of water into the bucket. Elmar pressed the struggling roe deer to the ground, then held its body down to prevent it from moving. Chiu Lily squatted in front of the roe deer's head and waited for Lin Xiao to squat down to pry open the roe deer's mouth before pouring the water in. The roe deer on the ground struggled for a while and immediately quietened down. It was completely different from the zombies that needed to struggle for more than 10 minutes to half an hour. Why is there no reaction so soon? Elmar said in surprise. Lin Xiao and Chiu Lily also looked strangely at the quietly paralyzed roe deer on the ground. However, Lin Xiao could see that her virus energy was devouring the energy in the roe deer's body. It was slowly spreading from the head to the body below the neck. What reaction will it have? Big Sister Zombie, I think you should give this task to the new researcher. Elmar looked curiously at the motionless roe deer on the ground. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Lin Xiao. Yes, I still have to give it to him for research in the future. It was just a whim. I wanted to show it to Dahe, but I had to find another mutant animal to test it first. After all, mutated beasts are different from zombies. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao's task for Ling Xiantong was not only to study the virus but also her blood and Lin Kuei's blood. At the same time, she returned the lake water to him so that he could study the energy inside. With the lake water, the direction of the base's farming would definitely be more promising than other bases. Furthermore, Lin Xiao's lake water could also purify the virus in the bodies of the mutant beasts, turning them into animals that could be used as food for humans. However, it did not remove the abilities of these mutant beasts. At most, it made their flesh edible. For example, Dahe's meat could be eaten by humans. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked up at Dahe, who was entangled on the roof of the cabin. Dahe was inexplicably frightened by her gaze. His entire body shrank back, revealing only his head and a pair of snake eyes. Moreover, Lin Xiao planned to let Lin Feng go out to collect resources after the new year and catch some mutant beasts. In fact, if he wanted to catch these, he could directly go to the animal park. There were definitely many mutant beasts to catch. Not long after, the roe deer on the ground suddenly moved. Just like Ah Wang, it suddenly jumped up, and then its entire body crouched on the ground. Its entire skeleton seemed to be deformed, protruding, and then concave back. There's a reaction. Chiu Lily's eyes lit up, and she stared curiously. The roe deer crouched on the ground, and its mouth made a strange sound. Its entire body was twisting strangely, and the bones in its body were also moving up and down under its skin. This scene would have been very scary in the past. However, it was now the end of the world. There were zombies, mutated plants, and mutated animals. What could be scarier than this? There was an obvious change in the body of the roe deer, but there was no change in its appearance. After a while, the roe deer stood up shakily, but its eyes had become pitch black. The protruding teeth in its mouth seemed to be sharper, but the fur on its body did not show any signs of decay, and there were no wounds. However, the aura of the entire mutant beast had completely changed. Yes, it had already become a zombie beast. The zombie roe deer used its 4 limbs to prop itself up, and after shaking a few times, it stood up steadily. Then it raised its head and looked at Lin Xiao. Although its pair of big round eyes had become deathly still and strange, they occasionally flashed with light. Huh! Lin Xiao stood up and looked at the roe deer that was standing in front of her, which was taller than her waist. She opened her mouth and said, "It has become a zombie beast, but it doesn't seem to be the same as Ah Wang." Then she turned to look at Dehei, who was on the roof of the wooden house, and sighed. "It seems that the virus in my body is too overbearing. A living mutant beast has become a zombie beast just like that. If it was an ordinary mutant beast, it wouldn't turn into a zombie beast after being bitten by an ordinary zombie or zombie beast. Because of the mutation caused by the virus, it was already immune to the zombie virus." The roe deer stood foolishly in front of Lin Xiao, looking at her. Its round black eyes looked left and right, then back at Lin Xiao, and its ears twitched from time to time. After watching for a while and seeing that Lin Xiao didn't move, the roe deer curiously moved closer to her, sticking out its nose and sniffing her. "Huh! This feeling, it's like the silly roe deer I've seen on TV before. It looks so silly and curious about everything." Elmar crossed her arms in front of her chest, holding her chin as she curiously looked at the roe deer that had turned into a zombie. Lin Xiao and Qiu Lily both nodded at the same time. This feeling was really a bit silly. The roe deer sniffed left and right at Lin Xiao, then shifted its target to Qiu Lily, who was next to her. Qiu Lily took a step back, not wanting it to come close to her. As a result, when she took a step back, the roe deer actually took a step forward and followed her. This caused Qiu Lily to subconsciously take another 2 steps back. After turning into a zombie, it was clear that it had awakened the instincts of a normal roe deer. The silly zombie roe deer immediately followed her 2 steps out of curiosity. Lin Xiao and Elmar looked at this scene with amusement. Why does it look more like a silly roe deer after turning into a zombie? It didn't level up, so was this considered an evolution? It didn't count. A second mutation of the virus? Lin Xiao couldn't figure out what kind of zombie beast this roe deer was. At this moment, a shadow suddenly flashed, and with a howl, it pounced on the body of the roe deer. Before the roe deer could react, it was already pushed to the ground by Ah Wang. Ah Wang's paws pressed down on the roe deer, which was slightly bigger than it, and the dog's mouth viciously bit down on the roe deer's head. Crack! The dog's teeth immediately crushed the roe deer's skull. Seeing this sudden change, Lin Xiao was confused. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 7:14. After the zombie dog bit the roe deer, it turned its head around with a ferocious look on its face. It even made a weird whining sound in its throat. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiao looked at the zombie dog strangely. She didn't even have time to observe the changes on the roe deer before the dog bit it to death. Even after killing the roe deer, the zombie dog still didn't let go. Lin Xiao looked at it and sighed, "Forget it, at least we know the initial changes. Let Ling Xiantong study the rest." Speaking of Ling Xiantong, Lin Xiao sent the mother and son to Ling Xuantong's side. With her orders, the 2 zombies wouldn't attack her, but the mother and son didn't recognize Ling Xiantong. Although they didn't recognize him, the female zombie could learn some simple tasks that Ling Xiantong taught her. For example, sweeping the floor, cleaning the table, checking the time or changing the equipment, and so on. And the little zombie followed behind the female zombie like a small tail running around. Wherever the female zombie went, he would follow. It could be considered as fulfilling the conditions that Lin Xiao gave Ling Xiantong. But to be able to have the female zombie by his side was a pleasant surprise for Ling Xiantong. Although his 2 family members didn't remember him, it was fine as long as they were by his side. And after seeing the various zombies in Lin Xiao's space, Ling Xiantong felt that Lin Xiao definitely had a way to make his wife and son remember their past memories. It was also because of this that Ling Xiantong finally decided to stay here. Seeing that the roe deer's attempt had failed, Lin Xiao didn't plan on using her virus to modify Big Black. So if she wanted to make it stronger, she could only feed it energy cores and use the lake's energy. After thinking about it, Xiao Lin found a zombie with an earth ability to come over. It was one of the first batch of zombie leaders that Lin Xiao subdued, the Earth-type male zombie number 6. However, he was already a level 1 king of the 6th level. After this number 6 was upgraded by Lin Xiao, he didn't remember his name. He also didn't know his title, and his memory was also a blank. But he had awakened many of his old habits and skills. And this number 6, Lin Xiao called him Old 6, looked to be around 30 years old. At Lin Xiao's place, he drank a lot of energy from the lake and took a few baths. After leveling up this time, his body's appearance had recovered a lot. Although his facial features weren't very handsome, he was still considered the handsome type. Moreover, with a pair of dark and narrow eyes, the expression in the eyes was very calm and steady. His eyes were deep, and the bridge of his nose was straight. His thin lips were bright because of the deep purple color. His originally handsome face was immediately decorated by his eyes and lips, making it hard for people to look away. It was as if an ordinary person was suddenly put on strange makeup. Then, it evolved into a different temperament and image. Old 6 was such a zombie, and although he wasn't as straight as a soldier, he still had a straight back, and his aura wasn't weak. He had the aura of a superior leader. Or, a domineering CEO. Old 6, come here. Lin Xiao looked at the hill behind the cabin and then at the other side of the road. Seeing that the terrain on the side of the highway was relatively low, he chose that side. Lin Xiao walked over with Old 6, pointed to a point on the left, then another point on the right. The 2 points were about 20 meters apart. She said to Old 6, sink this piece of land. Just go from here to here. Old 6 squatted on the ground and pressed his palm on the ground. Following that, a tremor came from the ground. Then, the spot that Lin Xiao pointed at had indeed sunk into a large square pit. Lin Xiao turned her head to look, then turned around and ordered a wood-type zombie to control the surrounding trees to lay a layer of solid wood at the bottom of the pool. After making the pool, Lin Xiao walked over and filled the pool with the lake water from the space. Then, she turned her head and waved at Dehei, who was still watching curiously. Come here, go play. While saying that, she pointed to the pool. Dehei's eyes lit up, looking at the big pool that Lin Xiao had temporarily made, and slid over excitedly. It stopped at the edge of the pool and turned its head to look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded, yes, go down. This is for you to use as a swimming pool. The water here was less than 1/10,000th of the water in Lin Xiao's space lake. Of course, the energy in it wouldn't make Dehei feel any resistance. This degree was just what it liked. Thus, Dehei immediately delved into the pool happily circling in the water a few times, then flipping and swimming back and forth, looking very happy. Lin Xiao also threw a level 6 energy core to it, and it was also a snake-type mutated beast. That level 6 python was much more ferocious than Dehei in the pool. With its special ability, it could eat anything into its stomach. Dehei felt Lin Xiao throw an energy core down, and immediately swam over to pick it up and swallow it. Then it became a dark lump at the bottom of the pool. Lin Xiao squatted by the pool, reached into the pool, and controlled the energy in the water to enter Dehei's body, filtering out the impurities in the energy core. However, the energy absorbed by mutated beasts wasn't as fast as that of zombies. Lin Xiao looked at its speed. It would take 10 days to half a month for all the energy to be compressed into the energy core in its brain. Then Lin Xiao would have to squat by the pool for 10 days to half a month. Thinking that she still had to go back to have a reunion dinner with the Lin family today, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little depressed. At that time, she would have to leave temporarily and let Dehei absorb the energy first. At noon on the 30th, when everyone in the base went down to get their meals, there was an extra portion of meat on their plates. Seeing the meat, everyone was very surprised. Wow, what meat is this? It smells so good. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. There's meat. There's meat. What kind of meat is this? Is it poisonous? Oh, it smells so good. Whatever, I'll become a zombie then. I want to eat meat before I become a zombie. At first, everyone didn't know where the meat came from, and some people were worried that something would happen if they ate it. But smelling the strong meat fragrance, the people who hadn't eaten meat for half a year couldn't resist the temptation. Although they had food and vegetables during their time in the base, the vegetables were all vegetarian. However, the dishes were all vegetarian. Although they would not ask for too much in the post-apocalyptic world, they would not ask for too much. But now that there was meat to eat, they all felt that it was a kind of unexpected happiness. So no matter what meat it was, since it was already in front of them, these people immediately became like hungry wolves, smelling the meat fragrance and drooling. You should thank the leader, because she found something that can eliminate the virus in the mutated beasts. In the future, we will all have meat to eat. At this time, Chen Yuding stood in front of the cafeteria and said to everyone. Chapter 7:15. Chen Yuding's words immediately gave everyone a second surprise. Did he mean that there would be endless meat to eat in the future? After all, it was very difficult to find some unmutated animals to kill and eat in the apocalypse. In the major bases, although they were trying hard to find these unmutated beasts and raise them after catching them. But when it came to eating meat, of course, it was impossible to give it to the people of the lower class. It was only the luxurious food that those with power and influence could eat. Now Chen Yuding told them that their new leader found a way to turn mutant beasts into ordinary beasts without the virus, so they could eat meat. Thinking about the skyrocketing number of mutant beasts and their strength, as long as they could catch them, they could eat meat. In this way, there was no need to worry about the situation of rare things being precious. When Lin Xiao came back in the afternoon, she left Dahe at the bottom of the lake to let it absorb energy by itself. She took the zombies back to the hotel. But those who should stay at the cultivation base still had to stay, in case someone or something ran to the ground and caused damage. After Lin Xiao left a team of level 5 zombies there to guard, she took the other zombies back to the hotel. Since the humans ate meat, of course, the zombies also needed to eat meat. Because there were not many zombies under Lin Xiao's command, they didn't eat that much raw deer meat. But they had a big appetite, so they ate a lot. Lin Xiao finally left a few raw deer in the space as seeds, so that they could continue to breed in the future. She killed the others and ate their meat. Moreover, they also caught a lot of big rats on the mountain. Because when she came back, Lin Xiao caught some big rats and tried to let the other zombies eat them to see if there would be any rejection. As a result, except for the zombies who were a little obsessed with cleanliness, the other zombies accepted it. Among them, Lin Kuei ate the most. Lin Xiao watched him eat a lot of rats that were twice the size of cats, and the feeling of not being able to stop made her think of cats. Although this guy did have the mutated genes of cats, he was not a real cat. She wanted to say, "Don't forget that you are a leopard. Are you a cat demon?" Of course, if she said that, Lin Kuei would definitely give her a supercilious look and say, "Leopards also eat meat, and so do mice." What was wrong with that? When he returned to the base, the dinner was already on the table. Apart from the Lin family, there were also Yuan Tianxing, Long Qingying, and other close friends and comrades of the Lin family. Although Lin Xiao sat down with them to eat, there was no food in front of her. There was only a glass of wine in front of her. Although everyone knew that she ate raw meat, she couldn't put a plate of raw meat on this table of delicious cooked food. Because there were still children. How does the wine taste in your mouth? Yuan Tianxing asked Lin Xiao curiously. Now that they were here, they had reverted to their former comrades in arms, temporarily putting aside their current identities and statuses. Lin Xiao took a sip of brandy and shook his head. "I don't feel anything," Lin Feng, who was sitting next to her, silently reached for the bottle and said expressionlessly, "If you don't feel anything, don't waste it." Lin Xiao. "Can't I just pretend?" Yuan Tianqing smiled at her and spread his hands. "I don't have any objections. It's just that Lin Feng can't bear to part with the wine." Lin Wenwen glanced at Yuan Tianqing from the other side of Lin Xiao without saying a word. He just lowered his head and put a piece of meat into his mouth. Lin Feng filled Yuan Tianqing's glass and then filled Lin Hao's glass. After the end of the world, wine could be kept for a long time, but the quantity was getting smaller and smaller. Except for the three men, everyone else had freshly squeezed strawberry juice in front of them. Lin Xiaolu held the strawberry juice with both hands and drank happily. She looked at the other adults curiously. Chen Wangxue put some food in her bowl and said, "You have to eat. Don't just drink juice." In the end, the 2 bottles of wine that Lin Feng collected from nowhere were all drunk by the 3 men. Because they were all superpowers, they obviously couldn't get drunk so easily. After the dinner, Mrs. Lin and the others went back to the room to play cards. Those who lost would draw a stroke on their faces. Because there was nothing to do, they could only play cards or mahjong. Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong were running around the house to catch rabbits. Maybe they were familiar with the 2 children. The gray-haired rabbit was also very cooperative with the 2 children. Lin Xiao played cards with Mrs. Lin and the others. After a few rounds, Long Qingying, who had been watching from the side, came up to play. Mrs. Lin asked her about the baby from time to time, and Lin Xiao could only say that it couldn't be treated as a normal pregnancy. However, it didn't affect her now. Lin Xiao didn't sit for long in her mother's room. She felt that someone was at the door. However, this person didn't move. He just stood at the door quietly. Lin Xiao didn't know what he was going to do. "I'll go out and get you something to eat. You guys play." Lin Xiao stood up and said. Then she walked to the door. "Go ahead." The others nodded and continued to play. Lin Xiao opened the door and walked out. After closing the door behind her, she asked Yuan Tianqing, who was standing at the door, "What's up?" Yuan Tianqing looked at her and put out the cigarette in his hand. He said, "I have something to tell you." Lin Xiao looked at him. The light in the corridor was not very bright. Yuan Tianqing slightly lowered his eyes and pursed his lips as if he had made a big decision. "Well, come here." Lin Xiao had a bad feeling, but she didn't refuse. She turned around and walked to the top of the building. Yuan Tianqing followed behind her and looked at her slender and straight back. His eyes were slightly infatuated. Although her appearance had changed a lot, the feeling she gave him hadn't changed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed her before she directly revealed her identity. After losing her once, he didn't want to hide his feelings in the bottom of his heart. Even though she had become a zombie, he didn't change his feelings for her. Because of the construction of the new base, he was very busy every day. Yuan Tianqing didn't have time to think about it. Later, he thought that it was fine as long as he could continue to be by her side. However, every time she left the base to do a task, he had an inexplicable panic. He was afraid that she wouldn't come back. However, he knew that he couldn't stop her. After arriving at the top of the building, Lin Xiao leaned against the edge of the roof with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She looked at Yuan Tianqing with her back facing the outside and sighed, "Say it." Now, Yuan Tianqing didn't need her to perceive him to know what he was thinking. She knew that she would have to face it one day, so she didn't refuse him. "You." Yuan Tianqing looked up at her and slightly opened his lips, but only said one word. However, the expression in his eyes gave Lin Xiao a headache. There was a deep whirlpool of emotions that wanted to suck her in. Chapter 716. Yuan Tianqing swallowed his saliva, feeling slightly nervous. He hadn't been this nervous in a long time. Because what he was going to say to her tonight would definitely change the relationship between the two of them. But he didn't know what the change would be. At the same time, he was prepared for Lin Xiao to reject him, but there was a trace of expectation in his heart. No matter what, he had to say his feelings. He didn't want to just look at her silently. Lin Xiao. Yuan Tianqing looked at her, his expression was a bit stiff. He didn't have his usual calm smile, and his eyes were too intense. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly in her heart. Is it finally coming? Of course, she knew what he was thinking and how he felt about her. But she only saw him as a friend, comrade, and colleague. She didn't have any special feelings for him. She didn't directly stop what he was going to say, because it would only hurt Yuan Tianqing. Although she wouldn't accept him, she didn't want to hurt him. After all, they were friends and comrades in arms. After Lin Xiao knew his feelings for her, she also felt very strange. She was obviously a few years older than this guy, why would he be attracted to her? I want you to know, I've always liked you. Don't say anything, wait for me to finish. Yuan Tianqing took a deep breath, and when he finally said those 3 words, he suddenly felt relieved. Then he stared into Lin Xiao's eyes and continued, before the apocalypse, I already liked you. Every time I went on a mission with you, I knew I couldn't disobey orders, but I was always afraid of your safety. When the apocalypse came and I saw that you didn't turn into a zombie, I decided that no matter what happens to the world, I don't care what happens to you. I want to be by your side and protect you. When he woke up that day and saw the world change, the only thing Yuan Tianqing thought of was not himself, nor his family and friends, but Lin Xiao. His captain. Looking at the zombies everywhere, he could only comfort himself, she won't turn into a zombie. She won't. She's still alive, she must be alive. So he didn't dare to think about what would happen to Lin Xiao after she turned into a zombie. His mind directly blocked this assumption. Because this was what kept him awake, he didn't go crazy. So in the end, when he found Lin Xiao with this belief, he decided to silently follow her. But when she met Yang Jianhua, he felt a sense of crisis. But it didn't take long for him to get over it. Because no matter how good she was to Yang Jianhua, she only saw him as a savior. When Yang Jianhua suddenly appeared by your side and saw your attitude towards him, I almost went crazy from jealousy. But I knew that if you didn't meet him, you would have been killed by the zombies. But I was so stupid to not to know that it was fake. Yang Jianhua, I didn't know it was real. It's all my fault. Yuan Tianqing lowered his head as he spoke. His entire body exuded an aura of regret. Lin Xiao silently watched him finish his confession. Then, he said, it's not your fault. Don't take responsibility for it. This is my fault. Lin said, I. To say, Li, Lin, T, no. T, Chen. This is my responsibility. I'm the leader of Hell King's base. So, you don't have to blame yourself. Lin Xiao shook her head. Even if you like me or fall in love with me, I can only say I'm sorry. You should be able to feel that I've always treated you as a friend or a brother. I can't respond to your feelings. Yuan Tianqing lowered his head slightly and nodded bitterly. Yes, I know. No matter what, I've said it. I didn't love you in my heart, but it made me feel a lot more relaxed. As he spoke, he smiled. His obviously handsome face became a lot dimmer because of this smile. He had obviously guessed this result. Sorry. I'm sorry. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. Luckily, she knew Yuan Tianqing's personality. He wouldn't force things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed by her side for so many years without saying anything. Now that he said it, it seemed that the destruction of Hell King's base and her death had affected him. No matter what, you're still my friend, comrade, and brother. Of our previous team, only you, me, and Duanwan are left. I know it'll be hard for you to reject me. But if I can't accept your feelings, it will be a burden to you after a long time. This is another kind of harm. You have to understand this, so it's better for you to let go. I can only treat you as, the same as Lin Hao, she said to him cautiously as she looked at him. Yuan Tianqing was younger than her to begin with, so to speak, she treated him as a younger brother. Yuan Tianqing looked at her silently and didn't say anything. Lin Xiao's scalp went numb because she saw tears appear in the corner of Yuan Tianqing's eyes. Ah! What to do, what to do? This brat is crying. Oh my God! The emotion contained in this tear was too heavy. She couldn't take it. Right at this moment, two figures suddenly swept past the rooftop where they were, one after the other. They had originally intended to go over directly. Originally, they wanted to go over, but they suddenly stopped and curiously looked at the atmosphere. Roar! Roar! Zombie Geezer Gua stopped and looked at Lin Xiao, then looked at Yuan Tianqing, then turned his head to look at Lin Xiao. Then he suddenly moved to the side of the two, turned left, turned right, and then nodded thoughtfully. Roar! An angry roar sounded from behind, and then the zombie boy rushed over. He pounced at the old man, completely ignoring the strange atmosphere between Lin Xiao and the old man. Geezer Guo was stunned, then quickly moved away. The two people who suddenly had the atmosphere destroyed, Yuan Tianqing helplessly looked at the two figures leaving. What the hell, this old and young pair are still so noisy. They actually went from the hotel to the middle school. Lin Xiao was relieved. Phew, thank goodness. I was saved by these two guys. But what did the old man's last nod mean? She felt that the old man must be thinking about something strange again. The two looked at each other at the same time, and their faces showed some awkwardness. After being interrupted by these two zombies, the two of them felt relieved, and the atmosphere wasn't as heavy as before. That. You know, it's impossible for the two of us. So. Sigh. I know it's hard to give up this kind of relationship, but you can only start anew after you give up, right? Isn't that so? Lin Xiao finally looked into Yuan Tianqing's eyes and said. Chapter 717. Yuan Tianqing took a deep breath. He was no longer a young man, and he had long seen that Lin Xiao's feelings for him were only that of a friend and a brother. Now that he had finally revealed the secret that had been hidden in his heart for many years, he received a direct rejection from the other party. He had already expected such an outcome, and he had long been mentally prepared. But at this moment, it was still very uncomfortable. But after being inexplicably messed up, apart from not knowing whether to laugh or cry, his heart suddenly felt less uncomfortable. Of course, the little bit of expectation in his heart had also disappeared. Feeling that his eyes were a little hot, Yuan Tianqing also felt a little embarrassed. He actually cried. He didn't even notice. So embarrassing. Yuan Tianqing slightly tilted his face and awkwardly coughed. Then he turned back to look at her and said, I'm sorry to have troubled you. You're right, if I don't give up, I will only trap myself in this relationship. Please give me some time. Lin Xiao sighed, stepped forward, raised her hand, and patted his shoulder. Then she turned around and walked to the staircase. But in her heart, she was slightly happy, because her rejection seemed to not be a big blow to the boy. It seemed that the other party also knew that there would be such an outcome, and he had long been mentally prepared. She was already an adult in her 30s, and she could accept a lot of things. Yuan Tianqing looked at her somewhat familiar yet strange back in the dark, and finally blurred into a ball, and then disappeared into the staircase. He let out a long sigh, and then looked up at the sky. It was dark, and the night sky after the apocalypse was always like this. The cold wind blew from time to time, and it gradually cooled his mood. After Lin Xiao went downstairs, she was greatly relieved. Although she rejected Yuan Tianqing, she could not ask him to look back at Lin Wenwen behind him. Although her Wenwen was a little pitiful, it was not like there was no chance. But it was also good that Yuan Tianqing came to her to confess, otherwise she really did not know how to reject him and make him give up. If he did not give up, then he would not give up. If he did not give up, then he would not see anyone else. Lin Xiao still wanted to help his little sister. Therefore, when Yuan Tianqing came to look for her, she was already waiting. Lin Luoran goes downstairs to the kitchen and takes out some plates. She washes some strawberries and puts some sweet potatoes on another plate. Finally, she takes 2 plates of food and goes back to Mrs. Lin's room. "You were gone for so long. Where did you go to get these 2 plates of food?" Chen Wangxue asked curiously when she saw Lin Xiao return. "Oh, something came up." Lin Xiao put the plate on the coffee table. At this time, Lin Wenwen glanced at her, his expression a little hesitant. She had just seen Yuan Tianqing's figure flash by when Lin Xiao went out. Lin Xiao looked at her. "You saw it?" Lin Wenwen was slightly startled, then he lowered his eyes and nodded. Immediately, the others looked at her. "Did he tell you, Brother Tianqing?" Lin Wenwen looked at the cards in his hand and asked in a low voice. A trace of understanding flashed in the others' eyes. They all looked away at the same time and looked at Lin Xiao inquiringly. Lin Xiao glanced at them and sat on the sofa next to the coffee table. She picked up a strawberry and took a bite. Then she looked at the others and said, "Yes. I told him." "I said no." The other 3 looked at each other. Then they all sighed in their hearts. Lin Xiao swallowed the sour taste in her mouth and glanced at Lin Wenwen. "He hasn't come down yet. Maybe you can go and see him," she was just suggesting. Lin Wenwen shook her head and bit her lower lip. She said, "No, I don't want him to think that I am taking advantage of this time. Besides, he doesn't need to be comforted. He is an adult. If he really wants to give up, he will do it as long as he has some time." "That's true." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Feelings can't be forced. Tianqing was an understanding person. Since he had already spoken to you, he would not let you go. Since he has already told you, he has already made up his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said it. Isn't it better to keep it in his heart? Mrs. Lin sighed. She said. Then she turned to look at Lin Xiao. "Be honest, when are you going to tell us about the father of the child in your belly?" Lin Xiao. Ah. Why did the topic suddenly change to her? Ah. Man's father, Mrs. Lin said indifferently, the child is already so big. Is he going to leave it alone? Do you really think that we'll believe your bullshit of self-inflicted wounds? The others stared at Lin Xiao's stomach. Speaking of which, when will this child be born? Lin Xiao said before that the child needed a lot of energy to maintain its development and it would need a long period of sleep. It has been 4 or 5 months, but her belly is still flat. How long would it take for it to appear? Lin Xiao's face froze. She looked up at the ceiling. Then she glanced at them and said, "Well, I don't know the father. I was in a daze that day. I don't know how Man came into my body from the space. I really don't know." As she spoke, she looked straight at the crowd. In the end, she got a bunch of, "I don't believe you, do you think we are stupid," looks. Lin Wenwen's eyes flashed. "Then tell us which day. Maybe we can guess who it is." Then she thought for a while and began to analyze. "Well, you said the child is 4 or 5 months old. Is that 4 or 5 months? If it's 4 months, we should still be in Haicheng, right?" Speaking of Haicheng, something flashed through Lin Wenwen's mind. But she didn't catch it. No matter who the father is, I don't think he wants Man. After all, this is not a normal child. Lin Xiao looked at her belly and thought for a while. Then she said, maybe, he doesn't know. Maybe he is like me. This situation was not impossible. But the others were not fools, so they didn't believe Lin Xiao's nonsense. You're looking at the ceiling again. Keep making it up. When the time comes, we'll see which man comes to us. Chen Wangxue stared at her coldly. Lin Xiao, this was really possible. That Wu guy didn't seem to want to give up on her, although he hadn't done anything yet. But every time Lin Xiao looked at him, there was a sense of crisis in her eyes. And from her thoughts, Wu Qingyue seemed to be instilling some strange ideas into her. Chapter 718. Although Lin Xiao knew that this man would come looking for her, this seemed a little too fast. Wasn't it only the second day of the new year? Leader Wu is really free to come here to pay a visit during the new year. Lin Xiao sat in the living room and looked at Wu Qingyue with a strange expression. She was also holding a small figure in her arms. Because Lingling said she wanted to see you, so I came. Why, am I not welcomed? Wu Qingyue smiled and raised his eyebrows. So you brought these. Is there a need for so many people? Lin Xiao glanced at the row below Wu Qingyue's seat. Xiao Yunlong, Xiao Licheng, Meng Yu, Kang Qingming, Li Ming, Mo Li, Li Yushan and a girl she did not know. Except for Xiao Yunlong who was a level 7 ability user and the new leader of Sea City, the others were originally level 5 ability users, but now they had all broken through to level 6. And a few of them had been promoted to the position of deputy leader. So Wu Qingyue said he brought Lingling here to play, but in the end he brought a large group of people. What was the meaning of this? When she asked this, Xiao Yunlong and the others all looked at Wu Qingyue. Their eyes all had the same meaning, they all secretly glanced in Lin Xiao's direction. Wu Qingyue nodded to them. The girl that Lin Xiao did not know stood up with a faint smile. She walked to the middle of the living room and then said to Lin Xiao, "Hello Miss Lu, I am Lu Jifai. I am a space ability user." Lin Xiao looked at her blankly and nodded. "Hello." Then she looked at Wu Qingyue with a puzzled look and saw that the other party was smiling. The expression in his eyes could not be seen clearly. Then she looked at Lu Jifai in front of her. She looked to be about 1.6 meters tall, with waist-length hair and a slender body. She was delicate and had a baby face, fair and clean, and looked to be a few years younger than her actual age. Although she was also smiling, her smile did not reach her eyes and heart. Lin Xiao could not feel the activity in her heart, and the smile on her face looked like a mask. Roggenfeld raised her hand and waved it to her side. Then, a large pile of boxes and bags appeared on the floor beside her. "These are the kind intentions of our leader, please accept them." After Rogfei finished speaking, he nodded at Lin Xiao with a faint smile before returning to his seat and sitting down. What's going on? Lin Xiao looked at Wu Qingyue in confusion. What was he trying to do by suddenly giving so many things? Could it be that there was something he needed her help with? "This is a New Year's gift for you," Wu Qingyue said with a smile. "And then?" Lin Xiao asked him with a strange expression. "What then?" "There's no then." Wu Qingyue continued to smile at her. "Nothing else?" Lin Xiao's expression turned even weirder. She looked at Wu Qingyue, then at Wu Yueling in her arms. Then, he turned his head and exchanged glances with Lin Feng and the others. He had no idea what Wu Qingyue was up to. Lin Feng and the rest were at a loss. She stood up and pulled Wu Yueling over to the pile of things. He pointed at the top box and asked, "What is this?" Wu Qingyue didn't say anything, but Mo Li did. Her face was expressionless as she replied faintly, "These are medicines. At present, our base does not have many types of medicines, so we can only take out these." "What about these?" Lin Xiao turned around and pointed at another smaller box. "Those are seeds." This time, The one who spoke was Kong Qingming, who was sitting lazily on the chair with one hand supporting half of his face. There was a faint, charming smile on his handsome face as he looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of bewitchment. There are also weapons, daily necessities, kitchen necessities, alcohol, and so on. I brought some of them over, but there are not many of them, so don't mind them, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Let's not talk about this first. Why did you suddenly send so many valuable things over? Medicine and seeds, what do you want? Lin Xiao straightened her body and looked at Wu Qingyue. She had a feeling that if she accepted these things, there would be more trouble in the future. Of course, Lin Xiao would not accept things from others for no reason. Wu Qingyue just smiled faintly, but the smile on his face was meaningful. He did not immediately answer Lin Xiao's question. Lin Xiao looked at the others, who were also smiling mysteriously or expressionlessly. Obviously, they would not answer this question either. At this time, the little one next to Lin Xiao pulled the hem of her clothes. Lin Xiao turned to look at her and saw that she was looking up at her with a pair of big round eyes. I want zombie mommy to stay with Lingling from now on. Lin Xiao understood what she meant, but she did not understand what she meant. Did this child mean that these things were sent for Wu Yueling? What did she mean by staying with Lingling from now on? Lin Xiao brought her back to her seat and glanced at Lin Feng without saying anything. After receiving her instructions, Lin Feng smiled and said, if you don't give us a proper reason, how can we accept such a large amount of valuable things? So please tell us clearly, is there anything you need our help with? Tell us, we will help as much as we can, but there is no need to give so many gifts. That's right, who would accept your things for no reason? Lin Xiao silently complained in her heart. On the surface, she turned around to pick up the strawberry on the coffee table and put it in Wu Yueling's mouth. She opened her mouth and happily took a bite, then put the rest in her hand. She then picked up the teacup from the coffee table and took a sip. Oh, a reason. That, as a betrothal gift, does that count? I want to marry your leader so that he can help me take care of my Lingling in the future. At this time, Wu Qingyue finally spoke with a smile. Pu, cough, dong. The tea in Lin Xiao's mouth immediately sprayed out. She wiped the corner of her mouth with her sleeve as if nothing had happened. Chen Yuding, who was sitting below Lin Feng, slipped and almost fell off his chair. And the others almost choked on their own saliva. The calmest one was Lin Feng, he just looked at Wu Qingyue and the others expressionlessly. Wait, what did you say just now? I can't hear you clearly. The last sentence. After Lin Xiao wiped her mouth, she looked at Wu Qingyue calmly and asked. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face did not change, he repeated his words again and said, I want you to help me take care of my Lingling in the future, is that okay? No. At this time, the calm Lin Feng rushed to speak first. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. Lin Xiao could not help but nod in response to his words. What kind of joke was this? Marry him? She had never thought of this kind of thing. Our leader already has a man. So, Leader Wu, please give up on this matter. Lin Feng directly threw out a bomb, causing a bunch of people to burn. Fuck. Lin Feng, what the hell are you talking about? Lin Xiao was stunned again, she suddenly turned her head and shouted at Lin Feng. Chapter 719. Lin Xiao didn't expect Lin Feng to talk about her child in front of so many people. She didn't have her guard up at all. Lin Feng looked at her and said faintly, I think this reason is very suitable. She even had a child. Wasn't this a good reason? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't reveal that their leader was pregnant, he might have said that she already had another man's child, so she wasn't suitable for Wu Qingyue. Lin Xiao wanted to cover her face. She understood what Lin Feng was thinking. She really wanted to tell Lin Feng that the man he was thinking of was this guy who smiled like a fox in front of her. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Qingyue laughed even more happily. Ahem, wait a minute. I think Leader Wu's joke is quite funny, hee hee. But can we be serious? Don't joke around. Lin Xiao stopped Wu Qingyue, who was about to speak. Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed. Lin Xiao actually used a joke as an excuse to reject him. Fortunately, he had already expected that she wouldn't agree, so his expression didn't change. He smiled and said, "No, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Our Lingling is also serious. Right, Lingling?" After saying that, he looked at his daughter and blinked. So everyone saw Wu Yueling, who usually ignored people in public, nod at her father, then turn her head and stare at Lin Xiao. When everyone's eyes were drawn to Wu Yueling, Wu Qingyue took the opportunity to say, "Moreover, the man deputy leader Lin mentioned, that Lin Feng was just talking nonsense. I don't have any man, but I don't plan to marry anyone now. So, if Leader Wu isn't joking, please take back what you said just now." Before Wu Qingyue could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao suddenly interrupted him. Lin Xiao felt a headache coming on. She felt that this man was definitely doing this for little man. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Xiao and could only agree, "That's right, Leader Wu shouldn't joke around. Because we don't see how Leader Wu is interested in our leader." Wu Qingyue had been dealing with them for so long that he already knew the ins and outs of their base. Now, Wu Qingyue suddenly said that he wanted to marry their leader. However, the two of them clearly didn't have much interaction. They weren't even close friends, let alone dating. So this Wu Qingyue was interested in the value of their base? The value of their base, other than controlling the zombies, was the secrets that Lin Xiao had. She was a special zombie, and had a special and huge influence on all zombies. The lake water in her space, in addition to healing wounds, is more valuable in helping paranormals awaken smoothly and increasing the awakening rate. This was equivalent to an important resource that could increase the strength of the base in the future. If he could marry Lin Xiao, it would be equivalent to obtaining all of her value. As one of the people in charge of the base, Lin Feng considered Wu Qingyue's intentions, and this was the result. Of course, Lin Xiao also thought about this. Apart from this, he also thought about little man in his belly. Wu Qingyue had a lot of plans. "How about this, you can refuse first, and I can take the things away first. But can you let me talk to your leader alone?" Wu Qingyue smiled and looked at Rogfei, then looked at the people in the base. Obviously, he had already expected this result. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and looked at the others. Then she nodded, indicating that she agreed to talk to him alone. "Leader?" Lin Feng slightly frowned. Lin Xiao nodded, "Don't worry, I know what to do." As she said that, she stood up and held Wu Yueling's hand as they walked out of the living room. It wasn't that she wanted to hold Wu Yueling's hand, but if she let go, this little brat would directly jump over and hug her leg. Wu Qingyue nodded at Rogfei, then stood up and followed behind Lin Xiao. After Rogfei saw Wu Qingyue's gaze, she immediately stood up and took the things back. Then she indifferently smiled and returned to her seat. She found an empty room and walked in. After closing the door, she turned around and looked at Wu Qingyue indifferently. "What do you want? You suddenly came to marry me, did you get my permission?" "Why do I have to get your permission to marry anyone? Do you always think that I'm an irresponsible person? Even if I'm not responsible for you, I have to be responsible for the child in your stomach." "What, you want to take my child away from me?" Wu Qingyue smiled faintly, but his eyes were fixed on her. "Did I say such a thing? Since you don't mind that we were all schemed against last time, then I have nothing else to say. But if you want to be responsible for the child, there are many other ways. Why did you choose the most troublesome one?" Lin Xiao looked at him indifferently. "What responsibility for the child's descendants, it's only about the child's upbringing. If you want to raise a child, aren't there many ways? Even if you want to give the child a reasonable home environment, you don't have to make such a big fuss. You obviously have ulterior motives. This is the most suitable method for the child. Giving her a normal home environment is not only my responsibility, but also yours. Wu Qingyue's smile did not change, but his words did not back down. What normal home environment? I see that you have ulterior motives. And little man is not an ordinary child, she doesn't need a normal home environment, she can still grow up well. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes, and once again refused him. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face finally faded a little, he slightly frowned, and then said, no matter what, I am the child's father. If you don't want to marry me, then it's better for the child to be raised by me in the future. Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows, and said, why? Wu Qingyue looked at her, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, and then said with a smile, because you are a zombie, I'm afraid that one day you will hurt her. You think too much, she hasn't even been born yet. Do you think she will be a normal human? Besides, no matter what, I won't hurt little man. Lin Xiao looked at him, her eyes unyielding. So no matter what your plan is, I won't marry you. Besides, you are a normal man, why don't you go find a human woman, but a zombie like me to marry? Lin Xiao pursed her lips, and said. Because after the end of the world, you are the only woman I have touched. No, you are the only female zombie I have touched. Our bodies seem to be very compatible, right? Wu Qingyue smiled, and looked at her up and down a few times. Chapter 720. Lin Xiao saw that there was a hint of lust in his eyes and couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. However, her face remained unmoved as she said, I remember the first time you were forced by me. The second time we were both passive and not voluntary. What's wrong with that? Besides, we're even now. There's nothing more to say. You don't have to use this as an excuse anymore. I won't agree. Wu Qingyue slowly walked in front of Lin Xiao and looked down at her eyes slightly. He said slowly. What do you mean we're even? I didn't agree last time. The child belongs to both of us. Do you want to monopolize it? And the first time we did it, you clearly forced me. The second time was an accident. But since it's been 2 times, you already have my mark on you, so you're already my person, my zombie. Do you want to run? As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently stroked the hair on the side of Lin Xiao's forehead. Even if Lu Tianyu's body was 1.7 meters tall, in front of Wu Qingyue who was 1.8 meters tall. At such a close distance, his aura was still slightly lower. And with this posture, Wu Qingyue's aura had become slightly dangerous. It was as tough as a predator, trying to suppress Lin Xiao's aura. If the aura of a level 8 psychic was focused on a prey, it would indeed bring a very strong sense of crisis to the prey. However, if this prey was Lin Xiao, the result would not be so certain. The expression on Lin Xiao's face did not change, and her eyes were also calm. She did not raise her head, but just slightly raised her eyes and calmly looked at Wu Qingyue. The aura on her body rose with the pressure from Wu Qingyue. Why should I run? It's just a physical relationship without any feelings between us. Isn't Leader Wu a little too domineering to judge my freedom? We're all adults. Don't you think it's too childish to care so much about this? She slightly raised the corner of her mouth, but the smile on her face carried a kind of indifference that did not allow others to approach. Her words clearly told the other party that she did not agree with his point of view. Wu Qingyue quietly stared at her for a few seconds before suddenly withdrawing his aura and taking a step back. He smiled, and there was a joyful expression on his handsome face as he said, You mean, if there are feelings, then it's okay, right? Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, I didn't say that. Don't distort my meaning. Is this interesting? Wu Qingyue continued to smile, and his long and charming eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. But I didn't mean to distort you. In my opinion, you're telling me that I can chase after you openly. In my opinion, you're telling me that I can of courting you openly. So when you can accept me emotionally, you can marry me. This is very normal. It's just a normal step that ordinary people take. However, of his words, he said, was to say. Why didn't I know you had such a rogue side to you? Don't forget your identity. Lin Xiao frowned with a headache and continued, I didn't say I would give you any chance. Don't forget who you are. Lin Xiao frowned and continued, I didn't say that I would give you any chance. Lin Xiao suddenly had a bad premonition as she watched the man's eyes, which had narrowed into slits, flickering with a certain light. This feeling of being stared at was really annoying. Just as the two of them were silently staring at each other, a little person suddenly crawled between their legs. The two of them looked down at the same time and saw Wu Yueling looking up curiously. Her big eyes turned to look at Lin Xiao, and then to Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue looked at his daughter's sparkling eyes, and his eyes also lit up. His smile deepened as he said, besides, I think there is no one else more suitable to be Lingling's mother than you. Hearing this, Lin Xiao saw Wu Yueling nodding at her like a chick pecking at rice before she could even react. A pair of innocent eyes looked at her expectantly. Lin Xiao. This little gaze is poisonous. She could reject Wu Qingyue without any pressure, but she couldn't reject Wu Yueling's innocent little eyes. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao pursed her lips and glanced at Wu Qingyue with dissatisfaction. He actually used a child to help. Shameful. Without getting a response from Lin Xiao, and before Wu Qingyue could speak, Wu Yueling, who was between the two of them, couldn't take it anymore. She immediately raised her little hand and grabbed the hem of Lin Xiao's clothes. She pouted her little mouth and looked at Lin Xiao anxiously, her hand constantly shaking the hem of her clothes. Quickly agree to daddy. Mama, quickly agree to daddy. Did you let her keep calling me mama? How can you talk nonsense to a child? Lin Xiao looked at Wu Yueling's little appearance and felt a headache. She just couldn't do anything to a child. She glanced at Wu Qingyue again with dissatisfaction before she spoke. What kind of stupid concept did this man instill in Lingling that this child would call her zombie mama every time she saw her? What kind of stupid name was this? Isn't this talking nonsense? If we get married, you will be her mother. Isn't this right? Wu Qingyue just said with a calm smile. While the two of them were talking, the people in the living room were also talking. What is your leader planning? Knowing the identity of our leader, he actually came to propose? Can ordinary people do this kind of thing? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yunlong and asked in puzzlement. The identity he was referring to was of course Lin Xiao's identity as a zombie. Xiao Yunlong and Xiao Liqing glanced at each other, and then Xiao Liqing said, in fact, our leader really likes Miss Lu, and has been secretly paying attention to her for some time. Otherwise, when you were besieged by the zombie emperor, he would not have rushed back from Huaxia at full speed. In fact, he was afraid that your news would not reach your elusive leader. He said this to let Lin Feng and the others know that Wu Qingyue did this because he did not want their leader to regret coming back in time to save them. This was for her own good, and also for the good of their base. Is that so? So we didn't know that Leader Wu was so concerned about our leader. Here, on behalf of our leader, I thank Leader Wu and everyone for their kindness. Lin Feng nodded and seriously expressed his gratitude to the people of Sea City. You're welcome, whether your leader agrees to marry our leader or not, this is our leader's own business. We were just following orders and did not help much. Xiao Yunlong grinned and waved his hand with a smile. Chapter 721. If the leaders of our two bases get married, then our two bases will become one. In this case, it doesn't seem worthwhile for your Sea City, because our base has nothing now. Your leader wouldn't simply take a fancy to our leader, right? Lin Feng stared at Xiao Yunlong and at the same time secretly observed the expressions of the other people in Sea City. Well, of course it's because our leader has taken a fancy to your leader. There's no other meaning, please don't think too much. Xiao Lichen replied with a smile. She didn't take a fancy to him earlier or later. Our leader used to be a member of your base. Why did your leader only want to do this now? Lin Feng said. Speaking of this, then you have to ask what your leader did to our leader. You have to be responsible for eating our leader clean. At this time, Xiao Yunlong suddenly laughed. Lin Feng was suddenly speechless. Well, that matter. About what Lu Tianyu did to Wu Qingyue before he was killed, and in the end, their Lin Xiao took over that body. But that was before Lin Xiao came. It turned out that Lu Tianyu had done a good deed, not their Lin Xiao. But Lin Feng thought about it again. Since Lin Xiao had already accepted Lu Tianyu's identity and name, then it seemed that the things she did could only be accepted as well. What, am I wrong? Don't you think so? That matter is known by the entire Sea City base. Speaking of which, it's our leader who suffered a loss. Now our leader has come to propose to your leader. If the two of them get married, then our leader will forget about what happened in the past. It will also look better to the outside world, and it will also improve your leader's reputation. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Xiao Lichen laughed at this time. This, we can only see if our leader agrees or not. That is, if your leader has the ability. Lin Feng was defeated. He could only say this. What could he do? His little sister had such a body. Lin Feng thought gloomily in his heart, and could only silently light a candle for Lin Xiao. Although he believed that Lin Xiao would not agree so easily, he was still a little worried. After all, what the original owner of this body had done before did give Wu Qingyue a reasonable excuse. Come on, Lin Xiao, don't get married just like that. The Universal Life Base's people were defeated, but Xiao Lin did not lose. Don't use the child as an excuse. I won't agree. This child is not simple. Even if she is willing to follow you, I will not marry you. I will not bind my freedom to another man's life. She said lightly, looking at him with an indifferent expression. There was no emotion in her eyes, but it made people feel that they were getting further and further away from her. I won't give up. I'll wait. When the day comes that you are willing. Wu Qingyue's heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. He still looked at her and said. Do whatever you want, but please don't get in my way. After Lin Xiao said that, he looked down at Wu Yueling, who was in a daze. Wu Yueling was at a loss when she heard Lin Xiao's words, but she immediately reacted after a while. Then, her eyes reddened, and her rosy little mouth immediately shriveled. Lin Xiao couldn't do anything to her, but she couldn't hesitate at this time. Therefore, she could only pick her up apologetically, and then pushed her into Wu Qingyue's arms. Lingling, be a good girl. When you grow up and become sensible, you will find a better mother to take care of you, she said. Wu Yueling was held in Wu Qingyue's arms, but she turned around and looked at Lin Xiao, shaking her head with tears in her eyes. She didn't want to find a better mother as she said. Lin Xiao didn't look at her anymore. He turned around and walked out of the room. It's okay. Let's take it slow. Lingling, don't worry. Dad will help you marry her. Today is just a formality. In the future, we can chase after her openly. Wu Qingyue shook her and said with a smile. Wu Yueling looked back at him with a sad face. Her watery eyes were moist, and a drop of tear hung on her face but could not fall down. Wu Qingyue patted her back and said with a smile, trust Dad. When did Dad lie to you? We just need time. We can't be too anxious. What if we scare her away? Wu Yueling looked at him hesitantly. After a few seconds, she suddenly put her head in his neck and buried her face in it. After Lin Xiao walked out, she didn't go back to the living room. Instead, she said to Duanwan, who was not far from the door, "Ask Lin Feng to take care of the guests. I'll go back first." Duanwan looked at Lin Xiao with curiosity. She wanted to know what Lin Xiao would do. Lin Xiao glanced at her, then turned around and left. "Don't think too much. How can I get married so easily?" With that, her figure disappeared. Duanwan was relieved. Then, she turned around and looked at the room that Lin Xiao had just come out of. Then, she turned around and walked to the living room. As soon as Lin Xiao returned to the hotel, Qiu Lily and El Mar immediately came over. "Hey! I heard about it. That Wu Qingyue brought a group of people over to propose to you. How about it? Did you say yes?" Lin Xiao looked at them strangely. "Why should I say yes? It's ridiculous." "Hey, you said no." Qiu Lily looked at her regretfully. "Why did you say no? He's the big boss of High City. He's the #1 in terms of strength. How can he not be worthy of you?" Lin Xiao rolled her eyes and said, "Is this a question of whether I'm worthy or not? I don't have that kind of relationship with him. How can I marry a man without any emotional foundation?" El Mar said faintly, "Feelings can be cultivated. Besides, Wu Qingyue is handsome and has a good figure. He's just a little cunning. There's nothing wrong with that. And doesn't his daughter like you very much?" Qiu Lily nodded in agreement. "Wait, let's not say that we don't have feelings for each other. At the very least, I need to know why he suddenly wants to marry me. And it's so obvious. Is it for others to see? Or does he have other intentions? You have to think about it. He also knows that I'm a zombie. If he marries me, it won't do him any good if my identity is exposed. But why would he do this?" Lin Xiao touched her chin and said while thinking. "Are you suspecting that he has ulterior motives?" El Mar narrowed her eyes and said, "He definitely has a purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't suddenly do such a thing." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. It's very logical." Qiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao and was stunned for a while. Chapter 722. The next day, the #1 expert of Sea City Base, Chief Wu, proposed to the female leader of Universal Base. All the higher-ups of Universal Base heard about this. So, Lin Xiao's office became lively early in the morning. "Big sister, leader. I heard that Wu Qingyue proposed to you. Is this true?" Lin Wenwen didn't even knock on the door before rushing in. Lin Xiao didn't even look up. She just focused on writing and drawing on the paper on the table. She customized this year's plan. She said as she wrote, "Yes." Lin Wenwen immediately came over, and Long Qingying followed behind her. However, she didn't come in, but her ears were stretched out. "Why? So Leader Wu likes you? Or is he here to ask you to take responsibility?" Lin Wenwen opened her eyes wide and asked excitedly. Lin Xiao raised her eyes and glared at her. "What did you say? Didn't the original owner of this body force himself on him before? He must be here to ask you to take responsibility." Lin Wenwen said with a sneaky smile. "Don't tell me you don't know about this. You've taken over her body, so of course, you have to take over everything she did." Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at her and continued to focus on her work. "Are you here to hold me back? If there's nothing else, get out. Can't you see I'm busy? Then tell me what you told him." Lin Wenwen could only pester her to ask one last thing. "I told him I wouldn't agree. Is that okay? Is that okay? Can we go out now?" Lin Xiao replied in a very displeased manner. "Oh. That's it. Okay, I got it." Lin Wenwen turned and left her office. Not long after Lin Wenwen left, Yuan Tianqing came again. Why did he come to propose to you? Is it because of the original owner of this body forcing himself on you? Yuan Tianqing said as soon as he came in. How would I know why he came to propose to me? I want to know the answer too. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said lightly. Then what's your answer? You didn't promise him, did you? Yuan Tianqing stared at her anxiously. Do you think I'll agree to it? Lin Xiao's words meant that he was just asking out of curiosity. Yuan Tianqing was stunned for a moment before his expression relaxed slightly. She was startled. Not long after she confessed, someone came to propose to her. This was too much of a coincidence. Now that he saw Lin Xiao not agreeing, Yuan Tianqing suddenly felt a little better. Yes, there was a sense of schadenfreude that if he couldn't get it, others might not be able to either. Then I'll send someone to investigate his motives, Yuan Tianqing said. At the very least, he had to figure out why Wu Qingyue suddenly did this and what he was after. Lin Xiao nodded. I was just about to send someone over. Since you've asked, I'll leave it to you. After Yuan Tian left, Lu Jun came again. As he handed her the information about the cultivation base, he asked, why did he suddenly come to propose? Was it really because of that matter? After being raped by the original owner of this body, he came to you to take responsibility. But wasn't it a little too long? What's the meaning of only coming now? As soon as Lu Jun heard this, she felt that there was definitely something going on. She didn't believe that Wu Qingyue came to propose because he liked Lin Xiao. Why did he come at this time? I asked Yuan Tianqing to send someone to investigate his motives. Who knows what he's planning, Lin Xiao said as she took the information from the cultivation base and looked at it. The information listed the area of the various types of plants, the comparison with the harvest, and the area of the wasteland that was reclaimed, etc. After Lu Jun left, Lin Xiao finally got a moment of silence. But not long after, Wu Qingyue came again. Seeing Wu Qingyue sneak in with Wu Yueling, Lin Xiao placed an elbow on the table and supported half of his face with his palm. He looked at the father and daughter in silence. Your office is at the hotel. I thought you would set it at the middle school, Wu Qingyue pretended to look left and right as he said with a smile. It's more convenient here. Do you need something? Lin Xiao replied casually and asked him. Although the survivors of the base were moved to the school, the working place was still at the hotel. The meeting room, the living room, Lin Xiao, Qiu Lily, and El Mar's studio were all here. Only Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng's offices were at the middle school. They would only come to the hotel when there was a meeting or when they needed to ask for instructions from the leader. Because there was a lot of zombie activity here, the higher-ups of the base would occasionally come over since it wasn't far. But there was a rule that no one was allowed to come over. I'm here to see if you need my help. Have you done the plan for this year? Wu Qingyue pulled Wu Yueling to sit on the sofa on the other side of the office, not near Lin Xiao's desk. No, thank you. It's just a small matter, I don't dare to bother the number one expert of Haicheng, Lin Xiao declined indifferently. Really? Okay, you can do what you need to do. I'll just sit here, I won't disturb you. Wu Qingyue sat calmly, leaning against the sofa and smiled at her naturally. Lin Xiao looked at him suspiciously, looking as if she was about to ask him to leave. Hey, don't ask me to leave. It's Lingling who wants to come and see you. Do you believe that if you ask us to leave now, she'll start crying? She might even get sick if she cries. Wu Qingyue immediately pushed Lin Xiao with his palm, looking as if he couldn't reject him. Lin Xiao lowered his gaze and looked at Wu Yueling. As expected, she was very cooperative and pursed her lips, looking like she would cry if he asked her to go out. Lin Xiao was speechless. In the end, she could only glare at him coldly and said, do whatever you want, but please don't disturb me. Otherwise, I can leave Lingling here and kick you out. Okay. No problem. Wu Qingyue smiled like a fox, his eyes narrowing into slits. Lin Xiao saw his smirk and rolled his eyes in his mind. She didn't show it on her face, she just lowered her head to work. Wu Qingyue said he wouldn't disturb her, and he really didn't. He just sat there quietly, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiao who was working hard. From time to time, he would secretly communicate with Wu Yueling with hand gestures or eyes. Duan Wan, who was at the door, was speechless. Not long after, everyone in the base knew that leader Wu of Haicheng was chasing after their beautiful leader, wanting to marry her and make her Miss Lingling's mother. Then, they saw leader Wu, who was chasing after the beauty, reveal his nature as a sticky candy. While their leader was working, leader Wu would stick to her office. After work, he would look for her everywhere because their leader had hidden in the space. Wu Qingyue had no choice but to stick to Lin Xiao's office while she was working. He didn't say anything, nor did he cause trouble, he just looked at her quietly. This made everyone in the base think, leader Wu of Haicheng is really free. Chapter 723. Not long after, all the major bases heard the news. All of them were surprised. What? Wu Qingyue proposed to the leader of the new base. Is the leader a woman? All the leaders of China were surprised to hear this news. Xikong Chen's expression was solemn as he said, this base is now known as the Universal Base. According to the intelligence gathered from Sea City, there are only about 3,000 people in the base. The walls hadn't even been built yet, and the leader was also very mysterious. But I did hear that it was a woman. Han Xiao said, other than knowing that she is a woman, I don't know anything else. Moreover, we've lost contact with the first intelligence team that we sent to investigate the situation at this new base called Xingsheng. Now that the second team has just set off, I don't know if they'll be able to find anything. Can't you find out anything from Sea City? Xikong Chen turned to look at him. Han Xiao shook his head. None of the information I've gathered is useful. I did find out about two important people. Who is it? Before Xikong Chen could speak, Wei Haichao, who was next to him, spoke first. This new base was originally built by the survivors who escaped from Hades King's base. Their original leader, Lin Xiao's family, and Hades King's base's deputy leader, Yuan Tianqing, built the base together. Apart from the mysterious female leader, the current situation of this base was unknown. It was Yuan Tianqing and Lin Xiao's elder brother, Lin Feng. The two of them were mainly responsible for the important matters in the base. However, there is another person who joined the universal base from Haicheng. Although his ability is only at the 6th level, he is also in charge of some affairs in this new base. However, his position is not clear. Han Xiao looked at the information in his hand and scanned everyone as he replied. Yuan Tianqing is indeed quite capable. Lin Feng was originally helping Lin Xiao manage a portion of the Netherworld King's base. It was understandable that the two of them could slowly set up this new base. However, their base was located in the zombie city. Why did they choose such a dangerous place to build their base? This was no longer important. What was important was how they built their base. With just 3,000 people, it would be very difficult for them to settle down in a city full of zombies. Furthermore, there aren't many adepts among them. Xikong Chen leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He frowned in confusion. I also want to know the answer to this question. Han Xiao nodded and continued, we'll know when we get all the information about this base. Keep an eye on that female leader. A woman that Wu Qingyue wants to marry, and a leader at that. Looks like she's not simple, Wei Haichao said with interest. Why? Are you interested in this female leader? Han Xiao glanced at Wei Haichao and asked with a smile. I'm curious. Wu Qingyue had never been interested in women, but he suddenly said that he wanted to marry a woman. He said he was going to marry her. He wasn't joking. He had never seen him interact much with this mysterious female leader before. Is there a purpose that others don't know about? Wei Haichao was still curious. I agree with Haichao. Wu Qingyue wouldn't marry a woman for no reason. If there's nothing wrong with this woman, then Wu Qingyue must have some ulterior motives. Sikong Chen nodded. Oh right, there's news from the Black Dragon base. A few important people from the base were assassinated. Moreover, these people were not weak, all of them had rank 5 to rank 6 abilities. This time, the Black Dragon base's strength dropped by 3 levels. Han Xiao revealed another piece of information. Black Dragon base? Did they offend someone? What kind of people died? Sikong Chen paused for a moment and asked curiously. The 2 rank 6 arcanists are the deputy leaders, while the rest are rank 5 arcanists. These people didn't have any connection with each other. The only connection was that they benefited from Mo Yan's incident a few years ago. During the zombie wave, most of the people who had eaten Mo Yan's flesh died. However, there were a few who were lucky enough to escape. Because they had eaten Mo Yan's flesh, their abilities seemed to be leveling up smoothly. This was because their leader was also one of the people who had eaten Mo Yan's flesh. Han Xiao said while looking at the information in his hand. Unfortunately, Mo Yan died. Otherwise, his value would be the same as Makui's. Maybe we could research something useful to the zombies. Speaking of Mo Yan, Lu Jinan and Hu Zhiyong immediately became interested. Yes, it would be great if he didn't die. Hu Zhiyong nodded in agreement. Most of the people present knew that there were indeed some survivors of Mo Yan's flesh and blood that benefited from the incident a few years ago in the Black Dragon base. Therefore, their abilities leveled up faster than ordinary people. For example, Gao Haoyun and the other leader Du Kuansheng, as well as the vice leaders, were all people who had eaten Mo Yan's flesh. Moreover, among the vice leaders of the Black Dragon base, there was someone who had just broken through to rank 7. This Gao Haoyun, I felt that there was something wrong with his aura. I think he was suppressing his aura so that we wouldn't find out that he had broken through to rank 8. Sikong Chen frowned slightly and said as if he suddenly thought of something. What? He already broke through. That's normal. Although there weren't many survivors in the Black Dragon base, their overall strength wasn't low. The leaders' abilities all leveled up very quickly. If it wasn't for us suppressing them with our numbers, I think they would have already attacked our base. Wei Haichao nodded and said. That's right, Leader C. Back then, you also came from the Black Dragon base. Don't tell me you also ate Mo Yan's flesh. At this time, Lu Jinan suddenly turned his head and looked at Sikong Chen with a strange expression. As soon as he asked this, everyone immediately looked at him. Sikong Chen's eyes unconsciously froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He shook his head and said, I wasn't that lucky. Is that so? That's a pity. I wanted to ask if Mo Yan's flesh tasted good. After all, it was Tang Seng's flesh. Lu Jinan smiled strangely and joked. Sikong Chen acted as if nothing had happened and denied it, but only he knew in his heart. Meat, of course, he had eaten it. However, he wouldn't let anyone else know about it. In Sikong Chen's heart, he thought that only he knew about it. However, he didn't know that Mo Yan, who was in the Black Dragon base, could feel the connection between their aura and Mo Yan's body. Hearing Lu Jinan's joke, everyone laughed and looked at the expressionless Sikong Chen. Chapter 724. At the same time, in the Black Dragon base, Gao Haoyun had gathered the other leaders and vice leaders, as well as other top management members to hold a meeting. Gao Haoyun's tough face was as dark as water, his pair of sharp eyes were flickering with a dark light. The people who died were all related to that incident a few years ago, and the killer's method of killing was very strange. If I didn't see that person die with my own eyes, I would have thought that he came back for revenge. He took a deep breath and said, "Impossible. He's dead. Even if he resurrected, he would only become a zombie. After becoming a zombie, he wouldn't remember what happened when he was alive. How could he come back for revenge? Moreover, he only came back after 3 to 4 years." The one who spoke was the only one among the vice leaders who had broken through to rank 7. What Gao Haoyun meant by the strange method of killing was that when these people died, there were a few common characteristics. These corpses were all tied up, their mouths were torn, their throats were ripped open, and even their stomachs were dug out and thrown to the side. Finally, the energy cores in their skulls were emptied, and their faces were twisted in pain and fear. It was as if they were frightened and tortured to death, and their expressions were stiff. From this, it was easy to determine that these people were tortured to death while they were still alive. In this post-apocalyptic world, if you didn't kill with a gun, you would use your ability to attack. This kind of cruel method of torturing people to death, it was obvious that there was too much vengeance involved. So who would hate them so much? Did they want to be tortured to death like this? According to Gao Haoyun's investigation, there was no connection between these people. They either didn't know each other, or they only knew each other's name. But there was no connection between them. But if there was no connection, then there was another connection. That was, they had all eaten Mo Yan's flesh from 4 years ago, and absorbed his energy. They had also cleansed their abilities and physiques. So if one were to think about it according to this clue, then the deaths of these people were related to Mo Yan. But Mo Yan was dead, and the brother who was his best friend had become the enemy who betrayed him. Apart from this, there was no one else who had a good relationship with him. So the question was, who was it that came to avenge him? Who was it? How dare you come to our Black Dragon base and kill so many people? If I catch him, I'll hang him on the city wall and let him suffer the pain of the cold wind cutting his bones. I'll let the cold northeast wind turn him into a popsicle. The other leader, Du Kuansheng, lowered his head slightly and stared at the information on the table while gnashing his teeth. Gao Haoyun's personality was more straightforward, but this handsome Du Kuansheng was much younger than Gao Haoyun. His temperament was much darker than Gao Haoyun's. Let's figure out who he is first. If we want to punish him, we'll have to catch him first. Gao Haoyun glanced at him indifferently. Du Kuansheng didn't refute him. He just let out a dissatisfied snort. At this moment, one of the deputy chiefs said after some deliberation, "There's news about Sea City's leader, Wu Qingyue. I don't know if you're interested." Gao Haoyun glanced at him but did not say anything. However, Du Kuansheng's interest was piqued. He looked at the deputy leader and asked curiously, "Is it about Wu Qingyue? What news is it?" The deputy leader looked at the information in his hands and looked at Gao Haoyun's expression before saying, "A few days ago, Wu Qingyue proposed to his new neighbor, the female leader of the new base." Proposed? Du Kuansheng's face was full of surprise, and then it turned into a curious expression. Gao Haoyun's face was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. The deputy leader nodded and said, "Yes, during the new year. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Although he did have some interactions with this new leader before, it's just that he cooperated with Wu Qingyue in the beginning and asked for some help. The survivors in this base all escaped from Hades' base. The deputy leader is still Yuan Tianqing, but the rest of the management is from the Lin family. I heard that the leader of this new base is a woman, but I don't know what she looks like. Since this Wu Qingyue was willing to help this new base from the beginning, it seems like it's not just a simple cooperation. According to what you said, the two of them might have some kind of secret relationship." Du Kuansheng's eyes lit up. In his mind, he had already imagined Wu Qingyue and the female leader of the new base acting out a scene, and then the female leader wanted to build a base. And Wu Qingyue immediately helped out, but it should be with conditions. At this time, Gao Haoyun suddenly asked, "This base? Until now, we still haven't figured out their background? There's not much information from Haicheng." We only know that this new base is called Universal Base, and its location seems to be in the center of Hangzhou City. The residents are survivors who escaped from Hades base, and the majority of these people are from the Lin family. The deputy leader replied to Gao Haoyun. This Lin family, is it Lin Xiao's family? Du Kuansheng asked. That's right, it's the family of the previous leader of Hades base, Lin Xiao. Other than Lin Xiao, his family is all living in this base. The deputy leader looked at Du Kuansheng and nodded, then turned to Gao Haoyun and said, this is the only information from Haicheng. We didn't find anything else. Then what about Wu Qingyue and the female leader? You didn't find anything? Didn't they say that Wu Qingyue isn't interested in women? He's simply a daughter complex. I thought he was going to play with her. I didn't think that a strange female leader would appear. Du Kuansheng had a strange expression on his face. The deputy leader shook his head and said, we didn't find anything, and we didn't find any information about the female leader. As for matters regarding Wu Qingyue, there was an incident that happened last year. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing with an interested look in his eyes. That matter is a dark history for Wu Qingyue himself. There were two very beautiful women in Haicheng base, but now one is dead, and the other is in a vegetative state. And Wu Qingyue's dark history was caused by that dead woman. Oh, tell me quickly, tell me quickly. Don't stop here. When Du Kuansheng heard that there was a beautiful woman and Wu Qingyue's dark history, his appetite was immediately aroused. Her curiosity was immediately piqued again, and she couldn't wait to continue asking. At this time, Gao Haoyun also looked at the deputy leader. Obviously, he wasn't as interested in Wu Qingyue's dark history as before. His history is that he was raped by this woman who is already dead. And, that's right, it's what you're thinking. The deputy leader said with a smile. Chapter 725. No way. Is it really that kind of thing? Wu Qingyue was also raped by someone, ha 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 ha. Who is that woman? That's amazing. When Du Kuansheng heard this, he laughed as if he had heard something particularly funny. Gao Haoyun, who was expressionless, imagined Wu Qingyue being pressed down by a woman, and his expression became indescribable. Oh, this woman is quite famous. She's an ordinary person without any abilities, but she's still doing well. She relied on her beautiful face and sexy body to find a lot of men to back her up. The deputy leader said and continued, this woman's nature isn't a good person. She relied on Yang Chao, one of the original leaders of Sea City, and did a lot of hateful things in the base. Later, Yang Chao thought it was troublesome, so he used a method to kill her. I didn't expect this woman to rape Wu Qingyue before she died. Of course, when this woman took a liking to Wu Qingyue, Yang Chao also added fuel to the fire. So Yang Chao also died. Du Kuansheng squinted his eyes and said. That woman died less than half a day after she raped Wu Qingyue. So she's a dissolute female ghost after she died. Ah no, it's the end of the world now, even if she wanted to change, she would become a dissolute female zombie. Meng Yuxuan, the level 7 deputy leader, said with a smile. Okay, now that the gossip is over. Then you guys have to be careful, Meng Yuxuan, you've also eaten meat before. Maybe the next one will be you, be more vigilant. Gao Haoyun pointed at the table in front of him and said. Seems like I don't have to worry anymore. Du Kuansheng laughed. Because he didn't eat that person's meat. You're thinking too much, maybe the other party didn't do it for this reason. Gao Haoyun stood up, glanced at him indifferently, and then walked out of the conference room. Blame me. Blame me for not eating meat before. Du Kuansheng looked at Meng Yuxuan in confusion after being glanced at by Gao Haoyun, then shrugged and said. At this time, Wu Qingyue continued to stick to Lin Xiao's base and strolled outside her office and conference room every day. When Lin Xiao was in a meeting, he stood outside the door and stared at Duan Wan, who was acting as the door guard. When Xiao Lin was working in the office, he sat on the sofa with Lingling in his arms and drank tea. "Where is your leader now?" Xiao Liqing asked Duan Wan, who happened to pass by, with a certain piece of information in his hand. "What? Why are you looking for our leader?" Duan Wan looked at him strangely and said, "Shouldn't you be looking for your leader?" Xiao Liqing nodded and said, "Yes, based on the current development, wherever your leader is, he will be. That's why I asked where your leader is." Duan Wan looked up at him speechlessly. Xiao Liqing sighed. "Don't look at me like that. I don't want to either. But I can't stop him from chasing his wife. In order to make it easier for me to get a wife in the future, I'd better not cause trouble for him. If your leader doesn't really like our leader, it would be weird if he could chase her like this." Duan Wan rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. "Hey, you still haven't told me where they are." Xiao Liqing hurriedly shouted at her back. "Go look for it yourself," Duan Wan shouted without turning her head back as she walked. "Yes, I did." Xiao Liqing was speechless as he chased after him. He had searched every office and conference room in the hotel, but he couldn't find anyone. So, he asked someone to ask. "Sweet potato field." Duan Wan, who had walked far away, threw a sentence over. "Oh." Only then did Xiao Liqing respond. He left the hotel, found a car, and drove toward Mount Wu. When he arrived at the cultivation base, he saw an empty space next to the sweet potato field. In the entire empty space, only his leader was digging and loosening the soil. The leader of the Universal Life Base was digging sweet potatoes with their little princess. And these two fields were surrounded by a group of zombies of different levels, ranging from level 3 to level 7. When they saw Xiao Liqing driving over, they began to stare at him from afar. After Xiao Liqing stopped the car, a figure quietly approached his car curiously. But the figure seemed to be a little afraid of Xiao Liqing, so he ran around him to the back of the car and touched the battlefield SUV in front of him. Xiao Liqing turned his head and looked at the other person strangely and saw that the other person's eyes were very pure and curious. There didn't seem to be any threat, so he left it alone. He turned and walked over to Wu Qingyue, who was shaking the hoe and sweating profusely. "She told you to dig here. You seem to be very happy digging." Xiao Liqing walked to Wu Qingyue's side and looked at him with a strange expression. Wu Qingyue finished digging the hoe in his hand and stopped. He leaned against the hoe with his elbow and wiped the sweat on his forehead while looking at Xiao Liqing. "She thinks I'm too annoying," he said with a smile. "You are annoying to begin with." Xiao Liqing looked at the silly smugness in his smile and rolled his eyes in disdain. Didn't she ask him to do something because she thought he was annoying? It's not like she accepted you, so what are you so proud of? What is it? Wu Qingyue looked at the big and small persons squatting in the pile of sweet potato leaves and asked. "I received some news. Your proposal to Miss Lu has successfully attracted the attention of the leaders of the major bases." Xiao Liqing stood next to him and looked in the direction of Lin Xiao. "Aha, I expected this." He didn't hide this matter, so it was normal for the people of other bases to receive the news. "Won't this bring some trouble to her? How are you going to deal with it?" Xiao Liqing turned his head and asked. Wu Qingyue's proposal attracted the attention of other bases, and they will definitely strengthen the investigation of Miss Lu's identity and background. Wouldn't that expose the secret of the army behind her? No, because soon they will be distracted by another matter. Didn't you receive the news from the Black Dragon base? Wu Qingyue smiled calmly. You know. Xiao Liqing looked at him with some surprise. I just guessed that there was this possibility, but I don't know what happened in reality. Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling with a smile. He saw that she was happy because she had successfully dug out a sweet potato. He continued to ask, so now something has happened at the Black Dragon base? Xiao Liqing nodded. 2 deputy leaders and several level 5 psychics died inexplicably, and they all died very miserably. He was tortured to death by someone, and we don't know whether the murderer was a human or a ghost. Chapter 726. Of course it's going to be miserable. A certain zombie had its flesh cut off piece by piece before it died. If it was you, would you let it die comfortably? Wu Qingyue said as he turned his head to look at Xiao Licheng. Xiao Licheng was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. Then he frowned as if he thought of something. You mean Mo Yen? Wu Qingyue knew that Mo Yen was the Mo Yen that was locked up to eat meat, but he didn't tell Xiao Licheng about it. When Xiao Licheng heard that Mo Yen was cut off piece by piece, he thought of the incident that happened a few years ago. And it happened in the northeast, so it wasn't hard to figure out the answer. Yeah. Otherwise, which Mo Yen would it be? Wu Qingyue nodded. Then, he picked up the hoe and started digging again. So, he is going to take revenge. Then we have to destroy the Black Dragon base. Most of those who have improved their abilities the fastest are the ones who ate human flesh back then. Xiao Licheng finally understood what Wu Qingyue meant. With Mo Yen around, the commotion he caused in the northeast would be even more eye-catching. It would definitely attract more attention than his leader's proposal. That's not all. Other than the Black Dragon base, there are still some scattered in China. There were also some scattered in China. Although there weren't many of them, if Mo Yen killed all of them, then those in China would be afraid. When they're afraid, they'll unconsciously give themselves away, Wu Qingyue said while panting from time to time as he worked on the farm. If one had the intention to investigate, one would naturally discover these clues. That's true, but China is so big, would they be worried about a mere Mo Yen? Even if it's the Zombie King, China's leaders and board members are not to be trifled with. Moreover, the military weapons in their base are also very powerful. Xiao Licheng rubbed his chin and looked straight ahead at a certain spot on the ground diagonally below him, and said with a thoughtful expression. China doesn't have to worry about Mo Yen, but there is one person that we need to be careful of. Who told him to eat other people's flesh? How could Sanzang's flesh be that delicious? It's poisonous. Wu Qingyue laughed and threw the hoe into the ground again. Who? Xiao Licheng immediately looked up. Xikong Chen, he came to China from the northeast. Otherwise, why do you think his ability rose so quickly? Wu Qingyue said. So, after the zombie emperor finishes dealing with the Black Dragon base, the next target will be China? Xiao Licheng asked. Who knows? You're so sure that the zombie emperor will win? Wu Qingyue smiled as he glanced at him. Xiao Licheng raised his eyebrows and said, a zombie emperor, 5 level 2 kings, and a few level 1 kings. Perhaps he took in other subordinates on his way north. With such a strong zombie army, even if they openly went against the entire Black Dragon base, the chances of victory were still very high. What's more, he was the zombie emperor. He could definitely make the Black Dragon base experience a second wave of zombies. Let's see how he plays. That's right. You said that only a few vice chiefs and rank 5 metahumans died inexplicably. Then he should be preparing to carry out an assassination first. That might attract a corpse tide, Wu Qingyue said. Xiao Licheng nodded and suddenly looked at Lin Xiao. I wonder if Miss Lu has received the news. Should we tell her? Wu Qingyue smiled and shook his head. She heard it all. Lin Xiao did indeed hear it, but she did not show it. After Xiao Licheng finished speaking, he turned around and walked onto the road. Just now, he saw a zombie circling around his car. Now that it appeared, the female zombie immediately hid on the other side of the car. What are you doing? Xiao Licheng walked up and asked, but he felt that something was wrong. He then looked at the female zombie hiding behind the car and asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" After asking, he looked at the female zombie who still had a blank look on her face and sighed. This guy's level was very low, he was the lowest here, not even level 3. Miss Lu would keep such a low-level zombie by her side. Could this guy have some special relationship with Miss Lu? Xiao Liqing curiously guessed. But he didn't know that the low-level Xiao Xiao in front of him just wanted to follow Lin Xiao. And Lin Xiao saw that she was the first zombie with a subordinate attribute, so he kept her by his side. Looking at her ignorant and timid look, Lin Xiao felt that his rabbit was braver than her. Just when Xiao Liqing thought that the female zombie did not understand human language, he saw her carefully moving along the car. The two dark zombies' eyes were filled with strong curiosity. Xiao Liqing saw this kind of small animal-like zombie for the first time. He really wanted to yell at her, "You are a zombie, pay attention to your image, okay?" But why did he feel that it was a little cute? Xiao Xiao carefully moved closer and saw that Xiao Liqing was standing still and did not seem to be doing anything. So she grew a little bolder, and drew nearer to him. Xiao Liqing quietly looked at her slowly moving closer, and even stuck out her nose to sniff left and right. Then he saw the female zombie's face had a trace of an intoxicated expression, and she moved a few steps closer. "You are so close, don't tell me you want to bite me," Xiao Liqing suddenly said when she moved closer to him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the female zombie's expression suddenly froze. She looked up at him blankly, then turned around abruptly and ran away. Xiao Liqing looked at the female zombie who ran very fast, and ran along the small path at the edge of the vegetable field to hide in the cabin. How scary was he? Xiao Liqing silently thought, then shook his head, turned around, opened the door, and drove away. As he drove, he thought to himself, did the female zombie understand what I said? Or did she not understand? But looking at her reaction, she seemed to understand. Lin Xiao, who was in the ground, also noticed this scene. She knew that Xiao Xiao could actually understand human language, but it was limited to simple meanings. If it was said too much or too profound, she would not understand. As for Xiao Xiao's action of moving closer, it was actually because she was attracted by the human fragrance on Xiao Liqing's body. When she was tempted by the fragrance, she was startled by Xiao Liqing, who suddenly spoke, and then turned around and ran away. Well, she was indeed very timid. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao was already helpless. As a zombie, was it really good to be so timid? Chapter 727. You've been here for so many days. Don't you need to go back and deal with things? Lin Xiao brought Wu Yueling to a place not far from Wu Qingyue and asked him. Wu Qingyue clearly felt the annoyance in Lin Xiao's words. He didn't know how many times she wanted to drive him away. Okay, I got it. You just don't want to see me right now. Okay, I'll go back first. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a funny smile. If you know, then why don't you go back? Lin Xiao rolled her eyes in her heart and looked at him expressionlessly. Indeed, Wu Qingyue left just like that. That afternoon, he left the base with his people, but why didn't your dad take you with him? Lin Xiao, who was sitting in front of the desk, looked at the little one sitting on the sofa and asked blankly. Dad said he was very busy when he went back and asked me to play with Zombie Mama. The little one looked up at her and said in her heart. I'm not busy when he's busy. Also, don't call me that, okay? Lin Xiao looked at her helplessly and then said, why is he so assured that you are here with me? He clearly wanted to kill me last year. Was he treating her as a free babysitter now? But Dad said to call you that, I listened to Dad. Wu Yueling looked at Lin Xiao blankly. You listen to him, but you don't listen to me. Then why are you still following me? Lin Xiao looked at her. Wu Yueling looked at her in confusion. Lingling is obedient, Lingling listens to Dad. But if she doesn't call her Zombie Mama, then what should she call her? Call her Auntie Lu. Don't add the word zombie. Lin Xiao corrected her. Wu Yueling looked at her with her big eyes, confused and hesitant. At this time, someone knocked on the door and opened it. Lin Xiao looked up and saw Duan Wan opened the door, but she made way for them. The two little people stood at the door and poked their heads in. After calling Lin Xiao aunt in a low voice, they immediately looked at Wu Yueling. Okay, your sister Xiaolu is here to play with you. Lingling, go out and play with them. Lin Xiao nodded at Lin Xiaolu and said to Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling turned to look at the door and saw Lin Xiaolu waving at her. She then looked at Lin Xiao, who nodded. She slid down from the sofa and walked towards the door. Seeing her come over, Lin Xiaolu carried the hidden rabbit out. When Wu Yueling saw the chubby gray rabbit, her eyes immediately lit up. Seeing Wu Yueling leave happily, Lin Xiao then looked at the work in his hands. Her current work was still focused on planting. A large piece of land in Wushan had already been loosened up. The first batch of plants in the space had also matured. Lu Tianyi had also cultivated the second batch of seedlings, indicating that they could be planted outside. Looking at the seedling list, there were rice, wheat, cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, beans, and so on. They were divided into two parts. The staple rice and wheat were planted on the other side, melons and vegetables were planted on the other side. On the other side, Xie Dong had also brought back news from the Black Dragon base. Mo Yen seemed to hate them very much. Every time they died, their mouths would be ripped open, and their stomachs would be dug out. Finally, their throats would be ripped open. And these people wanted to die but couldn't. Because Mo Yen had a level 5 female zombie with him, she was a healer. With her, those people wouldn't die too quickly. Of course he would hate. If you were locked up for a year and had a piece of your flesh cut off, you couldn't die even if you wanted to, and you had to endure the pain of your wound every day. Do you hate him? Lin Xiao looked at the information and said indifferently without raising her head. Then she looked at Xie Dong strangely. Huh? That female zombie is a healer. No wonder Mo Yen always kept her by his side. Her ability is effective on humans, but what about zombies? Xie Dong nodded expressionlessly, pointed at the paper in her hand and asked her to turn to the next page. Lin Xiao flipped the first page up, and the second page was the information of the female zombie. Xie Dong didn't dare to get close to Mo Yan's group of zombie kings, so he could only follow behind them to find out the information they left behind. There was a case written on the paper. One of Mo Yan's subordinates, a level 6 zombie king, was injured by the leader of the Black Dragon base, and recovered after one night. It seemed like the female zombie's ability was also effective on zombies. There was also a bunch of other zombies' information attached at the back. This was the task that Lin Xiao gave to Xie Dong after Mo Yen left. I have to find a way to make you speak, it's really inconvenient for you to be like this. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up at him and sighed helplessly. I think with my ability to control the lake water, I should be able to repair your throat. Do you want to try? If it was successful, she would be able to restore Lu Tianyi and Shen Yuzhen's voices, even though they looked no different from normal people. This way, it would be easier for them to do things in the future. Xie Dong's eyes lit up when he heard that he could speak. He nodded without hesitation. All right then, get ready and come find me the day after tomorrow. I'll arrange for Lu Jun and the others to plant the seedlings. Lin Xiao nodded. Xie Dong nodded and left. Lin Xiao looked at the list of people from the Black Dragon base and the list of people who had died. Her eyes settled on the two leaders, and then she put away the information. After the seedlings were successfully planted, Xie Dong came the next day. Lin Xiao went to the bottom of the lake and gathered all the energy in her hands, waiting for Xie Dong to take off his clothes. This wasn't the first time, so Xie Dong didn't go down as awkwardly. After reaching the bottom of the lake, Lin Xiao didn't go near Xie Dong, but instead controlled the energy to change from a few meters away. This was because Xie Dong couldn't get close to the energy. The compressed energy became more pressurized. A few tentacles as thick as an arm came out from the energy and moved towards Xie Dong, then wrapped around him like a human cocoon. It was just like little man's control. Because the energy tentacles were only in the form of tentacles, there was some distance between them and the energy. Therefore, Xie Dong didn't feel any pressure, and Lin Xiao could control the energy to repair Xie Dong's throat. This was the first time Lin Xiao had controlled energy to repair someone. Previously, she had only controlled the energy to filter the energy from the outside world, which was much simpler. 3 hours later, Lin Xiao felt that Xie Dong's throat structure had been repaired, so she removed the energy tentacles. Then, she used one of them to push Xie Dong to the surface of the lake. When Xie Dong came out of the water, he immediately woke up. Then, he realized that Lin Xiao's repair treatment was over, so he immediately swam towards the lake. Chapter 728. Lin Xiao waited for him to reach the shore, then released the condensed energy and followed him. Xie Dong had already put on his clothes and was waiting a few meters away from the shore. He saw Lin Xiao coming out of the water with a cloud of black smoke. After she put on her clothes, the black smoke drilled into her palm. "How is it? Can you speak now?" Lin Xiao walked over after tidying up her clothes and asked Xie Dong, who had turned his back to avoid eye contact. Xie Dong turned around, looked at Lin Xiao and opened his mouth. His throat moved. "Yes." His voice was rough and hoarse, not like a normal person's voice. But the words were clear, so it was no problem for him to speak. "Congratulations." Lin Xiao nodded to him with a smile. "No, thank you, leader. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have become a mindless zombie. I would have either eaten people or been hunted down." Xie Dong suddenly knelt down in front of Lin Xiao and said with his head down. His hoarse and deep voice clearly revealed his deep gratitude. "What are you doing? Stand up. Why are you kneeling?" Lin Xiao quickly moved 2 steps to the side and looked down at him in surprise. "No, my second life was given to me by you. If there's anything in the future, please let me do it for you, no matter what it is. Please let me stay by your side." After saying this, Xie Dong slowly stood up. He looked at her with a firm gaze. Lin Xiao looked at him speechlessly and said, "Haven't you been helping me? All right, you don't have to do these troublesome things with me. If you want to stay, then stay. If you want to leave, just tell me. Now it's all good, as long as you can speak. Then I can try to help others." The next day, Lin Xiao left the base with a group of zombies. They went to collect energy nuclei. This time, El Mar stayed in the base. Lin Xiao took Xie Dong, Lu Tianyi, Shen Yuzhen and the others, as well as half of the zombies in the space. The other half was left for Lu Jun to look after the plantation. He was heading in the direction of the West Lake District. If he wanted to look for mutated plants, he would have to find them. If they wanted to find mutant plants, there would be a lot of lakes or forest parks in the West Lake District. Driving a military off-road vehicle, Lin Xiao brought a group of zombies to West Lake District. She hadn't forgotten that there was still a large number of zombies she had brought back here. Now the entire West Lake District and the Uptown District were filled with zombies. She first arrived at the place where the zombies gathered. Standing on the roof of the high-rise building, Lin Xiao just whistled. The zombies below started to gather towards their location. Not long after, the streets below were filled with low-level zombies. Xie Dong and Qiu Lily, who were standing beside Lin Xiao, scanned the zombies below. There are quite a lot of them leveling up. Right now, there are probably more than 300 level 2 and level 3 monsters here. There are still a few level 4 monsters. Chiu Lily looked down at the slow-moving ordinary zombies, and the level 2 and level 3 zombies that were climbing or leaping onto the surrounding high ground. After a rough count, there were about 200 of them. Xie Dong counted silently. He took out his notebook and looked at it while recording it down. It's about time. It wasn't that long to begin with. It's normal for so many to come out. Lin Xiao said lightly. She leaped down from a relatively spacious building with a relatively empty roof. She left a message for them. Call them up and feed them the medicine. Chiu Lily, Xie Dong, Jing Yan, Ah Song, and Ah Chong immediately jumped down towards the level 2 and level 3 zombies. Not long after, they gathered the zombies and brought them to the roof where Lin Xiao was. About 200 level 2 and level 3 zombies were crowded together on the roof. Stand there and don't move. Xie Dong was the first one who didn't like the messy group. He shouted with a hoarse voice. However, the zombies didn't respond very quickly to his command. The level 3 zombies were fine, but the level 2 zombies were confused. Chiu Lily brought more than a dozen level 4 zombies and asked them to stand on the side. Stand here and form 2 lines. Chiu Lily said. However, after becoming zombies, they didn't know what lining up meant. They were all confused. On the other side, Xie Dong pulled them one by one, making them line up in a simple line. Then he went over to Chiu Lily's side and pulled the level 4 zombies one by one to their positions. Remember your positions. From now on, line up like this. Chiu Lily said to the zombies. Lin Xiao took out her virus medicine from the space and gave it to Xie Dong. She asked him to take Jing Yan and the others to feed the zombies. She turned her head and looked at the zombies that were gathering. There were so many of them that she couldn't see any open space between the buildings. They were all filled with zombies. Some of the higher level zombies that came later climbed to the roof of the building and even the top of the tree. Lin Xiao purposely gathered these zombies here and left them alone. He wanted them to level up and break through by themselves. Of course, this process was bloody and cruel, but it was the law of nature. After using one night to modify the newly leveled zombies, they were all put into the space. Lin Xiao brought the team to their first target at dawn the next day. Wu Qingyue and Haiqing immediately got the news when Lin Xiao left the base. He smiled and said, "Looks like she's going to collect energy cores and expand the zombie army. The density of zombies in the West Lake District is so high, there must be a lot of zombies breaking through. When they reach level 3 or 4, they will become part of her power. With this army, the thousands of people in her base won't have to worry about anything." Xiao Liqing stood on the floor in front of Wu Qingyue's desk and said. "With her there, as long as those people don't court death, they won't have to worry about anything. Also, isn't the second batch of Hades survivors already on the way? How many people did they lose?" Wu Qingyue's smiling eyes flashed a warm color as he asked. "They started half a month ago. Along the way, about 150 people died for various reasons." Xiao Liqing flipped through the book in his hand and said. The various reasons he was talking about, of course, other than natural disasters, there were also man-made reasons. Many of them were treated as eliminated. They were either pushed out to block the zombies or were left in the zombie horde. Apart from this, there's also news from the Earth Dragon base. It seems that there are people who want to escape and seek refuge with the Universal Life base. Xiao Liqing said. The news of the new Universal Life base had already spread to all the major bases. Even if they weren't very clear about it, they at least knew about it. They also confirmed that it was true and not a rumor. Earth Dragon Base? Almost. Now that Hidden Cloud City has fallen, there are so many survivors with no one to care about. Also, the resources of the Earth Dragon Base have long been drained by Hidden Cloud City. If the people of the Earth Dragon Base don't find another way out, then they will starve to death, or die of illness or freeze to death. Wu Qingyue thought about it and understood what was going on. Then why are they rushing over? Aren't they afraid of the survivors of the Hades King's base tearing them apart? Xiao Liqing said with a strange expression. In front of starving to death, perhaps they would rather bow down and lick the ground. Also, the new base also has a new rule. If they join, they can't kill people on the surface. At least on the surface, they can still be protected. As for secretly, it's hard to say. Wu Qingyue said indifferently. Chapter 729. Plus, I think the people from Tsungyun are going to have to leave soon after Skyfire takes their resources. They're going to have to find another base to rely on. Earth Dragon is out of the question. On one side is the new base in East China, and on the other is the Chinese base in North China. If it were you, which one would you choose? Wu Qingyue leaned back in his chair, one hand resting on the table as he smiled at Xiao Liqing. If you want to enter the Chinese base, you'll have to hand over corpse cores, energy points, or something of equal value. But these people didn't bring much with them from Tsungyun City. I think most of them will choose the universal base, since they don't have to pay rent. Xiao Liqing lowered his head in thought, then looked up again. Looks like it'll be a busy year. Isn't it? The walls aren't even finished yet. But at least there aren't that many people in the base. The area the zombie girl circled out has a lot of empty buildings, and there's a lot of school buildings around the school as well. We don't have to worry about rooms. But even if Yuan Tianqing takes care of it, it'll be more than enough for her to go through. Wu Qingyue said. The leader didn't have to personally handle the arrangements for the new arrivals. But he had to look over their basic information and where they lived. Aren't we going to bring Miss Lingling back? Xiao Liqing asked. No, she has friends to play with. She's always alone when she comes back with me. Let her play there. Wu Qingyue shook his head. That's true. She can play with the girl from Lin Feng's family and Lu Jun's kid. That's the first friend she's made. Xiao Liqing sighed. Children were at an innocent age, and having friends to play with would help them develop a lively and cheerful personality. For a child with autism, it would be a great help. I think, for the sake of Miss Lingling's condition, you should marry Miss Lu. But from what I see between the two of you, I think, why don't you just marry her yourself? This way, there might be a higher chance. After saying this, Xiao Liqing turned around and walked out. What the hell? Do you want me to be your boss? Wu Qingyue scolded him with a smile. Otherwise, you can slowly endure it. Let's see how long you can last. Xiao Liqing looked back at him, opened the door, and left. Wu Qingyue touched his chin and thought about it. Looking at the female zombie's attitude, even if he threw himself at her, she wouldn't want him. Even if I want to marry, she might not marry me. He murmured. On the other side, after Lin Xiao took in a new batch of zombies, he followed his senses and headed toward the forest by West Lake. The plants after the end of the world are really scary. Qiu Lily sighed as she looked at the forest that had become so big that it covered the sky. You're surprised now. In another 10 or 20 years, you'll see what these flowers, plants, and trees look like. After Lin Xiao stopped the car at the end of the road beside the forest, he led Xie Dong into the bushes. Qiu Lily was still floating high above the treetop. The white figure was flying around the treetop. As Lin Xiao walked forward, he opened a path with his claws and black fire. Xie Dong, who was next to him, didn't dare to use his ability to open a path. He was afraid that he would accidentally set the forest on fire. He held a military knife in his hand and chopped the vines while observing the surrounding trees. Just like that, the group of people opened a path and walked inside. After walking for an hour, they could clearly feel the fluctuations of energy. We're almost there. You guys stay outside and guard. I'll go in and deal with that thing. Lin Xiao clenched his right fist and raised it to his shoulder to stop the people behind him from talking. Xie Dong and the others also felt a restless aura. When they heard Lin Xiao's words, they all stopped. He knew that Lin Xiao didn't ask them to stop because he was afraid that there was something outside causing trouble. It was because he didn't want them to get close to avoid alerting the enemy. Lin Xiao restrained her aura and walked inside. This time, the aura wasn't very strong. But Lin Xiao could smell a strange aura in it, and it also had a trace of danger. Knowing that the current mutant plants had become monsters, Lin Xiao was very vigilant every time. She slowly moved towards the direction of the energy aura. The surrounding trees were very dense, so Lin Xiao could only jump on a branch and move forward. When she reached the place, she saw that there was a big mushroom in the middle of an open space with a radius of 300 to 400 square meters. The color of the mushroom's umbrella was very dazzling and beautiful. Red, purple, blue, and yellow were painted with beautiful patterns. The entire mushroom umbrella was the size of a normal umbrella, and the straight pole in the middle was as thick as an adult's thigh. The big mushroom was about 2 meters tall, and it gave people a strange feeling. Although the color was very beautiful, people who knew about mushrooms would know that colorful mushrooms were usually poisonous. At the tip of the umbrella, there was a small brown lump of material. Lin Xiao could see that there was an energy cluster 10 centimeters below the tip of the umbrella. This was the place where the energy core of the mutant mushroom was located. Even though she was standing 200 to 300 meters away from the mushroom, Lin Xiao could smell a stench that was very smelly to her. But she knew that if this smell was smelled by a human or other mutant beast, it would definitely be different from what she smelled. Looking at the area around the mutated mushroom, it was also a very powerful fellow. The current mutant plants, as long as the level of their energy core increased, the area around their habitat would be cleared out by their energy. This was the same phenomenon that occurred when Lin Xiao hunted so many mutant plants. Squeak squeak squeak, at this time, there was the sound of a mouse. Lin Xiao looked down and saw a very large mutant mouse crawling in. The mouse's body was the size of a Chinese rural dog, and it walked a little unsteadily. Its eyes were infatuated, and its nose kept sniffing in the direction of the mushroom. Lin Xiao silently looked at the huge mouse crawling towards the mushroom, as if it was drunk. It staggered left and right until it reached the mushroom's root. The big mouse appeared to be a lot more docile. Although its 2 sharp teeth were exposed, it didn't give off a fierce feeling. It leaned against the mushroom's root in intoxication, and slightly closed its eyes, as if it was about to fall asleep. After a while, Lin Xiao saw a few white tentacles hanging down from the mushroom umbrella. The tentacles that were as thick as a baby's arm gently twisted towards the big mouse. Just as it was very close to the mouse, the tip of the tentacle suddenly fiercely pierced into the mouse's body. Puff! Squeak! Squeak squeak, the big mouse didn't have any reaction at first, but after a few seconds, it had a violent reaction. Then it began to struggle with all its might. Chapter 730. The large rat shrieked in pain and struggled violently. However, the tentacles that pierced into its body didn't show any signs of loosening. Instead, they dug deeper and deeper. After a few minutes, the large rat gradually stopped struggling. Its body was pierced by a few tentacles. The tentacles that had been white previously, now started to turn red from where they pierced into the rat's body. The red color quickly spread to the top of the tentacles. It was like a patient receiving an intravenous drip, and the blood flowed back into the test tube. The mushroom was clearly sucking the blood of the large rat. Lin Xiao looked at the red tentacles. It didn't take long for the large rat to be sucked dry. She looked at her surroundings strangely. Since the large mushroom was sucking the blood of living creatures, what about corpses? The other mutated plants had more or less corpses and skeletons around them. However, there was nothing around the large mushroom. Just as Lin Xiao was curiously observing, she saw the mushroom's tentacles loosen and throw the dried-up rat corpse to its roots. Following that, the roots of the large mushroom began to tremble and split open. Then, the large mushroom pulled itself out of the ground. Looking at the few thick roots, there was a hole below. The hole immediately emitted the stench of rotting corpses and soil. Lin Xiao was speechless. Clearly, this was a mushroom that could walk. After the large mushroom pulled its roots out of the ground, it used the roots to wrap the rat into the smelly hole. Then, the large mushroom sat on the top of the hole again. The soil around its roots was pushed back from the bottom, quickly covering the tracks it had left behind when it ran out. This was a smart mushroom. Lin Xiao looked at the mushroom. It could even wipe away the traces after eating. Staying in the same place and pretending to not move, it had also become a spirit. After the mushroom spirit had its fill, it happily buried the corpse of the mouse under its roots to use it as nourishment. However, it didn't know that its actions, which it thought no one had noticed, had already been seen by Lin Xiao, who was hiding on a nearby tree. Lin Xiao looked at the mushroom spirit quietly standing in the middle of the empty space. Just as she was about to jump down and attack it, some subtle movements came from the forest next to them, causing Lin Xiao to stop what he was doing. The reason why she stopped was that the thing that came this time couldn't be compared to the big rat from before. That was because the previous mice were bewitched, but this time, they came with a strong killing intent. Clearly, this was a hunter, and not a prey that the mushroom spirit had lured over. An aura with a fierce killing intent approached from afar. It was silent and didn't move at all. The mushroom spirit didn't seem to realize that a killer was coming towards it. It was stretching its mushroom umbrella, looking very lazy and relaxed. Here it comes. Lin Xiao turned his head to look in the direction of the hunter. Soon, he saw a huge black figure crawling to the edge of the clearing. The mushroom spirit still wanted to open its mushroom umbrella, but in the next second, it suddenly froze. Then, in the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao suddenly jumped up, curled up his mushroom hair, and ran to the other side. It ran away. And he ran very fast. Lin Xiao only saw a shadow, and the guy disappeared into the forest. At the same time, the black shadow that was lurking just now also rushed out. It turned into a huge black shadow and chased in the direction that the mushroom spirit escaped. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao saw the two disappear in front of her. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Lin Xiao's figure also flashed, and she chased in the direction that the two had gone. Following the scent, she quickly caught up with the two strange fellows, one in front and one behind. Looking at the mushroom head that had shrunk its mushroom umbrella into a triangular shape, and its vertical body, there were 4 to 5 roots that were as thick as an adult's calf. But now, this mushroom spirit was swinging these thick roots like a gust of wind, and only a blurry shadow could be seen. Its running speed was also like a gust of wind. After following for a while, Lin Xiao was speechless to find that this strange mutated beast obviously couldn't outrun this mushroom spirit. Looking at the mutated beast that was running and panting, but still couldn't catch up, Lin Xiao silently raised a white flag for this guy in his heart. After following for a long distance, the distance between these two Logia-type mutated spiritual monsters was getting longer and longer. Seeing that the mushroom spirit had already run out of sight, the mutated beast behind it reluctantly stopped, because it couldn't run anymore. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly pounced on this mutated beast from the tree. He waved his claws and slashed at the mutated beast's neck. Roar dash! The mutated beast that was originally panting from exhaustion suddenly felt a huge sense of danger, but it couldn't react in time. Just as it was struggling to avoid Lin Xiao's attack, it was already too late. This was a huge black pig that had evolved into the appearance of a giant wild boar. The half-meter-long mane on its neck was thick and hard, its face was ferocious, and its teeth were exposed, shining with a sharp cold light. Its body was the size of a water buffalo, and its whole body was covered with black hair. But even so, this mutated pig's head was cut in half by Lin Xiao. Scarlet blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. After quickly storing the mutated pig's corpse into her space, Lin Xiao continued to chase in the direction of the mushroom spirit's escape. The mushroom spirit was still running, and didn't stop just because the mutated wild boar didn't continue to chase after it. It was still running like a gust of wind in the forest, nimbly avoiding the obstacles of rocks and trees. Lin Xiao quickly skimmed from the top of the tree, and quickly caught up. Just when the distance between her and the mushroom spirit was about 100 meters, she suddenly saw that the mushroom spirit's mushroom head seemed to twist backwards, and then its speed instantly increased by another level. Huh? Did it discover her? Lin Xiao thought curiously, could it be that this mushroom spirit could even sense her when she was invisible? But why was it so slow to sense the mutated wild boar just now? Or could it be that it was within a certain distance from it? While thinking, she had no choice but to increase her speed to catch up. Although this mushroom spirit didn't know how to climb trees, it could still jump. It could step on the top of this tree, and then jump to a rock a few meters or even a dozen meters away, and then jump again, and then jump out again. In any case, apart from not being able to climb trees, this thing was running very happily on the ground. Nothing seemed to be able to stop it, until a river suddenly appeared in front of it. The river wasn't very wide, probably about 20 to 30 meters wide. But the mushroom spirit came to a sudden stop, and then turned 90 degrees, continuing to run along the river bank. Chapter 731. Looking at the big mushroom that only left an afterimage, Lin Xiao realized that it could actually feel her existence. As long as she was within 100 meters of the big mushroom, she would notice that this guy seemed to have a particularly intense reaction. Lin Xiao couldn't get close to it. If that was the case, Lin Xiao's figure suddenly flashed. A few seconds later, she came out with a dog and a snake. Catch it! There's a running mushroom in front. You two flank it from the side. Don't let it run away. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with interest. She released the two animals to chase the running mushroom. A whoop! The zombie dog barked excitedly and dashed out, although it didn't know what the mushroom Lin Xiao was talking about was. However, it could sense a moving mass of energy in the direction Lin Xiao was pointing at. With its intelligence, it immediately understood that Lin Xiao was referring to the moving mass of energy. The snake's idea was similar to Ah Wang's. Therefore, the two of them dashed out quickly, leaving two small gusts of wind as they chased after the mushroom. Ah Wang and the snake, who had leveled up to level 6 and had modified their bodies, were much faster than before. So, it didn't take long for the mushroom to realize that it was surrounded. When Lin Xiao appeared, she smiled. Behind her was the river, in front of her was Ah Wang, and on both sides were Dahe and herself. Keep running. Don't forget that you're a mushroom. You're cheating to run so fast, okay? Lin Xiao looked at the mushroom, which was standing on the riverbank with its legs buried in the soil. Obviously, this fellow was afraid of water. It had run all the way here because it didn't dare to get too close to the riverbank. Howl woof, Wang excitedly swung his bald tail and roared at Big Mushroom as if he was about to pounce on him. Its eyes lit up as it grinned at the mushroom. This aura belongs to a plant. Why is it running? On the other side, Dahe wasn't as excited as Ah Wang. Its calm snake face flicked its long and thin tongue at the mushroom from time to time. Occasionally, it shook the tip of its tail to show that it was curious about the running mushroom. Regardless of Lin Xiao's words or the ferocious zombie dog, Big Mushroom just stood there quietly without moving. If it wasn't for the fact that it was running after it, and the strange way it was curled up into a ball. Others might even think that this huge mushroom originally grew here. Woof, go and scratch its paws, Lin Xiao said to Ah Wang. Woo, Wang immediately let out a cry and pounced forward. He stretched out his two front paws and clawed at the mushroom head. When it sensed Ah Wang's attack, big mushroom immediately shrunk its canopy even tighter. However, it didn't dodge Ah Wang's claws. Ding! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out. The mushroom actually used the hard layer on top of it to block Ah Wang's claws. Because Lin Xiao had said that he would only scratch twice, Ah Wang didn't use too much strength. Therefore, these two claws did not leave any damage on the mushroom spirit. At this moment, the mushroom spirit's umbrella suddenly opened. A gust of energy gushed out from it and even scattered with colorful powder. The powder spread quickly in the air. Lin Xiao didn't care, and neither did Ah Wang. However, Big Black quickly retreated, feeling a sense of danger. However, it was too late. It had sucked in some of the energy powder. Lin Xiao noticed Big Black's reaction and suddenly thought of how the big rat had been lured over. However, the big wild boar wasn't lured. Lin Xiao didn't know whether it was because of its level or its species. Just when she was distracted by Dahe, the mushroom spirit over there suddenly jumped up again, turned around, and flashed in the direction of Dahe, leaving only a shadow behind and running away. What's more, Dahe didn't react to its movements and let the mushroom spirit run away from it. Big Black. Lin Xiao knew something was wrong when she saw Big Black's expression. She quickly went to check the situation. At the same time, she shouted to Ah Wang, "Woof, go after it." Woof. Ah Wang looked at Big Black and then turned to look at Mushroom Spirit, who had already disappeared. It hesitated for a moment. Lin Xiao looked at Mushroom Spirit, who had disappeared again, and shouted to Ah Wang, "Go quickly. Big Black won't die. It was just lured." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and put Big Black into the space forest. Then, she immediately turned around and chased after Mushroom Spirit. The Mushroom Spirit ran very fast. It was several times faster than before. Lin Xiao and Ah Wang couldn't catch up with it. After chasing for more than 10 kilometers, they had chased it from the park by the lake to another mountain. As a plant mushroom, it was running all over the wilderness. Was it really okay? Lin Xiao was speechless. Awoo, Ah Wang was also excited about the chase. As it ran, it screamed and made a series of noises. It was afraid that Mushroom Spirit didn't know its existence. It was obvious that it treated Mushroom Spirit as a toy. As it chased Mushroom Spirit all over the mountain, it caused quite a commotion. The birds in the forest were startled and flew away. Mutated beasts of lower levels were also scared and scurried around. Some high-level mutated beasts and mutated plants just watched from afar. They didn't go near or leave. While Lin Xiao was chasing Mushroom Spirit all over the mountain with the zombie dogs, the remaining survivors of Hades' base were about to enter the territory of Hangzhou City. This group of people was divided into two groups. One group had more metahumans, but their qualities didn't improve with the awakening of their abilities. Perhaps, they were just ordinary people. These people didn't receive military training or special training. However, because they had awakened their abilities and gained strength, they felt that they were superior to others. To ordinary people who didn't have their abilities, they treated them as if they were ants. The other group was led by a few men who were originally soldiers. They used the cruel methods that were often used in the military to train ordinary people. As for the targets of their training, they were naturally the zombies that were everywhere along the way. Therefore, through the training, ordinary people dared to pick up various weapons to kill zombies. Their reaction speed gradually improved, and they survived tenaciously. As for those who were eliminated from the training, most of them died of virus infection after being scratched by zombies. As for these two groups of people, the leaders of the metahumans advocated giving up on these ordinary people. This way, it would save time and food along the way. However, on the side of the ordinary soldiers, they were very united in their opposition. If it wasn't for the fact that these soldiers were previously trained in various combat skills and stamina, they would be able to resist the zombies if they grouped together, allowing them to put in less effort. These metahumans had already split into two groups and left the ordinary people behind. Chapter 732. Boss, he can't hold on much longer. Among the two groups of people that came from the old Hell King's base, a man ran up to the leader and pointed to a person lying motionless in the corner. They were currently in a small town, and the place they were in was an ordinary two-story building. The upper floors were occupied by the ability users, and the first floor was left to the ordinary people. Then there's nothing we can do. They don't have any healing ability users, and we don't have any medicine here. The leader glanced at the direction he was pointing at, then turned his eyes away. It was unknown how many people had fallen sick already. The long journey in the cold weather, as long as one's body was weak, the illness would only worsen. Leader Wang Jian looked away and thought for a moment before turning back to look at the patient. Then he turned to the person beside him and said, "Why don't we stay here for 2 days? I'll bring some people to look for a pharmacy in this town. Let's see if there's anything we can use." They had just arrived in this town, so they hadn't searched the houses yet. They had originally planned to rest for a night before leaving, but after a night's rest, the patient's condition had worsened. Since there was a patient in front of them, they could only stay and look for medicine. The person beside Wang Jian looked at the patient and said hesitantly, "But, with his current condition, I'm afraid he won't be able to wait for us to find the medicine." The patient's face was pale, his eyes were rolled back, his lips were blue, and his breathing was weak. Not to mention whether or not he would be able to find the medicine, even if he did, it would be too late to save him. More importantly, they didn't even know if they would be able to find the medicine. How will we know if we don't try? No matter what, we can't give up on everyone. Wang Jian said with a serious expression. After that, he brought a few people with weapons and snuck out of the town, breaking through the layers of zombies to look for a pharmacy. In an unfamiliar place, no one knew where to find a pharmacy. They had to avoid the zombies' attacks while looking for a pharmacy. Just as Wang Jian and his men went out to look for medicine, the ability users upstairs discovered that Wang Jian and a few others had disappeared. Where's Wang Jian? The two men who came down from upstairs looked around a few times, and when they didn't see Wang Jian and the others, they immediately asked the others. Captain Wang brought some people out to look for medicine, one of the ordinary people replied cautiously. The two arcanists looked at each other and said nothing. He turned around and walked back upstairs. Wang Jian has left with his men, saying that they're going to look for medicine. Who knew what he was going to do? Perhaps they had already run away with their men. I don't think we should stay here any longer. The sooner we get to the new base, the sooner we can be at ease. After the two returned upstairs and finished talking to the other paranormals, they immediately thought of leaving this place. There were more than 1,000 people in this group, but the number of ability users was not many. Alright, this place isn't too far from the new base anyway. We don't need them to block the zombies, they can only hold us back. That's right, even if Wang Jian didn't leave, he would still be able to do so. In that case, we don't care anymore. Since he wants to protect these people, let him protect them. Let's go our way. We are all arcanists. As long as we reach the new base, we will definitely find something good to do. I agree. Then let's go down and see if Wang Jian and his men have really left. If he hasn't left, then there should still be some food left in their hands. We don't have any food left, and we won't be able to last until we reach the new base. Why don't we snatch their food? That's a good idea. I'll go and find out about their situation. Someone immediately responded. His eyes lit up as he quickly turned around and left. Thus, after searching for a few hours, Wang Jian and his men finally found some medicine that had not expired in a well-preserved pharmacy. However, due to the ferocity of the surrounding zombies, 2 of Wang Jian's men were bitten to death. When they returned, they saw the angry and despairing faces of the group. Captain Wang. Li Honglin and his men stole all our food. What should we do? The moment they saw Wang Jian and his men return, they immediately rushed up to him and cried. What? Wang Jian was shocked at first, but then he immediately became angry. They actually dared to do this. Those bastards. When we reach the new base, we will definitely not let them go. But we don't have any food left. There wasn't much left to begin with, and those bastards ran out of food to steal from us. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Don't panic, calm down first. We're not far from the new base. Just endure a little longer and we'll be able to reach it. Wang Jian shouted to everyone. He then asked them, our cars are still here, we just need to hurry. We'll reach the new base very soon. Right now, there was no other way. All the food they had on them was taken from Hell King's old base. It was also the last bit of food that could fill their stomachs. Originally, it was supposed to support more than 1,000 people along the way. However, those ability users ate and drank to their heart's content along the way, not knowing how to be frugal. They always got the majority of the food, leaving only a small portion for the ordinary people. Furthermore, the majority of the food was in the hands of the ability users. Only Wang Jian and his men were left to manage their own supplies. As for the others, their rations were distributed by the ability users. However much they were given, they could only eat. If they didn't have enough to eat, they wouldn't be able to compete with the ability users. After all, they were ability users. With a wave of their hand, they could take their lives. Furthermore, they couldn't harm those ability users. Now, because they couldn't bear to eat, they would rather starve and secretly save their rations. But now, those ability users had snatched it away. Everyone was filled with hatred, anger, and panic. Without the rations they had stored up, they were still starving, enduring the cold wind. However, there was still a long way to go. They didn't know if they would be able to hold on by the time they reached the new base. So now that they had no rations, they could only endure. At least they still had water. That was because those ability users didn't snatch their water. Yes. We're not far from the new base. Although those scum took away our rations, we still have our water. When we reach the new base, we'll find them to take revenge. Someone quickly accepted this reality and used hatred as motivation. That's right. Even without food, we can still hold on until we reach the new base. Right now, the first thing we need to do is to stabilize the condition of those who are sick. Wang Jian nodded his head. As he said that, he got someone to give medicine to those who were sick to eat. Of course, the effects of eating medicine on an empty stomach wouldn't be much better. But at the very least, they could stabilize the condition and prevent it from worsening. As for the person who was on the verge of death before Wang Jian and his men went to look for medicine, he still hadn't breathed his last when Wang Jian and his men returned. After drinking the medicine, he remained unconscious. Chapter 733. On the other side, Lin Xiao and Ah Wang were chasing after the mushroom spirit along the river. Even after running for so long, the mushroom spirit did not feel tired at all. It was still happily swinging its legs as it ran, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. A woo woof, a woo woof. Ah Wang opened its mouth and flicked its tongue as it ran, chasing after the mushroom spirit. As they ran, they came to a small slope. There were no trees on the slope, but there was a lot of grass growing on it. Thus, Lin Xiao watched as the mushroom sprite swooshed up the hill. Then, a black shadow swooshed up the hill as well. Lin Xiao dashed forward, but she suddenly stopped. She saw Ah Wang running in circles on the empty ground. It was barking non-stop around a small hole in the middle. Occasionally, it would pounce on the hole and use its claws to dig. However, the mushroom spirit was nowhere to be seen. Hey, where's the mushroom spirit? Lin Xiao ran to Ah Wang's side and asked. A woo woof. A woo woof. Ah Wang immediately sat beside the small hole. It raised its head and stuck out its tongue as it barked at Lin Xiao. Then, it turned its head and barked at the small hole. Lin Xiao was a little confused when she saw it. Then, she looked at the small hole hesitantly. The soil in the small hole was freshly dug. It seemed that someone had just dug it. It wasn't big, with a diameter of 1 meter. She raised her head and looked around. She realized that the mushroom spirit's energy aura had disappeared. It's gone. Lin Xiao sniffed and said blankly. A woo woof woof. However, Ah Wang, who was next to her, didn't think so. After barking twice, it stuck out its butt and used its front claws to dig the hole. Lin Xiao was stunned when she saw what it was doing. Suddenly, she thought of something. Don't tell me, it dug into the ground. Lin Xiao's expression changed after she said that. Then, she felt terrible. She looked at Ah Wang quietly and then at the small hole in the ground. What the hell? She had chased it for so long, but it had led her and Ah Wang to run for half a circle. After running, it dug into the ground. Lin Xiao stared at the pit with a depressed expression. There was a very clear feeling in his heart. That was, she had been tricked by a mushroom that could run. This guy actually had this kind of skill, but he didn't use it in the beginning. He just carried her and ran for such a long distance before suddenly burrowing into the ground and disappearing. Looking at how cheerfully it was running just now, it was obviously very happy. Lin Xiao's forehead was brimming with anger. All right. She was taken for a stroll by a plant in the mountains. She was walked by the plant. She was walked. Woof, you stay here and guard for me. I don't believe it won't come out. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth and sneered, how dare you trick me? Once I catch you, I'll slice you into pieces and fry you. After saying that, she didn't immediately look for the mushroom spirit. Anyway, it had just burrowed into the ground, so it definitely wouldn't come out for a while. Lin Xiao turned around and entered the space, appearing in the woods. As soon as he came out, he saw Dahei twisting its body into a bough. Lin Xiao squatted on the tree speechlessly. Hey, hey, hey. Tell me, how did you tie yourself into a bough? She looked down at Dahei, who was tied into a bough and kept twisting, and asked curiously. At this time, Dahei's body was twisted into a ball irregularly. Somehow, there was a knot in the middle, and the two halves of its body, one long and one short, were exposed. The whole thing looked like a huge black bough, but there was a snake head swaying in the middle. Lin Xiao looked at Dahei's eyes strangely. Without the usual coldness and fierceness, at this time, it was half confused and half intoxicated. Strange. What was there to be intoxicated about? However, it was obvious that he had been drugged. Lin Xiao looked at Dahei's expression and eyes with a strange expression, as well as its twisted body. It looked like it was obviously poisoned by that abominable mushroom spirit. But now, it seemed that the poison didn't do any harm to Dahei. It just made its consciousness enter a strange state. Thinking of the big mouse she saw at the beginning, it seemed to be dizzy and unknowingly ran to the mushroom spirit's territory, and then was eaten up. Looking at Dahei, who had twisted itself into a ball again, Lin Xiao could only sigh. She didn't know how long the toxicity of the mushroom would last. Of course, with Dahei's current physique and its level of mutation, Lin Xiao was not worried that it would have a bad reaction. But he couldn't just let it keep twisting its braids like this. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao turned and jumped down from the tree. Glancing at Dahei, who was still squinting and twisting, she turned and walked in the direction of the lake. By the way, she took a bucket to the lake and filled it with water. Then she brought it back and put it in the open space 2 or 3 meters away from Dahei. Although Dahei was twisting, it didn't move from its original position. How could she drink it like this? Standing in front of Dahei, Lin Xiao touched her chin and thought. Looking at its current appearance, It shouldn't take the initiative to drink water. Even if it was sent to its mouth, it wouldn't help. Then she could only use external force to force it down. But to do that, she had to fix the big snake's head and open its mouth. If she was not careful, she would be bitten. At this time, Dahe twisted its head left and right. Sometimes it was raised, and then it bent down and drilled under its body. Anyway, it didn't know what it was doing with its expression. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and turned out again. She shouted in the direction of several small buildings, "Pit pit, Summer, you guys, come here." As soon as she finished shouting, a few figures flashed out from the other side. Soon they appeared in front of her. "Come in." Lin Xiao turned and led them into the woods. When they came to Dahe, she pointed to Dahe, who was still shaking its head left and right, and said, "You guys go up and fix it. Open its mouth. I want to pour water into it." As she said this, she glanced at the bucket that was still placed next to it. Pit Pit and the others looked at each other, although they didn't understand what was going on. But they followed Lin Xiao's words and went forward to hold the twisting Dahe down. Dahe was held down, but it was not angry. But its head was still shaking, and it couldn't stop. Summer stood next to Dahe and held its head. She looked at Dahe's snake tongue from time to time, with no expression. Pit Pit stood on the other side and opened Dahe's mouth with his hand, showing 2 sharp teeth. Lin Xiao immediately picked up the bucket next to her, took 2 steps forward, and poured the water in the bucket into the snake's mouth. Chapter 734. After pouring the water into Big Black, Lin Xiao waved her hand to let everyone go. She handed the bucket to Pit Pit and said, "Okay, you can all go out. Go do what you need to do." Everyone immediately let go of Big Black and walked out of the forest. After being poured into the water, Big Black immediately calmed down. Its head was on the ground and its eyes were slightly closed. Lin Xiao was relieved to see it like this. She turned around and walked out of the space. Standing on the top of the hill, Wang was no longer at Pit Pit's position. Lin Xiao glanced at it and found that it had run to the west about 2 kilometers away from here. She immediately flashed over there. When she arrived, she saw Wang digging the ground with its butt in the air. Lin Xiao knew that something was happening under the ground when she saw it like this. A dog's sensing ability was always stronger than a human's. Even if it had become a zombie, Wang's sensing ability was no worse than Lin Xiao's. Seeing that Wang couldn't find anything after digging for a long time, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. She suddenly said to it, "Okay, stop digging. Come here, you go back into the space first." Woof. Wang immediately stopped digging and looked up at Lin Xiao with a puzzled face. A mouth full of dirt and 2 dirty paws were propped up in front of it. Lin Xiao waved for Wang to come over and threw it into the space. Then she hid her breath and quietly flashed into the forest next to her. Lin Xiao climbed to the top of a very tall tree in the forest and quietly sensed the breath changes around her. Lin Xiao was very patient, but she didn't expect that the mushroom spirit would be even more patient than her. After keeping watch for a full 2 hours, Lin Xiao finally saw a movement in one of the fields. Then, something pushed out from underneath. The ground was getting higher and higher, and then he saw a mushroom head coming out. Poof! It seemed that the mushroom had confirmed that there was no danger around, so it suddenly came out of the ground. The big mushroom supported itself with its legs, turning left and right. Then it slowly walked back in the direction it came from. That's right, it was walking this time. Unlike the time when it was being chased, it ran like the wind, but now it was jumping. Lin Xiao quietly slid down from the tree and followed it silently. He slowly approached the huge mushroom. The mushroom was still swaying as it walked forward. It did not notice a transparent figure approaching it from behind. Just as Lin Xiao was about to close the distance between them to 100 meters, he tried his best to restrain his breath, shielding his mouth, nose, and ears. Previously, when she was less than 100 meters away, this guy would sense her. Lin Xiao could only be more careful, very careful. Thinking about it, Lin Xiao stopped 100 meters away from the mushroom spirit. This thing could burrow into the ground. If he didn't block the underground passage, he would still be able to escape. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed and he entered the space again. He brought out a few Earth-type zombies and had them spread out in a circle to surround the mushroom spirit. When Lin Xiao whistled and gave the order, the Earth-type zombies instantly sealed off the ground. The mushroom spirit was startled by the sudden whistle, and instinctively burrowed into the ground. However, when he drilled into it, he found that the ground was as hard as a rock. He couldn't drill down at all. Pata, because the roots originally wanted to drill into the ground, they were blocked by the hard ground below. Thus, the mushroom lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. But it quickly got back up, turned around, and ran. Since he couldn't drill into the ground, he could only escape on the surface. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Bang! But in the next second, he flew back. He had been kicked away. Keep running. Keep running. Lin Xiao blocked in front of him and kicked the big mushroom back. He walked out and stared at it with a grin. The mushroom spirit immediately stood still and didn't dare to move. The mushroom umbrella curled inwards. But his roots were still twisting slightly, trying to drill into the ground. But no matter how he drilled, he couldn't move the ground. He was at a loss. Why was the ground here so hard? But even if he was at a loss, the mushroom spirit still didn't give up on his roots. He kept trying to see if he could succeed. Lin Xiao released all of her aura to suppress it. She found that this guy just stood there motionless, as if he was afraid. However, the little movements of its roots indicated that it was obviously not really afraid. Instead, he was putting on an act. You're pretending. Keep pretending. Tell me, should I slice you up and use you to stir-fry meat, or use you to make soup? Look, you've become a spirit. The soup you make will definitely taste good. Lin Xiao smiled and walked to the mushroom spirit's side and walked a circle around it. Lin Xiao didn't know if this mushroom spirit could understand her words, because it didn't react to her words. But from this guy's previous actions, he could tell that his intelligence wasn't low. Looking at the mushroom spirit's obedient look, Lin Xiao's eyes flashed. She suddenly leaned over and slapped its branch. Pa! The mushroom spirit's body trembled when it was suddenly slapped on the head. It instantly moved a meter to the side. Under Lin Xiao's aura, it seemed to realize that it couldn't escape, so it didn't turn around and run. You're still running. Don't move. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and stared at it. She unhappily leaned next to the mushroom spirit and raised her hand to slap it again. Pa! The mushroom spirit moved to the side again. It wasn't far, still about a meter away. Lin Xiao looked at her palm and confirmed that the feeling this time was right. She turned her head and looked at the pole in the middle of the mushroom spirit that was as thick as a telephone pole. When her hand hit it, it felt like it was made of wood, and there was even a bit of elasticity inside. Run again. Pa! Lin Xiao went over and slapped its pole again. In the end, the mushroom spirit moved another meter to the side. This time, Lin Xiao saw its movements. This guy had already stretched out a root leg when she approached, waiting for her to hit it. It immediately took a step forward, which was a meter away. Stop right there. You could have escaped underground from the beginning, but you kept teasing us to chase you all over the mountain. You walked us around. Was it fun? Was it fun? You stupid mushroom. You're asking for a beating, right? See if I don't beat you to death. Pa pa pa. Lin Xiao angrily slapped the mushroom spirit's body as she cursed. It was like she was teaching a naughty child a lesson. She was so angry, but she couldn't bear to hit it. She had wanted to kill this mushroom spirit for a long time, but after being walked around for no reason, Lin Xiao changed her mind. This mushroom spirit dared to walk her. Then she would raise it. In the future, she would take it out for a walk every day for others to watch. With that thought, Lin Xiao suddenly threw out the vine that little vine left behind and wrapped it around the mushroom spirit's body. Chapter 735. After the mushroom spirit was entangled, it suddenly began to struggle on the spot. It seemed that the vines were very uncomfortable for it to be entangled. Lin Xiao grabbed the other end and watched it jump around leisurely. This mushroom spirit could spread poisonous powder and burrow underground. And it was very smart. If it was trained well, it would be very useful in the future. Because of this, Lin Xiao did not intend to dig out the energy core of this mushroom spirit. He pulled the mushroom spirit into the space by the vine rope and then threw it in the woods. When the mushroom spirit was thrown into a strange environment, it immediately seemed to be at a loss. At first, it stood in the same place blankly. After a few seconds, it began to turn its mushroom head left and right. From the looks of it, it was sizing up its surroundings. Lin Xiao took back the vine in his hand and saw the mushroom spirit's shadow flash and disappear. Lin Xiao still stood in the same place, waiting leisurely with her hands crossed over her chest. In less than 2 minutes, it ran out from the other side. When the mushroom spirit rushed out and saw Lin Xiao, it suddenly braked in the distance, turned around and ran to the other side. At this moment, a gust of black wind suddenly rushed out from the other side and rushed in the direction of the mushroom spirit. Lin Xiao did not need to look to know that it was Dahe who had woken up. Obviously, Dahe had realized that it had just been hit by the mushroom spirit's trick, and now it rushed over angrily as soon as it saw it. The mushroom spirit wanted to burrow underground, but it could not pierce through the soil here. At most, it could bury all its roots, but it could not get its torso and umbrella leaves down. This made the mushroom spirit confused again, but others could not see it. It had to stretch its legs and run blindly. As a result, it ran to the terrible two-legged beast. It immediately turned around and ran to the other side without thinking. As it ran, a big insect suddenly caught up with it. If you like running so much, then run with Dahe. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared in the tree in front of the mushroom spirit, lowered her head and said to it, and then disappeared. After Lin Xiao came out, she looked at her position. Then she rushed in the direction of Xie Dong and the others. After she came out, she stood on the side of the road and whistled. Xie Dong, Jing Yan, and Qiu Lily appeared around her after a while. How was it? What was that thing you were chasing all over the mountain? Did you catch it? Qiu Lily floated lightly on a small tree next to Lin Xiao and asked her curiously. A running mushroom, Lin Xiao said. Mushroom? Huh? Why is it a mushroom? Qiu Lily exclaimed in surprise. Xie Dong, Lu Tianyi, and the others also revealed strange expressions. What's normal in this apocalyptic world? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at them. As soon as she said that, the others immediately felt that it was only natural. Lin Xiao threw the wild boar out and said, "There's only one, it's not enough. Let's go find some food." I'm curious, what did you do to the mushroom that can run? Qiu Lily asked Lin Xiao curiously with her head tilted and her 2 long ponytails hanging down. Oh, I put it into the space. If you train it well, it might come in handy in the future, so I didn't kill it, Lin Xiao said. Is that so? You really have everything in your space. Mutated zombies, mutated beasts, and now a mutated plant. Hee hee, Qiu Lily laughed. Lin Xiao took out the energy core of the wild boar and began to skin it. This wild boar was only level 4, but it could chase after the mushroom spirit. It seemed like the mushroom spirit was playing with it, but the wild boar itself didn't know that. And the mushroom spirit was already level 6. After skinning it, Lin Xiao cut off one of its front hooves, and as he ate, he spread his perception far away. He wanted to see if there were any other energy bodies around, which meant mutated beasts or mutated plants. After a while, Lin Xiao pointed in another direction and said, "There's something on that mountain over there, its level isn't lower than the mushroom spirit." Nowadays, the mutated species, mutated plants, animals, zombies, etc., are evolving a bit faster. Right now, it has already encountered quite a few level 6 mutated plants and mutated beasts, and the zombies have already evolved to level 8. At the very least, it has already discovered Mo Yen, and there are quite a few level 7 zombies. There are also quite a few humans that have entered level 8. It feels like they've entered a new stage. And I also feel a faint energy aura over there. Qiu Lily nodded. When Lin Xiao and the others returned with all sorts of prey, not much time had passed. A group of zombies with human appearances skinned and ate the captured mutated animals. After eating, Lin Xiao led the team towards the mountain that she had pointed out to Qiu Lily. Actually, the mountain was quite far from where Lin Xiao was, at least 30 kilometers away. When Lin Xiao led the team to the mountain, they surrounded and killed a level 6 mutated goat. On the other side, a group of people had already arrived at the West Lake district, and they had entered the area where Lin Xiao's zombies were gathered. There were only a few dozen people in this group, and they were all level 2 and 3 metahumans. The one leading them was a level 3 fire metahuman, Li Honglin. Li Honglin looked ordinary, but his thoughts were complicated. His observation skills weren't strong, but he liked to care about things related to himself. He wasn't very sensitive to other things. Previously, when they were in the Hell King's base, the fastest to gather information was Wang Jian's men. And every time Li Honglin and the others paid attention to Wang Jian's movements, they would receive the information they wanted. Look! There are so many zombies in front, it's densely packed. The area is so big, it's blocking our way. If we want to go over, we can only go through this large zombie group. A man beside Li Honglin used binoculars to observe the situation in front of them. In the end, what he saw through the binoculars were all zombies. Zombies, 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 from left to right, it was all zombies. It was endless, and he couldn't see the end. How many is a lot? Give me a rough estimate. Li Honglin couldn't sense the number of zombies in front of them because they were just ordinary zombies. He could only ask the person beside him who was using binoculars. The person beside him directly passed the binoculars to him and said, "There are a lot of them. See for yourself." Li Honglin took the binoculars and compared them to his eyes, and in the end, his eyes were filled with zombie heads. They were crowded together, densely packed. He moved the binoculars left and right, and his line of sight swayed, but he couldn't see where the edge of the zombie group was. That can't be Zombie City, right? Why are there so many zombies? Li Honglin was a little surprised. That's right, but if we take a detour now, we might have to take a very long detour. Moreover, we don't know where the zombies are, so we have to go around the edge. The person beside Li Honglin said. Chapter 736. What's wrong? What's wrong? At this time, a clear and gentle voice sounded from behind them. Li Honglin and Chen Hao turned around at the same time to see a young man with delicate features, shoulder-length hair, and a slightly pale complexion. "Lu Tong, it's very windy on the roof, it's very cold. Don't come up, your body can't take it." Seeing this handsome young man, Li Honglin and Chen Hao's eyes became a lot softer, and their tone was also a little worried. Lu Tong smiled and shook his head. His smile was obviously very weak, but there was a trace of stubbornness in it. It was easy to feel heartache, or to want to protect him. "I'm fine, this level of wind can't blow me down," he said. Looking at Lu Tong's beautiful eyes and smiling, Li Honglin and Chen Hao looked at each other and didn't force him. There are a lot of zombies in front of us, we can't go through. We want to take a detour. Li Honglin turned around and pointed ahead. A lot. But if we take a detour, it's still very far. And we don't even know if the next route is passable. Lu Tong didn't know the situation in front of him, but he didn't want to take another detour. Because this detour might be another 10 to 20 kilometers away. But the number of zombies in front of us. I estimate, with just the binoculars, it's almost 10,000. We don't know the actual number. If we get into a zombie city, or cause a zombie wave, then we'll all be dead. If that happens, we're all doomed, Li Honglin said patiently. If we knew there were so many zombies here, we wouldn't have left with that group of people. They'll be useful here, won't they? Chen Hao said with a hint of regret in his voice. Lu Tong's handsome face looked at him with some doubt, then he turned his head to Li Honglin and said, "Let me see." Li Honglin didn't say much, and directly handed over the binoculars to him. Lu Tong walked 2 steps forward, and started to look through the binoculars as well. The result was the same as what Li Honglin and the others saw. There were densely packed zombies in front of them. He looked a little surprised as he moved his sight left and right a few times. Why are there so many zombies here? It shouldn't be. This is the border between Shihu district and uptown. The population shouldn't be this crowded. It's impossible for so many zombies to gather here. Lu Tong's expression darkened. He stared at the scene in front of him with a puzzled expression. He confirmed that his eyes were not playing tricks on him, and he really saw a large number of zombies blocking the road and streets 1 or 2 kilometers ahead. There are so many zombies gathered there must be a lot of high-level zombies. Not to mention that we can't deal with such a large number of ordinary zombies. If a level 4 or 5 high-level zombie appears, then we're all finished. So, I think we should take a detour. Li Honglin voiced out his thoughts. This time, Lu Tong didn't object immediately. He pondered in silence. In his heart, he really didn't want to go any further. He had already had enough of the frightening environment outside. He just wanted to join the new base as soon as possible. Only with the protection of the base's walls could he feel at ease. However, with their current strength, they really couldn't get through the situation. He couldn't guarantee that these people would still take care of him wholeheartedly in such a dangerous situation. Lu Tong was a spatial ability user. Right now, their entire team's resources were stored in his space. He was a spatial ability user. Just like other spatial ability users, his body didn't have any attack value, and his ability could only store things. However, in addition to this, Lu Tong's body was also weaker than ordinary people. His face was pale all day long, looking like he would be blown away by the wind. It made people worry that if they were not careful, this person would fall to the ground at any time. Right now, the number of zombies over there was huge, and the level of their ability users weren't high. They still couldn't fly over in the sky, so they could only sit in the car and drive over. If they didn't take a detour, then they might be pounced on and killed by the zombies before they could even get through. Moreover, the number was not an ordinary one. If it was only a few thousand or 10,000 zombies, they might be able to get through even if some of them died. However, what they saw was obviously not just that. However, taking a detour would take a long time, and a long journey would waste time and gas. Why don't we wait for the people behind us to come over? Then we can capture those people to lure the zombies away. That way, we can clear a path for us to pass through. Lu Tong suddenly suggested. Capture those people to lure the zombies away. How do we do that? Li Honglin's eyes lit up when he heard that he had a plan. Just capture a few living people and run with them. Let them use their scent to lure the zombies over, then lure them to the other side. Wouldn't that allow us to pass through? By the time the zombies are lured away, Wang Jian's group will be left with less people. Lu Tong smiled as he explained his plan to Lu Gan. Using living people as bait? That's possible. Li Honglin's eyes lit up even more when he heard this. He nodded his head in agreement. They had seen Long Yubai hang the captives from the Netherworld King's base on the walls, which attracted a large number of zombies to gather at the foot of the wall. That scene was like a group of ants smelling the scent of candy. According to Lu Tong's plan, they could capture a few living people and make them run in a specific direction. When the zombies behind them smelled the scent of the living people, they would immediately follow. This way, they would be able to lure the zombies away from the intersection they were planning to pass through. Alright, then we'll wait for them to come up. They have a car, but they don't have any food. I think they will definitely rush forward to enter the new base as soon as possible. This way, we won't have to wait here for too long. Let's do that. Li Honglin immediately nodded his head. Of course, Chen Hao didn't have any objections and raised his hand in agreement. Thus, this group of people originally planned to get rid of the ordinary people who were like burdens. But now, they had to wait for them to arrive so that they could use these people as bait for the zombies. What they didn't know was that their tracks had already been discovered by the level 5 zombies that Lin Xiao had left behind. At this moment, they were relaying the news to Lin Xiao. Looks like it's the people from the Netherworld King's base. But why are there only a few dozen people? That's impossible. When we left, there were more than 2,000 of them. Moreover, I left all the resources in the base to them. Although Yang Jian and Long Yubai stole a lot of it, the plantation wasn't completely destroyed. There was still food there. So even if there were people who died of starvation or sickness, there shouldn't be only a few dozen left in such a short period of time, right? Lin Xiao looked at the level 5 zombie leader who had relayed the news and asked curiously. Chapter 737. That's not right, the information we received said that there were more than 1,000 people. Then these dozens of people should be the vanguard. But it doesn't seem like it. Or is there something going on with that group of people? Xie Dong, bring your team to investigate the situation and see what's going on with them. Lin Xiao ordered Xie Dong to lead a team to investigate the situation. Yes. Xie Dong nodded, turned around, and left with Lin Xiao's subordinates. What? Is there a problem? Qiu Lily looked at her strangely and said, wouldn't it have been better if those people had followed you directly? Now that it's been so long, they want to leave that place. Why don't they continue to stay there? There's not enough food. I went to see the plantation in Hell King's base the other day. 95% of it has been destroyed. The soil has been destroyed. There are very few mutants among these people, and some of them might have awakened later on. But it's hard to save the soil. Plus, it's so cold now that the plants won't grow. It's already not bad that they managed to hold on until now, Lin Xiao said. You already guessed that they would come to our side? Qiu Lily asked her strangely. Lin Xiao nodded. When she saw the situation of the old Hell King's base, she could already see what kind of life these people would live in the future. Also, she had a plan to deal with the Earth Dragon base at that time. After the Earth Dragon base was destroyed, there might be a few groups of people coming to join. And these people from Hell King's base were only the first group to join voluntarily. It's normal that they didn't believe us at that time. After all, you and I are strangers to them. Even with Duan Wan as an example, it's impossible for them to follow us without any information. Lin Xiao said. Qiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao's face and knew that she was talking about this face that was unfamiliar to those people. So even if Lin Xiao said she was Lin Xiao, they wouldn't believe her. So, you're actually giving them time to find out the truth? Waiting for them to find out the existence of our current base, then voluntarily join us? Qiu Lily understood Lin Xiao's thoughts. That's right. They didn't want to come back then, so we can't force them. So, it's better to let them figure out the situation themselves and then join us willingly. Lin Xiao nodded and smiled. Oh, in fact, you have already calculated all these. Xiao Lily looked at her with a look of realization. Sort of. Anyway, as long as they're willing to join our new base, I definitely won't reject them. No matter what, he is an old acquaintance of ours. Moreover, there will be other bases joining us in the future. It's about time for our base to expand. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. With the destruction of the Earth Dragon Base and Hidden Cloud City, there would definitely be a large number of survivors escaping, except for the Black Dragon Base and the Meng tribe. Huaxia and Haicheng were the two major bases, but they had to pay to join. Therefore, all that was left was the new base next to Sea City. Since this new base could be built next to Sea City, it meant that this base had some kind of connection with Sea City's base. This kind of connection was actually a good direction. Otherwise, why would Sea City allow a new base to be built next to it? Therefore, under the restriction of conditions, the survivors who did not have much ability or could not take out too many precious items would naturally choose the new base. Other bases? Are you talking about the Earth Dragon Base and Hidden Cloud City? Are you saying that you will accept them even if they come? Aren't you afraid of them fighting? Qiu Lily looked at Lin Xiao strangely and said. Fight. Let them fight, but not in my base. I don't care how they fight outside of the base, but in the new base, they have to follow our rules. Moreover, I have already avenged them. The hatred in the hearts of the people from Hades' base has been reduced a little. Plus, with the new base, they can live in peace. Whatever hatred they have, they can put it aside for now. Lin Xiao looked at the direction of the base and said calmly. Oh. Qiu Lily nodded, not really understanding. Alright, this is only the first batch. It's not time to worry yet. Let me fix their throats first. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Tianyi and Xin Yuzhen who were standing next to him. Oh, then I'll go see if there are any other mutants around. Qiu Lily said and immediately left. Lin Xiao said to Jing Yan, A Song, and Ah Chong, you guys wait here. If anyone comes, hide. Jing Yan and the other zombies, who still had obvious symptoms of zombies, immediately went into the bushes next to them and disappeared. Lin Xiao called Xin Yuzhen and Lu Tianyi over and pulled them into the space. After entering the space, Lu Tianyi and Xin Yuzhen saw a strange scene. A group of zombies, led by the 6 level 1 kings, surrounded the edge of the forest. They were all looking into the forest, not knowing what they were looking at. Lin Xiao knew what they were looking at, because there were 3 mutants running in the forest. Dehei and Ah Wang had been chasing the mushroom spirit for God knows how many laps. At this time, the bored zombies came over to watch and bet on who would stop first. These zombies had learned to bet. Okay. In fact, the intelligence of these 6 level 1 kings was almost the same as that of a normal person. It was just that they had lost some memories, and they had forgotten the past. In Pitt's words, we just forgot the past, but we would still remember some common sense things from time to time. They are betting on who will stop first. Okay, you two, don't worry about them. Hurry up and get ready to repair your voices. Lu Tianyi, you are first. Take off your clothes. As Lin Xiao spoke, she walked toward the lake and used the black fog to cover her body. Then, she took off her clothes to the side. Lu Tianyi and Xin Yuzhen looked at each other, and Xin Yuzhen immediately understood and turned her back to the lake. They watched as Lin Xiao dived into the water with a cloud of black mist floating around him. Lu Tianyi started to take off his clothes, but he suddenly felt something and looked in the direction of the forest. Countless gazes turned back, leaving the back of their heads for him to see. Lu Tianyi, who was wearing his briefs, was speechless. He didn't know if he should say it. Fortunately, he was a man. Although he didn't care about others seeing his body. However, the curious gazes of these zombie-like guys made his scalp tingle. At this time, the pressure in the lake began to weaken. Lu Tianyi turned back and went down in his briefs. He secretly decided to wear boxers in the future. Chapter 738. After the first attempt on Xie Dong, Lu Tianyi and Shen Yuzhen's throats were healed smoothly. After the two were healed, Lu Tianyi was still a level 4 zombie. Shen Yuzhen didn't level up either and was still in between level 2 and 3. How is it? Let me hear it. Lin Xiao asked Lu Tianyi after putting on her clothes. It's not like it's a mouse. Lu Tianyi looked at her silently, then opened his mouth and tried to say 2 words. You are good. His voice was as rough as Xie Dong's, but it was a little clearer than Xie Dong's. There were some differences in their voices, but they were different from their original voices. Yes, it was a little hard to hear at first. But it's fine as long as you can speak. Lin Xiao nodded. She had asked Xie Dong before and knew that although it was hard to hear, at least her throat didn't feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianyi pinched his throat uncomfortably. It was really hard to hear. Lin Xiao looked at Shen Yuzhen and said, "Let me hear your voice." Shen Yuzhen looked at Lin Xiao and opened her mouth. Miss Lu, her voice was a little different from Lu Tianyi and Xie Dong's. Although it was hoarse, it wasn't coarse, but a little sharp. But Shen Yuzhen spoke very softly, so her voice wasn't that hard to hear. There was also a unique magnetism in it. Yes, not bad. It's a little better than his. Lin Xiao nodded and glanced at the two of them with satisfaction. Lu Tianyi, who was inexplicably despised, was speechless. Shen Yuzhen smiled and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. After all, it was better to be able to speak than to be mute. After all, being able to speak could better conceal their current identities. Let's go and see if the mushroom spirit is tired. Lin Xiao turned and walked towards the forest. Lu Tianyi and Xie Dong were confused but also curious as they followed. A mushroom spirit that could bring their leader all over the mountain was also a strange mushroom. At the edge of the forest, the zombies were still watching. The three inside were still running around in circles, and none of them stopped. It's actually running in the forest and doesn't know it's coming out. Or is it doing it on purpose? Lin Xiao looked strangely at the mushroom spirit that was running happily in front and the zombie dog that was also chasing happily behind. Of course, Dahei had a very angry expression on its face. The three mutants moved like 3 gusts of wind. Everyone present was a zombie, so they relied on sensing the energy source to judge. If one were to look with their eyes, they would only be able to see a series of afterimages. Before Lin Xiao could stop the 3 beasts, he sensed Xie Dong's aura returning from outside. You guys continue to play, as long as you have fun. Lin Xiao said to the 3 in the woods, then turned around and left the space with Lu Tianyi and Shen Yuzhen. Xie Dong returned to his previous position alone and soon saw Lin Xiao appear in a flash. Those dozens of people are all arcanists. They should have awakened not long ago, and the highest level is only level 3. Xie Dong reported to Lin Xiao in a hoarse voice, there are more than 1,000 ordinary people behind us. However, the dozens of metahumans in front of us seem to be divided into 2 factions with the ordinary people. They were about to reach our new base. Those metahumans didn't want to be burdened by a group of ordinary people, so they left first. However, when they reached the zombie gathering place, they were blocked. They didn't seem to want to take a detour. They are waiting for the ordinary people to come, then use the living people as bait to lure the zombies away. This method is very convenient, but it is somewhat vicious. Lin Xiao nodded and said expressionlessly. In the post-apocalyptic world, who would care about the lives of others? Therefore, as long as it could be used, they would find a way to use it. Using living people as bait had long been a common occurrence. Continue to observe their situation, don't interfere. See who will be the winner in the end, only then will they have the right to live. Lin Xiao didn't plan to help those people. Dozens of level 2 and 3 metahumans wanted to deal with more than 1,000 ordinary people, and these ordinary people were armed. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose in such a battle. Understood. Xie Dong nodded and turned to leave again. Qiu Lily flew to Lin Xiao's side and looked at the leaving Xie Dong without saying anything. Instead, she asked, "There is a level 5 mutant tree over there, do you want to go?" Lin Xiao looked at the direction she pointed and nodded, "Go. Why not? But before we go, catch a few sheep." Ah. Qiu Lily didn't understand what she meant. These mutant sheep can be eaten. Catch some and put them in the space, there will be meat to eat in the future. Lin Xiao pointed at the mutant sheep on the mountain top and said. This mountain top was occupied by a group of mutant sheep, and there was a level 6 mutant sheep leading them. It had already been killed by Lin Xiao. Oh. That's easy. You go and touch them one by one, then you can catch them all. Qiu Lily finally understood. Yes, I didn't say you should go and catch them. You guys wait here. Lin Xiao glanced at her with a smile and said to Lu Tianyi and the other two before disappearing on the spot. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao came back, but on the other side of her space, there were dozens of black goats on the lawn. These mutant goats weren't as fierce as the mutant roe deer, but their strength wasn't any worse than the mutant roe deer. Looking at the lawn that originally only had their own kind, there was suddenly a bunch of mutant animals. The roe deer that Lin Xiao had kept as breeding immediately took the initiative to attack the goats. In the end, the goats outnumbered them by more than 10 times, and they were very united. Moreover, their strength wasn't bad either. 2 sharp horns pointed at the roe deer, and they retreated while howling in pain. Thus, after a fight, the 2 different species occupied the lawn on both sides. Lin Xiao only paid a little attention to their situation, and discovered that although there was a fight, there were no casualties, so she didn't bother with them anymore. Thus, Lin Xiao headed in the direction of the mutant tree that Qiu Lily had pointed out. On the other side, Lu Tong and the others waited for a few hours before Wang Jian's group finally arrived. They quickly found a place to hide, and waited for Wang Jian's group to stop. Sure enough, when they were about to reach the area where the zombies were gathered, Wang Jian immediately ordered the convoy to stop. Wang Jian jumped down from the roof of the car, and with some bewilderment, he shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone stop and don't move, wait for my orders." Then, he took out his gun and fired a few shots at the scattered zombies in the surroundings. Then, he led a few people to a tall building on the side. While remaining vigilant against the zombies' attacks, they rushed up the building. After killing a few zombies in the stairway, they climbed to the top of the building that was more than 10 stories high. Wang Jian used his binoculars to look ahead, and his expression became serious. No wonder the number of zombies on this side of the road has decreased. So they are all gathered here. Chapter 739. Wang Jian's scalp went numb when he saw the horde of zombies crowding the streets and alleys. What should we do? Should we take a detour? A man beside Wang Jian asked. We definitely have to take a detour. With so many zombies, don't even talk about attacking us. If they all charge at us, we'll be crushed to death. Wang Jian said with a dark expression. That's the only way. But if we take a detour, we'll have to spend another night. Let's take a break for now. The man beside him sighed and said with a grim expression. Wang Jian nodded his head and turned around to leave. What he didn't know was that their actions had already been seen by Lu Tong and the others who were hiding nearby. We'll make our move when it's dark. Make sure to stay hidden. Lu Tong said to Li Honglin and the rest. Understood. Li Honglin nodded his head. If they wanted to capture someone, they couldn't just charge out and capture whoever they saw. Directly starting a fight wouldn't do them any good either. Furthermore, Wang Jian still had guns and ammunition with him. Thus, Li Honglin led his men to observe Wang Jian's group from afar. Fortunately, there weren't any zombies in the area, which made it easier for them to act. They watched as Wang Jian led his men to retreat and find a safe place to camp. Lu Tong and the rest were overjoyed. This was giving them a chance to kidnap people. That night, after the sky turned dark, Wang Jian arranged for the people on duty to be on guard and temporarily rested in a movie theater on the top floor of a shopping mall. They planned to leave this place the next day and take a detour to the new base. These people were all ordinary people. Their perception of their surroundings wasn't as sensitive as the zombies, and they weren't as sensitive as the ability users. Other than a few who had served in the army and had undergone special training, the rest were just ordinary people. Furthermore, these ordinary people didn't have much to do in the Netherworld King's base. They only had simple jobs to exchange for food and drinks. The place they lived in was also in the slums. There were several passageways outside the movie theater, and Wang Jian arranged for a few people to guard each one. The outermost passageway was tightly shut, and there were 4 people guarding it. They were leaning against the wall behind the door with their guns in their hands. It's so cold. I feel hungry and sleepy. I really want to find a warm place to sleep. One of the people muttered as he blew hot air into his hands. I just want to eat now. Give me a steaming roast chicken, I'm willing to die. Another man said with a face full of fantasy. He held his gun in front of his chest and crossed his arms. The others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door. There's a situation. One of the 4 suddenly tensed up and immediately became vigilant. He put his ear to the door and listened. The others immediately became alert. What's that sound? Another person asked in a low voice. Sure. The one stuck to the door immediately put his finger in the middle, signaling the others to be quiet. However, when he listened to the sounds outside, it became quiet again. It was as if nothing had happened. After listening for a while, the man looked at his companions with a puzzled expression. Strange, there was indeed a sound just now, right? Why is it gone now? That's right, we all heard it. Isn't that right? The other one asked his 2 companions. The others nodded. Suddenly, one of them shivered. He rubbed his arms and said, Why do I feel colder and colder? Did I? It was already very cold. Are you hallucinating? The other person looked at him strangely. At this moment, they didn't notice that a layer of icy white passed through the gap under the door and froze their feet in the blink of an eye. Just when they felt it, they looked down curiously. Ice had already formed on their feet, and it quickly spread upwards. Before they could even scream, they were all frozen in an instant. Then there was a clicking sound from the door lock. Not long after, it was broken. A few figures quickly came in and dragged the ice sculptures out, leaving an empty doorway. After the ice sculptures were dragged out, someone immediately removed the ice from their bodies. The few people who were suddenly frozen and then unfrozen sucked in a deep breath of air. Only then did they react. When they saw the person in front of them clearly, they immediately struggled fiercely. It's you bastards! Bang! As soon as the man opened his mouth to curse, he was shot in the head. After the 4 people were quickly suppressed by the people around them, they were tied up. If you don't want to die, shut up. Li Honglin stared coldly at the 4 people and said. It had not been more than a minute since these people were frozen, so the suffocation had not reached the point of death. Li Honglin. You stole other people's food and left. Why did you come back now? The 4 people who were suppressed stared at Li Honglin angrily. You will soon know what we are going to do. Li Honglin smiled coldly, then turned around and left. Look after them. It's not enough. Continue to catch them. Li Honglin. Let us go if you have the guts. Otherwise, our boss will definitely kill you. You bastards. Another person cursed angrily. Bang! As a result, a psychic next to him directly raised his foot and kicked the person's head. Shut the fuck up. What do you want? Hearing Li Honglin say that he wanted to catch more people, the other person clearly felt that something bad was going on. He immediately glared at the people around him and asked angrily. You will know when the time comes. All of you, shut up. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The person on the side of the psychic said coldly. Not long after, Li Honglin and a few other people came back with a few ordinary people. All of the ordinary people had their hands tied and were pushed to a corner to squat. On the other side, Wang Jian also received news of the missing people on duty. There's ice here. It's a psychic. Wang Jian brought his men and ran to the outermost exit to check. There were traces of ice on the ground. However, there were no traces of ice on the door. It was obvious that the ice had come through the gap below the door. Moreover, from the traces of ice, there were a few footprints that seemed to have been dragged away. These should be the people on duty here. The door was opened, but it was not damaged. This did not seem to be the work of zombies. If it were zombies, there should be traces of claw marks around the door. Wang Jian immediately determined that this was done by humans. Psychic? Could it be Li Honglin and the others? Didn't they leave first? The people on Li Honglin's side were shocked. Looks like they haven't left yet. Wang Jian's expression was solemn as he looked at the traces of ice under his feet. He was trying to guess what Li Honglin wanted to do by capturing these people. Chapter 740. After discovering that Li Honglin's group had captured the people on duty, Wang Jian immediately called everyone back into the theater. Why did those bastards capture our people? The others cursed angrily. Wang Jian furrowed his brows and said thoughtfully, they walked a few hours earlier than us, but they didn't want to walk any further. It's obvious that they don't want to take the long way around. Does that mean that they want to pass through the zombies' encampment? Then he suddenly thought of something and his face sank. Since they want to pass through the zombies' encampment, it's impossible for them to do so with their level 3 abilities. They captured some of our people. I think they want to use them as bait. As soon as he said that, everyone's face turned even uglier. What? Those bastards. They actually want to use such a method. Inhumane. They know that the human population is decreasing, but they still want to use living people as bait. What's the difference between them and those bastards from the Earth Dragon base? They're a bunch of bastards. That's right. Even if these people enter the new base, they will definitely not do anything good. Everyone became very agitated and started cursing. Their faces were filled with anger and disbelief. Not only did Li Honglin's group steal their food, but now they even want to use living people as bait to lure the zombies. This is too cruel. Scum. Then what do we do now? Do we go and save them? But we are just ordinary people. Just guns won't be enough to deal with those paranormals. Someone beside Wang Jian asked worriedly. Of course we have to save them. But we are not their match. We need to think of a way. Wang Jian frowned and his eyes darkened. Is there a way to avoid being discovered by the paranormals and then get close to them? Paranormals can sense the aura of others from a distance, but ordinary people like them can't. Even those who had undergone special training could only sense a radius of less than 10 meters around them. But paranormals are all long-range attackers. They don't even need to get close to 10 meters to be able to directly attack them. So in order to find traces of the other party, they can only use reconnaissance methods. I'll bring some people out to look for clues. All of you stay here and close the door. If they only wanted to capture some people to be used as bait, then they wouldn't have directly confronted us. Besides, if I'm not wrong, they've already retreated. Wang Jian wasn't worried that Li Honglin and the others would return. More than a dozen of them had been captured. If they were only used as bait, it would be more than enough. If it didn't work out in the end, they could only wait for their companions to be released as bait before saving them. At that time, as long as he paid attention to the movements of the zombies, he would know where they were moving. Wang Jian quickly led his men and left stealthily. Following the clues they had found earlier, they headed in the direction of Li Honglin's group. On the other side, when Li Honglin saw that Wang Jian and the rest had already issued their orders, he immediately led the dozen captives away. He walked towards another path towards the direction of the zombies. More than a dozen people were tied up with ropes and their hands were chained to a minibus. It was unknown where this group of metahumans got their hands on a luxurious sleeper bus. In addition to the SUVs and off-road vehicles that they had previously driven, they also had a minibus. Li Honglin and the rest got closer and closer to the zombies. After sealing all the windows, they threw a captive out of the minibus. However, this captive was tied up and the other end of the rope was tied to an off-road vehicle. Roar roar, the zombies immediately became restless when they smelled the scent of a living person. Then, they all looked over. When they saw the living person thrown out of the minibus, they immediately rushed over in a frenzy. The ordinary person whose hands were tied up and thrown out of the minibus had already turned pale. He looked at the zombies running towards them in a strange posture. He was so scared that he frantically wriggled his hands, trying to break free. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as the horde of zombies got closer and closer. No! Help! Hurry and save me! I don't want to die. He looked in the direction of the zombies while screaming in panic. At this time, the off-road vehicle that was tied to him started to move, but it went in the opposite direction. Its speed wasn't fast as it dragged the person behind it in another direction. After subconsciously calling for help a few times, he found that the captive was useless and was dragged by the off-road vehicle by a rope. The horde of zombies behind immediately followed the captive and started to run. On the other side, another ordinary person was thrown out of the minibus with his hands tied. Then, the SUV dragged him in another direction. Soon, the horde of zombies immediately divided into two groups and chased after the two people who were dragged by the car. Roar roar roar, the zombies bared their teeth and looked very hungry as they stretched out their claws and rushed forward. The two people were so scared that they desperately ran forward, but it didn't take long before they began to run out of strength. Their footsteps were unstable as they ran disorderly and powerlessly. Fortunately, the horde of zombies behind them didn't run fast, so they couldn't catch up with the two ordinary people who were used as bait. Especially in the dark of the night, the two people who were used as bait were originally cold and hungry, and at this time, they were excessively afraid. Their expressions began to become abnormal as they were dragged behind the car. Soon, they became numb and swayed left and right. Li Honglin and the others continued to stay in the luxury bus, watching the surrounding zombies rush out in two waves. The direction they were going in soon began to appear. But they weren't in a hurry because the zombies in front of them were still running out. On the minibus, Chen Hao and his people were suppressing the ordinary people who were caught. They drove the minibus next to the two waves of bait. When these two people couldn't take it anymore, they would replace them and continue to run. Soon, the two waves of zombies were led to the scenic area of the West Lake District, which happened to be the direction where Lin Xiao and the others were staying. Xie Dong led his 5-person zombie squad and stood on the top of a tall building not far away, watching the horde of zombies below being divided into two waves and let out. His eyes became somewhat cold as he looked at Li Honglin and the others. If it wasn't for Lin Xiao's order to not interfere for the time being, Xie Dong would have definitely rushed down and twisted off the heads of those paranormals who thought they were superior. These people thought that after they awakened their abilities, their status rose to another level. They looked at ordinary people without abilities as if they were looking at cats and dogs, and they didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. In their eyes, the lives of these people were already not on the same level as theirs. It was as if they had the right to live, but these ordinary people didn't. So they didn't have any psychological pressure to use these ordinary people as bait to lure the zombies. Chapter 741. On the other side, Wang Jian immediately noticed the movements of the zombie horde. Over there. He immediately led his men towards the source of the zombie horde. Wang Jian did not dare to bring his men too close, and could only observe from afar with his night vision binoculars. Very quickly, he discovered that the zombie horde had been split into two groups, meaning that two people had been released as bait at the same time. After understanding the situation, Wang Jian discovered that there was another minibus at the very front. These three vehicles were leading the zombie horde away, but there were no other vehicles in sight. From the looks of it, this was just a small team, while the main force was hiding on the other side, waiting for all the zombies to be lured away before starting the operation. With so many zombies being lured away, it would definitely take some time. Furthermore, it was still unclear how many zombies there were. In the end, Wang Jian led his men to follow the minibus, while sending two other teams to block the two vehicles that were dragging the human bait. "Boss, why are we the bait? That Li Honglin is obviously trying to lure us away so that he can pass through the zombie horde as quickly as possible. Then he's just going to ignore us." At this time, in the minibus, a man said to Chen Hao with a dissatisfied expression. Chen Hao's expression was also very gloomy. Originally, his strength was similar to Li Honglin's, and the combined strength of both sides was also about the same. This kind of operation did not require him to personally lead the team, he could have just gotten a few subordinates to do it. However, Li Honglin insisted that it would not go smoothly if it was someone else. He had to personally lead the team to do it. On what basis? Chen Hao and his men immediately objected. Both sides immediately started arguing, and a conflict almost broke out. But at this time, Lu Tong stood up and stood beside Li Honglin, agreeing with Li Honglin's idea. Chen Hao was immediately angered. Lu Tong was a spatial ability user, and was in charge of all their food. Even if Chen Hao did not consider Lu Tong, he still had to consider the resources in his space. Although he could give up on the food, Lu Tong still had some information that could be used against him. That was why he had no choice but to act according to their wishes. If this operation succeeds. Wait until we reach the new base, then we'll properly settle the debt with them. Chen Hao said with a cold expression. "Boss, why must we listen to Li Honglin? Can't we just give up and not do it? Let's just let them go first. We'll lure the zombies away. That won't do us any good, and we'll have to take a big detour to get back," the subordinate asked Chen Hao curiously. After saying that, he looked at the ordinary people who were tied up and thrown to the back of the car seat. He felt that they had done something strenuous and unrewarding. "I know, but if we don't do as they say, there'll be trouble." Chen Hao's expression was particularly dark under the headlights. "What kind of trouble?" Chen Hao's subordinate looked at Chen Hao strangely. Chen Hao glanced at him but didn't say anything. Of course, he wasn't going to tell these people that if he didn't do as Lu Tong said, he would definitely die. In that case, once he entered the universal base, he might be exposed for what he had done in the past. After all, in this new base, the status of the Lin family was still very high. If Lu Tong exposed this matter, then he wouldn't be able to stay in the all-life base anymore. Chen Hao really wanted to kill Lu Tong, but Lu Tong was very wary of him. Although Chen Hao had been looking for an opportunity to get rid of Lu Tong along the way, he hadn't been able to do so because Li Honglin was still protecting him. "Don't ask so many questions," Chen Hao said to his subordinate. At this time, he still didn't know that Wang Jian was already watching him from afar. Moreover, he was using a long-range sniper rifle to aim at the wheels of the small bus. Apart from him, the other people around him were all armed with long-range sniper rifles as they stared at the wheels of the small bus. Meanwhile, another group of people had already stealthily positioned themselves a few hundred meters in front of the small bus. "Fire!" Wang Jian saw that the small bus had entered their firing range and immediately gave the order. Pu pu pu, a few silenced gunshots rang out. Clang, screech, a series of sudden braking sounds rang out, and the small bus that Chen Hao was on suddenly buckled and shook violently. What happened? Chen Hao, who was almost thrown off his seat, immediately asked in a stern voice as he steadied himself. Boss, the wheels were blown off. The driver also had a dumbfounded look on his face as he turned around to look at Chen Hao. What? Chen Hao's face sank. Then, he ordered, we can't stop here, continue driving. Turn to the side and avoid the zombies. Yes, sir, the driver didn't say anything else and continued to drive forward. However, driving a car that had blown off its wheels didn't feel so good anymore. Just at this time, another "pew" sound rang out. A bullet suddenly pierced through the glass window, directly hitting the driver in the chest. Ugh, the driver groaned, then his body tilted to the side. His hands loosened from the steering wheel. The car that had lost control immediately lost its direction. Fortunately, Chen Hao noticed this in time and immediately rushed over to grab the steering wheel. Long, come and drive. He looked at the road in front of him and shouted as he controlled the direction of the car. Oh! Another subordinate immediately ran over, then dragged the driver's body out, and sat in it himself. Chen Hao opened the door, pushed the body out, and then closed the door. Be careful, they have a long-range sniper rifle, Chen Hao immediately shouted as soon as the door was closed, his eyes scanning the surroundings. However, it was pitch black outside the car window, and because the enemy's position was too far away, Chen Hao couldn't sense their position at all. Chen Hao couldn't sense the enemy's position at all. On the other side of the building, Xia Dong looked in the direction of Wang Jian's group, then looked in Chen Hao's direction. His eyes flashed with surprise. Wang Jian's group was at least a kilometer away from Chen Hao's position. With such a long distance and poor visibility, it was still possible for them to hit the car's tires and driver. The marksmanship of Wang Jian's group was very impressive. At this moment, several gunshots rang out from the surroundings of the minibus. Then, another boom rang out, followed by a huge explosion. The people who were lying in ambush not too far away immediately took action after killing the driver in the minibus. Bullets and grenades had all been used up. They were just ordinary people, so they could only rely on these weapons. Fortunately, the level of these ability users wasn't high, otherwise these bullets and grenades wouldn't be of much use. Chen Hao, who was in the car, had just said that they had a long-range sniper rifle when he was blown up by a grenade. The entire minibus flipped over and rolled to the side, thick smoke rising from it. Chen Hao's group was stunned by the fall. By the time they came to their senses, they couldn't care less about the ordinary people. They immediately climbed out of the shattered window. As soon as they emerged, Chen Hao felt a sense of danger crawl up his back. He quickly ducked his head. Pooh! A bullet flew over his head and hit the other side of the minibus. Chapter 742. Chen Hao and his group of ability users were actually being suppressed. Because the enemy's position was quite far, Chen Hao could not sense their presence. However, the enemy's bullets could still be aimed at them. Retreat first. Chen Hao shouted as he climbed out of the minibus. Then, he turned around and ran into a building on the other side. It just so happened that he did not want to do this job in the first place. At this time, someone came out to stop him. So he just pushed the boat with the current. Soon, Chen Hao quickly led his men away from the overturned minibus. Not expecting Chen Hao to retreat so quickly, Wang Jian observed for a few seconds with some doubt. Then, he immediately got up and rushed down with his men. Let's go, they're retreating. Go save them. At this time, the group of people blocking the minibus had already rushed up. They surrounded the minibus and rescued the ordinary people who were tied up inside. Chen Hao retreated with his men. The people in the other two minibuses were only level 1 ability users. Although they were armed with guns, they were no match for Wang Jian and his men's firepower. Very quickly, they were turned into corpses. However, the two people dragged behind the minibus were already exhausted. Moreover, because the zombie horde was very close to them, it was very difficult to save them. Moreover, the minibus stopped as soon as the driver died, but the zombies behind did not stop. The people on Wang Jian's side immediately found a good position to fire at the zombies, temporarily stopping them from charging forward. Two of the more agile people rushed forward to untie the ropes and rescue the two people. Because the bullets would not be able to stop the zombies for long, saving the two people who were being used as bait had to be done quickly. Xie Dong looked at them, then at the zombies that were rushing over. His figure suddenly flashed and landed in a position where Wang Jian and Chen Hao could not see him. He released his aura, and the aura of a level 1 zombie king immediately spread out. Chen Hao and Wang Jian immediately felt a dangerous aura around them. Even ordinary people like Wang Jian and his men could feel it, so it was obvious that Xie Dong's aura was very strong. The reaction of the surrounding zombies was even more obvious. All of them stopped moving and stopped moving. They also stopped chasing the smell of living people, even if it was very close to them. Quick, quick! Let's go! Suddenly seeing the group of zombies stop, the few people who came to rescue immediately didn't care so much. He only wanted to save them as soon as possible, but he was still slightly happy in his heart. Seeing that Wang Jian and the others had all been rescued, Xie Dong retracted his aura expressionlessly. Although Lin Xiao told him not to intervene, he didn't intervene. All he did was release his aura. It couldn't be considered as interfering. On the other side, Li Honglin and the others were watching the zombies being led away like a tide, but they couldn't see the end of it. Suddenly, he noticed that the zombies had stopped moving and were motionless. At the same time, Li Honglin and Lu Tong, who were rank 3 arcanists, immediately felt a sudden pressure. It was coming from the direction that Chen Hao and the others had left. This aura. Lu Tong frowned. Something seemed to flash past his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Not good. It might be a high-level zombie. At this time, Li Honglin's expression changed. However, he did not appear to be flustered. There were so many zombies here, it was impossible for there to be no high-level zombies. Li Honglin had already thought of this. He thought that if they encountered high-level zombies, they would just have to avoid them. However, he didn't think about whether or not these high-level zombies would allow them to avoid them. Fortunately, they were in this zombie gathering place, and Lin Xiao was the one who brought them here. Moreover, all the high-level zombies were taken away. If it was another zombie city with so many zombies, there would definitely be some high-level zombies appearing. Li Honglin foolishly thought that as long as he sensed the high-level zombies from afar, then he would be able to avoid them. He and Chen Hao were ordinary people in the past, and they rarely went out to interact with zombies. Not to mention dealing with high-level zombies. Lu Tong used to rely on his family, but when Long Yubai brought people to attack the Netherworld King's base, his family was killed. Therefore, he had never come into contact with zombies before. It was easy to understand things that had never come into contact with them before. Did Chen Hao meet them? Lu Tong asked with a hesitant expression. It's fine, we are all in the car. The car is sealed, the zombies can't smell us. Li Honglin turned his head and said to Lu Tong. Lu Tong looked outside the car window. Indeed, the smell in the car did not leak out. Therefore, when the zombies passed by the car, they didn't notice that there were people in the car. Realizing this, Lu Tong felt a little relieved. On the other side, after Wang Jian and the others had saved the people they needed to save, they hid in a building far away. However, they discovered that the zombie horde outside was still motionless. What happened to these zombies? It's like they've been frozen in place. Wang Jian's subordinate said. The others were bandaging the wounds of the people they had just rescued. Because the small bus had been blown up, some of the broken glass had pierced into the bodies of the people they had just rescued. Some of the people had also been injured because of falling down. I don't know. No matter what happened, it's a good thing for us. Wang Jian said calmly. He stood by the window and used his night vision goggles to observe the zombie horde below. In the end, Li Honglin's plan to lure the zombies away naturally failed. As for Wang Jian and the others, after rescuing the people, they drove the long road to the universal base. They had to enter the new base as soon as possible because they hadn't eaten for 2 days. They had been relying on water to support themselves, so they were already dizzy from hunger. There were also some who were sick and their conditions were fluctuating. In a situation where they hadn't eaten anything, their condition would definitely not be any better. If they dragged on, their condition would only worsen. Therefore, when they wanted to take the long road, it was a race against time. The next day, Xie Dong came back to report to Lin Xiao. Last night, we took the long road. It's estimated that we will only be able to enter the upper city this afternoon. However, the ordinary people are not in good condition. They have been starving for 2 to 3 days and many of them are sick. Xie Dong's voice was hoarse as he continued, there aren't many ability users who died, but there seems to be some internal conflict among the ability users. The troops are already faintly divided into 2 groups, and they're following far behind those ordinary people, taking a detour. If they don't take the long road, do they really think they can pass through the zombie horde? Lin Xiao said indifferently. His expression didn't seem to care. Chapter 743. Another day and night passed. Wang Jian and the rest, who could have arrived at the universal base earlier, were delayed by 2 days. However, they were once again blocked by a wall of zombies. Why is it another zombie horde? The people following Wang Jian's group all had ugly expressions on their faces. This path was blocked by zombies, did that mean they would have to take a detour? But looking at the pale faces of the survivors behind them, Wang Jian's group did not know how long they could last. Even Wang Jian's group, who had strong physiques, could barely hold on after several days of not eating and only drinking water. Lu Tong's group, who was following them from afar, also noticed the situation. Chen Hao, you were actually defeated by Wang Jian's group, what a disgrace to all ability users. Li Honglin was standing on the rooftop of a building about 700 to 800 meters away from Wang Jian's group, holding a pair of binoculars in his hand as he observed the situation ahead. At the same time, he criticized Chen Hao who was beside him. If you can do it, why don't you go? Chen Hao looked at him coldly and said. Lu Tong looked at Chen Hao with an unreadable expression and said, all right, now is not the time to talk about that. Now's not the time for that. Chen Hao, if you don't want to come with us, you can leave. Leave? I want to. Return our portion of the zombie cores to us, and we won't bother you anymore. Chen Hao turned his head and looked at him with a smile. Zombie cores? Didn't I already give them to you? Lu Tong smiled back at him. Gave them to me? How come I didn't know about it? Chen Hao looked straight at him. Lu Tong did not show any fear in his eyes and said with a faint smile, is that so? Then I remember giving them to you. After saying that, Lu Tong winked at Chen Hao. When Chen Hao saw the wink, he immediately understood what he meant. He silently turned his head away and did not say anything. Lu Tong's wink was telling him that he still had something to use against him. He could do whatever he wanted, and whatever he said was the truth. Chen Hao looked into the distance expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with killing intent. When Wang Jian's group saw the zombie horde, they were shocked. Because they were already very close to the zombies would soon be able to smell them and discover them. Just when they were mentally prepared to be discovered by the zombies and be swarmed to attack them. All of a sudden, a figure descended from above, appearing right in front of Wang Jian and the others. As soon as they saw the figure, Wang Jian and the rest did not dare to move. This was a female zombie. She was thin and tall. She was only wearing a thin but very clean professional attire in the winter. He was wearing a white shirt that was tied around his waist, and a pair of straight and slender legs were wrapped in black tight-fitting trousers. On his feet was a pair of flat leather shoes. It made him look even more slender. The female zombie's face was very clean, but her face was pale. There were familiar dark circles around his eyes. His eyes were pitch black, and there were 2 rays of green light in the middle of his pupils. It was a zombie leader. Seeing the gleam in the female zombie's eyes, Wang Jian and the others could guess the level of the female zombie. Zombie 5 looked at the car Wang Jian was in, then tilted her head and looked at the dozens of trucks behind them. Then she suddenly stood on the side of the road, raised her hand and waved at the group of zombies. Roar! The female zombie waved her hand and roared at the group of zombies, and the zombies that were originally blocking the middle of the road all parted to the sides. This time, Wang Jian and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at the female zombie standing on the side of the road, and then looked at the group of zombies that had parted the road. After watching silently for a few seconds, the person next to Wang Jian said with a face full of disbelief, Is she planning to let us pass? Or, is she trying to let us pass and then block our way out? And is the location of the new base really here? Boss, are you sure you're not mistaken? After hearing his words, Wang Jian immediately came back to his senses. He carefully looked at the female zombie leader, and saw that she was wearing clean clothes. Her expression was indifferent, unlike the other zombies who had a ferocious look on their faces. Moreover, he had heard that the new base was indeed in this location. Wang Jian thought for a moment, then shook his head, Our direction is not wrong. But the situation in front of us, we need more research to know what's going on. Roar! Just as Wang Jian was staring at the group of zombies and studying the female zombie, he saw the female zombie raise her other hand, slightly frowning, and with a face full of impatience, she waved her hand in the direction of the group of zombies that had parted the road. Her action was like that of a normal person, and it was very obvious that she was waving her hand to let them pass. Wang Jian and the others were dumbfounded, even Li Honglin and the others who were behind them were also dumbfounded. She's letting us pass. The person next to Wang Jian had a face full of bewilderment. Wang Jian looked at the female zombie, and then looked at the group of zombies that had parted the road for them. He couldn't make up his mind, but after thinking for a moment, he made a decision. I'll go first. If I go there, it'll be fine. If I go there, I'll let you guys come over. He said. No. It's too dangerous. If someone is going, it's me. Boss, you're our boss now, nothing can happen to you. If something happens to you, think about the 1,000 people behind you. Huang Tiangu, who had been following Wang Jian all along, immediately stood in front of him and said resolutely. I'll go. If something happens to me, you guys will take care of them. I believe in you guys. Wang Jian raised his hands and placed them on Huang Tianji's shoulders as he looked into his eyes and said. Let me go. Boss. Huang Tiangu immediately begged him with a sullen face. No. This is an order. Wang Jian's face was stiff, and he pushed Huang Tiangu to the side. After saying that, he immediately took a big step forward, and walked towards the path that the zombies had parted for them. Although Wang Jian's face was full of righteousness, his heart was beating like a drum. When he walked in front of the female zombie, his heart was in his throat. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the female zombie. Roar! When the female zombie saw him walking in front of her, she immediately waved her hand at him in disgust, urging him to go further in. Number 5 felt helpless in his heart. If it wasn't for Boss Meng Meng's order, he wouldn't have made a move on these humans, so as not to scare them. She really wanted to use a whip to drive them in. Wang Jian, who was obviously disgusted, froze for a moment, then walked in with a strange expression on his face. After being interrupted by the female zombie's disgust, Wang Jian's nervous heart suddenly relaxed a lot. When he gathered his courage and walked to the middle of the path, he discovered that the surrounding zombies really weren't moving at all. Wang Jian's mind suddenly flashed, and he thought back to the time when those people and Duan Wan were taken away by that strange woman. At that time, outside the walls of the Netherworld King's base, there was also a zombie passage. Thinking up to here, Wang Jian suddenly understood something. He stopped, turned his head, and waved at the people behind him, who were 200 to 300 meters away. Quickly come over. Go. Go directly. Chapter 744. Seeing Wang Jian suddenly turn around and wave at them, Huang Tiange and the others were at a loss. Boss wants us to go over. He asked the person beside him. Maybe. The people around him also looked at Wang Jian's actions with uncertainty. Zombie 5 silently watched as Wang Jian walked past, her heart crossed with a cross. Not a handsome guy. His facial features were tough, but his skin was relatively clean. Apart from his slightly darker skin tone, his temperament was quite good. 80 points. Look at the next one. She turned to look at Huang Tiange and the others, and stared at their faces for a while. Although this one looked more pleasing to the eye, he wasn't handsome enough. His face was too black. 50 points. This one was not good looking. His eyes were drooping and his nose was too flat. 45 points. This one was not bad, just that the eyes were a little small. Although the small eyes were very interesting. But his mouth was ugly. 65 points. Huang Tiange and others didn't know that their appearance was in the eyes of this female zombie. Ah, why aren't there any handsome guys? She wanted to see handsome men. He really wanted to go back and see Deputy Leader Yuan. I really want to go back and see Big Sis Corpse's little brother. I really want to go back and see handsome guys. Seeing that Huang Tiange and the others were still hesitating, Zombie 5 became even more annoyed. Roar, she opened her mouth and roared in annoyance. Her figure suddenly flashed. He leaped in the direction of Huang Tiange and the others, and then landed on the roof of their car nimbly and elegantly. Bang bang bang, roar, the female zombie jumped down from the roof of the car. She stood next to the car and used her hand to hit the hood of the car. Her other hand pointed in the direction of Wang Jian as she shouted at Huang Tiange and the others. Because of the female zombie's sudden approach, Huang Tiange and the others who were already close together looked at her with fear. She's urging us to go. One of the people who was blocked by Huang Tiange behind him didn't know if it was because there was someone in front of him. He wasn't that scared and didn't have the mood to guess what the female zombie meant. Huang Tiange looked at the female zombie with fear and confusion, and carefully asked, Hey, can we really go over? The female zombie impatiently looked at the human with small eyes, frowned and nodded. Then, he pointed at Wang Jian's direction. Coincidentally, Wang Jian waved his hand again. However, Huang Tiange was shocked. She nodded. He looked at his companions beside him. The others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, number 5 had already run out of patience. Seeing that these idiots weren't leaving, he couldn't help but laugh. Thus, he immediately used his hands to support himself on the hood of the car, leaped up, and kicked off with his long legs. In the blink of an eye, he flipped from the car to the opposite side, standing in front of Huang Tiange and the others. Before Huang Tiange and the rest could even react, number 5 grabbed Huang Tiange's shirt and tossed him towards Wang Jian. Ah, bang, ouch. Huang Tiange was thrown out with a dumbfounded look on his face. Then, he fell to the ground more than 10 meters away with a bang. The fall made him dizzy and suffocated in his chest. After rolling on the ground twice, he found that he seemed to be fine. Before he could get up from the ground, he heard another, ah, followed by another, bang. Someone landed beside him, kicking up a cloud of dust. When Huang Tiange got up and saw the situation clearly, his companions who were on the other side of the car had been thrown over like him. "Hey! Old Hu, hurry up and drive the car over, hurry up!" Huang Tiange quickly shouted to the only remaining driver in the car. If he didn't shout, he was worried that the female zombie would lift the whole car and throw it at them. Thinking about that scene, I'll drive over. Don't throw me. The driver, Old Hu, had originally watched Huang Tiange and the others get thrown out. He was already a bit dumbfounded. However, when he heard Huang Tiange's voice, he immediately came to his senses. Then, he saw that the female zombie was already standing next to his car door. He was so scared that he immediately raised his hands in surrender. After saying that, he put down his hands and held the steering wheel, then stepped on the clutch and then released the brake. Seeing that he was about to drive away, number 5 immediately took 2 steps back to let him pass. Lin Xiao didn't know that Wang Jian and the others were thrown into the outer perimeter of the base. When she received the news from Xie Dong, she couldn't help but laugh. This female zombie number 5 was the only zombie leader in the first batch that hadn't reached level 6 yet. Before the blood exchange, she was still a very normal zombie. But after the blood exchange, it was as if something had awakened in her, and her entire personality changed. According to Elmar's words at the time, this girl liked to stare at handsome men. As long as it was a handsome man, she would hide by the side and secretly look at them. Now, these people who came from the Hell King's base were thrown into the pit in such a rude manner. Obviously, it was because these people weren't good looking. Do you think she used to be very infatuated? Even after becoming a zombie, she still likes to look at handsome men. Lin Xiao looked at Qiu Lily speechlessly and asked. Maybe. Qiu Lily played with her long hair and nodded indifferently. Then, she impatiently turned around and said, let's go find the next mutant. In these few days, they had already circled half of the West Lake and killed a lot of mutant beasts and mutant plants. Adding up the big and small ones, there were more than a dozen energy cores. The harvest was not bad. 3 level 6 energy cores, 5 level 5 energy cores. Adding up to 10 level 4 and level 3 energy cores, there were also 10. Lin Xiao nodded and said, okay, let's go. Just as she was about to move, her expression suddenly froze. Then, she stopped her movements and looked to the side. What's wrong? Qiu Lily looked at her strangely and asked. Someone is coming. Lin Xiao's eyes were fixed in that direction and she said calmly. However, from her tone, it seemed like she knew who it was. And she didn't like it. Feeling the strangeness in Lin Xiao's tone, Qiu Lily asked curiously, oh, who is it? Although she asked Lin Xiao that, Qiu Lily extended her perception in the direction that Lin Xiao was looking at. Lin Xiao retracted her gaze and said, a troublesome person. After saying that, she suddenly retracted her aura. Qiu Lily tried to sense it, but she couldn't sense as far as Lin Xiao. She looked at Lin Xiao strangely and said, it can't be. Wu Qingyue, right? She was completely guessing. Looking at the current situation, the only person who could make Lin Xiao mention a troublesome person was Wu Qingyue, who came to propose to her not long ago. Lin Xiao looked at her and didn't say anything. However, Qiu Lily's words had hit the nail on the head. That's right, the aura that she sensed was Wu Qingyue's aura. However, why would this man come to the West Lake? Moreover, he was in a forest that was full of mutants. If there wasn't a special need, humans wouldn't go near such a place. Chapter 745. On the other side, Wu Qingyue brought Xiao Licheng, Mo Li, and a team of soldiers. There weren't many people, just a platoon. Wu Qingyue parked the car at the entrance of the West Lake Forest Park. His slender figure stood in front of the army green SUV with his hands crossed in front of his chest. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly on his handsome face. His long and narrow eyes narrowed into a line with a faint smile. The cold wind fluttered the hem of his black military jacket. Under the jacket, his long legs were slightly spread apart. Although he had a smile on his face, his temperament was mostly concealed by the black military uniform, making him appear much more rigorous and tough. If that thunder beast is taken by Miss Lu, what are you going to give her in exchange? Mo Li, who was also dressed in black, stood beside Wu Qingyue expressionlessly. She held a map in her hand and looked around. Also, this thunder beast's level. If it's level 7, it will be a bit tricky for us. The thunder beast she was talking about is a mutated beast that awakened the thunder element. We haven't found out what it looks like. We only know that there is such a beast that is active in the forest around the whole West Lake. We don't know what level it looks like, and we don't know how strong it is. We don't know the level of this thunder beast. Although it takes a long time for mutated beasts to level up, there are many level 6 mutated beasts in this area. However, there were many level 6 mutants in this area. Perhaps this thunder beast was only level 6 at most. Even if it breaks through to level 7, it won't be that easy. Wu Qingyue smiled and glanced at Mo Li. As for what if that female zombie finds it first? She doesn't seem to have any thunder element. I can use something else to exchange with her. Anything is fine. As he said this, he smiled. His smile had an indecipherable meaning. Mo Li looked up at him and didn't say anything. She just felt that his smile was not the same as usual. On the other side, Xiao Liqing heard Wu Qingyue's words and turned to look at his smile. He silently rolled his eyes in his heart. This "I have a chance to get close to her" was too obvious. You look like you'll give her whatever she wants. You look like you're ready to squander. Big brother, don't forget your identity. You have to be more serious, understand? Mo Li looked at Wu Qingyue a few times before finally speaking with an expressionless face. Did you forget that he just proposed to her? I think he can't wait to sell Lingling now. Xiao Liqing said quietly at the side. He didn't forget that Princess Lingling was still in the universal base, and as a father, he already looked like he wanted to sell his daughter. You two, father and daughter, are really strange. One wanted to sell out his father, and now the other wants to sell out his daughter. It's all because of that Miss Lu. After thinking about it, Xiao Liqing couldn't help but complain. Come to think of it, she's the only one who can make Lingling rely on her so much. I really don't know how she did it, Wu Qingyue said after thinking about it. Just based on this point, this female zombie already met his requirements. At first, he was a little hesitant because the other party was a zombie, but then he realized that as long as she was willing, she could control the zombie virus in her body. But he didn't know why, but he had a hunch that this female zombie wouldn't lose control. That was why he was so relieved to leave Lingling to her. Although he didn't have any evidence, it was completely based on intuition. But Wu Qingyue just felt that this female zombie leader gave him a very reliable feeling. At least as a nanny, she was very reliable. And he didn't like her at all, at most he was very interested. In terms of feelings, they didn't have much contact, so of course there wouldn't be any deep feelings. But the feeling he had for her body was deeper. Thinking about this, Wu Qingyue once again thought of the female zombie's hot body. Just the two deep contact had left a deep impression on him, to the point that he couldn't forget. That's true, it's the first time I've seen Miss Lingling like someone so much. Mo Li nodded in agreement. Then she looked at the map, and then looked at the surrounding environment. There were mutated flowers, trees, vines, and shrubs all intertwined together. It was even more lush than before, and the frantic growth had long destroyed the original appearance. So even if she looked at the map, if she wasn't careful, she would get lost in this mutated forest. My feeling is over there, it should be right. Mo Li finally pointed to a direction and said. She was a spiritual ability user, although not as sensitive as a Logia ability user, but her sixth sense had the same effect as a Logia ability user. Because Meng Yu had to follow Xiao Yunlong to do things, Wu Qingyue let Mo Li replace her position on his side. Then let's go. Right, didn't you feel their presence? Wu Qingyue nodded, and finally asked tentatively. No. Mo Li's pretty face was expressionless, and she replied faintly. Wu Qingyue's smile faded, and his disappointed expression was very obvious. He sighed and said, well, let's find the Thunder Beast first. Meaning after finding the Thunder Beast, he still had to find his wife. It turned out that his wife was now the second place in his heart. Boss, you're so careless in chasing after your wife, is it just for fun? Xiao Liqing silently thought in his heart. But after thinking about it, he understood Wu Qingyue's mentality. Right now, his big brother actually didn't have much feelings for this Miss Lu. He wanted to marry her. Firstly, it was because Miss Lu could gain Miss Lingling's complete reliance. Secondly, it could be because Miss Lu raped him last year. Thirdly, he didn't know. Maybe it was just that after turning into a zombie, she seemed to have changed into a different person, so his boss was particularly interested in her. He had followed his boss for so many years, but he still couldn't guess his boss's thoughts. But then again, he didn't know if it was his illusion. In fact, after turning into a zombie, Miss Lu was even more beautiful than before. Her bare face was still the same face, but without the makeup, she looked more pleasing to the eye. And her temperament had also become cold and tough, and the aura of a superior was too strong. It was completely different from before when she was obviously as vulgar as a prostitute, but still had to pretend to be cold and delicate. Even if she was beautiful, the heavy makeup on her face reduced her beauty by 5 points. No matter how good her figure was, the prostitute aura on her body made her look like a prostitute who sold her body. Just like a prostitute. These were all strong feelings that Xiao Liqing had, because only he knew that this Miss Lu was the Lu Tianyu from before. But in the eyes of others, they were two women that couldn't be linked together. Wu Qingyue had Rogfi store all the cars into the space, then he brought everyone into the mutated forest on foot. Chapter 746. Lin Xiao restrained his breath and led Qiu Lili, Lu Tianyi, Shen Yuzhen, Jing Yan, and the other zombies to take a detour, avoiding the possibility of meeting Wu Qingyue, and went in another direction. Wu Qingyue and the others were on the periphery of the green belt at the edge of West Lake, while Lin Xiao led the zombies through the woods and entered the inner area, which was the shore of West Lake. Such a large West Lake originally had a lot of creatures in the water. Now that it was the end of the world, 99% of the world's water resources had been infected by the virus, and the remaining 1% had not been discovered in some hidden area. Therefore, the water of the entire West Lake had also been infected. The creatures in the lake had also lost their original posture and appearance because of the mutation. If the humans in the woods and mountains were afraid of the mutants, then the mutants in the water were even more mysterious and dangerous. It was still unknown what Lin Xiao's zombie team would encounter, but the situation of the Black Dragon base in the far northeast was not optimistic. Because although the assassinations inside the base had stopped, the zombie tide outside had erupted. The wall that was more than 10 meters high could not stop the crazy zombies that had lost their minds and were piling up like a pyramid. Roar, 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 the zombies outside the wall were roaring. Countless zombies looked like a pile of ants from afar, piling up along the bottom of the wall. The top of the wall was full of Black Dragon base's metahumans and soldiers. All kinds of metahumans fell from above, attacking the zombies that were constantly climbing up the wall. And the soldiers without metahumans kept shooting bullets in their hands, hitting the zombies' heads or missing. Don't let the zombies climb over the wall, we must hold on. Vice Leader Meng Yushuan, who was guarding the front line, waved his hand, and countless green vines immediately grew on the wall below him. The vines quickly grew bigger and bigger, and the tentacles grew longer and longer, climbing down along the wall, twisting the zombies that climbed up one after another. However, he could only calm down on one side of the wall. Within a range of 500 meters around him, the zombies were unable to jump over the wall. But more than 500 meters away from him, they could only rely on other people to resist the zombies. This was only the battle situation in front of them. If the people on the wall looked out, they would see that within a range of 1 kilometer outside the wall, there were zombies crowding over. At a glance, there were already tens of thousands of zombies, which made people's scalps tingle. They were clearly just ordinary zombies that moved slowly, but right now they were all lively and agile. One by one, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, ran to the bottom of the wall at an extremely fast speed, and then used all 4 limbs to climb the top of the pile of zombies at the foot of the wall. As for the metahumans on the wall, their attacks could not keep up with the speed of the zombies climbing up. Not to mention the bullets of ordinary soldiers. No matter how fast they fired, there would always be a time when they ran out of bullets. Meng Yuxuan's face was full of sweat from anxiety, and at the same time, he had to control his ability to use the largest range to block the zombies' invasion. He hurriedly pulled the person next to him and shouted, "Quick, go and report that there are too many zombies outside the outer wall. Just relying on these low-level paranormals is not enough. We have to use Plan S." "Yes." Once the man heard this, he immediately turned around and rushed down the wall towards the inner area. Meanwhile, in the central command center inside the base, Gao Haoyun and Du Kuansheng led the remaining 2 deputy leaders and other combatants to look at the structure of the Black Dragon base. Everyone present had an extremely depressed expression on their faces. After hearing the situation reported, Du Kuansheng immediately agreed, "I agree to use Plan S." Gao Haoyun's face was gloomy and he did not utter a word. His gaze was fixated on the base's map, not knowing what he was thinking. "I also agree. Leader, quickly give the order. If we are late, it will be too late." The other deputy leader also nodded and said, "Are you sure? These weapons are the most lethal weapons we currently have. If we use them up, there will be no more. But the zombie horde is endless. If we use the last of our weapons and still cannot completely eliminate the zombie horde, then our only way out is to abandon all the survivors in this base." Gao Haoyun said gloomily. "Then our only way out is to abandon all the survivors in this base." Gao Haoyun said gloomily. As soon as he said this, the others immediately looked at each other. "Just the 2 of us can't stop these zombies." Du Kuansheng said disapprovingly. "Can't the 2 of us hold off these zombies?" Du Kuansheng said disapprovingly. "Even if you, me, and Meng Yuxuan can block 3 directions and use weapons to resist the last direction. Even if you, me, and Meng Yuxuan can block 3 directions and use weapons to resist the last direction. But can you guarantee that you can continuously use your ability for 3 days and 3 nights? 3 days and 3 nights. This zombie horde should not last for 3 days and 3 nights." Du Kuansheng pursed his lips and said, "If it is just a natural zombie horde, then the time is hard to say. Maybe it will stop in 1 day, maybe it will take 10 days to half a month. But this time it is not a natural zombie horde, it is purposefully triggered. Do you think the opponent will let the zombie horde play for 2 days and then go back?" Gao Haoyun looked up at Du Kuansheng, his eyes flashed a cold light. "Then what should we do? You say it." Du Kuansheng spread his hands and directly expressed his attitude. Because the previous assassination incident had not yet ended, this zombie horde suddenly erupted. This made Gao Haoyun have no choice but to link this zombie horde with the killer. But he could not think of how the killer attracted the zombie horde. He did not even touch the shadow of the killer. But in Gao Haoyun's heart, he only thought that it was the secret person in the dark who might have something that could attract the zombies. That was why the zombie horde was attracted. He would never have thought that the secret person did not use anything to attract the zombies, but just gave an order to the rank 2nd kings beside him, and the zombie horde easily erupted. Gao Haoyun frowned. He was not worried about the ordinary zombie horde, but the rank 2 king that suddenly attacked him and then disappeared. That zombie king had always been in Gao Haoyun's heart. It made him feel like he was being watched. But that rank 2 king appeared and disappeared quickly. It seemed like it did not want to fight with him for a long time. Even if Gao Haoyun was not afraid of a rank 2 king, he could not ignore the strange behavior of the opponent. The assassin that killed the metahumans that had eaten Mo Yan's flesh, the rank 2 king zombies, and the zombie horde. Putting these three together, Gao Haoyun felt that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Behind this zombie horde, we need to be prepared to face several rank 1 or rank 2 kings. If that is the case, how long do you think we can last with our weapons? Gao Haoyun said. His tone revealed the attitude of abandoning all the survivors in this base at any time. You mean to abandon all the survivors? If that is the case, I have no objections. You can do as you wish. Du Kuansheng understood what he meant. He crossed his arms and leaned back, but said with an indifferent expression. Chapter 747. Although Du Kuansheng said he didn't mind giving up the base, he immediately said, but we spent a lot of effort to build this base. Don't you think it's a little too casual to give it up just like that? At least I won't give up this place so easily. It's not the first time we've encountered a zombie tide. If we can't hold on, we'll talk about it later. At least I'll wait until the end. Obviously, the two had different opinions. Du Kuansheng stood up and said to his deputy, pass down the order. If the outer wall is broken, everyone is to retreat to the underground base and seal the underground passage. If the zombie tide doesn't go away in 3 days and 3 nights, then we'll wait for a month in the underground base. At least our underground resources can support the lives of hundreds of thousands of people for a month. After saying that, he looked at Gao Haoyun with a gloomy expression and turned to leave. These words represented his decision. He wouldn't give up this place so easily. It didn't matter if it was a zombie tide, a zombie king, or a zombie emperor. He didn't want to give up until the last moment. This was his base, and he was responsible for the lives of the survivors here. He had spent years and a lot of effort to build this underground base. He didn't want to abandon everyone in the base like he did a few years ago. Gao Haoyun expressionlessly watched him leave. Du Kuansheng didn't know that the group of people who had died previously were basically all the paranormals who had eaten Mo Yan's flesh and blood. Gao Haoyun and Meng Yuxuan were the last two, and also the highest level. Since the assassin had led the zombie horde here, it was only to destroy the entire base, and then cover up the matter with the zombie horde. Then the underground base would definitely be breached. Since that was the case, it was better to leave early. But the number of helicopters that left was not many. Even if they flew back and forth, it would be impossible to take away all 700,000 to 800,000 people. After a few minutes of silence, Gao Haoyun gave the order, activate the S-plan. Yes. The remaining two deputy leaders immediately responded and quickly turned to leave. On the other side, Meng Yuxuan looked at the incalculable amount of densely packed zombies below the wall. Every second that passed, the hope in his heart was diminishing. However, the ability in his hands was still being released. The city wall was covered with a large number of green vines. The vines were dancing, and the vines were constantly twisting and curling, whipping the zombies that had just climbed up. Just at this time, in the distant zombie crowd, 3 figures scattered in 3 directions mixed in the zombie crowd, quickly sneaking toward Meng Yuxuan. These 3 figures retracted their auras and were not discovered by Meng Yuxuan. Meng Yuxuan didn't get a response from the base, so he became a little impatient. His ability was Logia. If he was in the woods or mountains, then his ability would be very powerful. However, there were no plants within a kilometer of the city wall. Even beyond that kilometer, there were more buildings in the city. Therefore, it was very strenuous for Meng Yuxuan to release a large number of abilities at this time. He even thought that it would be great if he was a wind ability user. At the very least, it was more advantageous for the wind element to be high up. Meng Yuxuan was controlling his ability to attack the zombies climbing up the wall while waiting for instructions from inside the base. Those three figures were gradually approaching him without anyone noticing. Suddenly, Meng Yuxuan's heart palpitated. His whole body suddenly became cold. A feeling of extreme danger rose from his back. He suddenly turned his head and saw that the sky behind him was filled with a large number of sharp metal objects. The moment he turned his head, the motionless metal objects that were floating in the air suddenly shot toward him. Xiao xiao xiao, woo woo woo, the sound of metal cutting through the air resounded. Meng Yuxuan fiercely widened his eyes and reflexively waved his hand. In front of him, a large number of vines rushed out and tightly wrapped him. Poo poo poo, countless sharp metal objects shot into the vines that suddenly grew out crazily. Although they pierced through the outer leaves, they couldn't pierce through the thick vines inside. Bang! At this time, a very hot fireball smashed over and directly hit Meng Yuxuan's vine cocoon. That's right, when Meng Yuxuan's vines helped him block those sharp metal objects, he wrapped himself into a huge vine cocoon shape. This fireball's heat was much higher than ordinary flames. Once it burned the vine cocoon, it immediately burned the green leaves. After the flames subsided, a large number of metal objects immediately flew up and melted in the air. Finally, they turned into a liquid metal liquid. Then, this liquid metal surged and rushed towards Meng Yuxuan's giant cocoon. Pooh! Once the liquid metal object came into contact with the giant cocoon, it immediately wrapped the entire giant cocoon and formed a huge metal ball. Then, at this time, there was a sudden eagle cry. A huge figure flew from the side and flipped in the air. Then, it immediately brought along a huge shadow and pounced toward the metal ball. A huge bird flapped its two huge wings and flew down, bringing along a dark shadow. Its steel-like claws directly pierced through the metal ball. It grabbed the huge metal ball and lifted it up before flying away. Bang bang bang! After the metal ball was picked up by the huge bird, several huge fireballs were thrown at the wall. Ah, not good. Vice Leader Meng was taken away. What is that? Is it a mutated beast zombie or a metahuman? Not good. This side's defensive line has been broken, the zombies are attacking. Without Meng Yuxuan, this part of the wall immediately collapsed. Countless zombies climbed up the wall without the vines blocking them. Then, they directly fell down the wall. Then, they climbed up from the ground and continued to rush forward. Some climbed to the top of the wall, turned around and pounced toward the soldiers or metahumans on the wall. The appearance of the huge bird caused a huge commotion. Many people raised their heads and saw this huge bird. This was a human-faced giant eagle. It had a human-like face. The shape of the feathers on its body showed that it was a giant eagle that was tens of times bigger than normal. When Gao Haoyun received the news that Meng Yuxuan had been captured, Meng Yuxuan's corpse had already been thrown back. His mouth was torn apart. His entire chin was torn from ear to ear. Blood was dripping. Below his chest, there was a big bloody hole in his stomach. From the looks of it, it was the same as the people who died before. Without looking, it was obvious that the stomach was gone. This is Vice Leader Meng. He's dead. Seeing Meng Yuxuan, who was thrown down and could not be more dead, the surrounding humans were shocked. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.